Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so, obuni kife me chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love for me. Hey yeah, I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh. Give me your love, I don't go run away. Show me your love, I don't go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go.
Ejemini ekebo, akobi ewe ayo. Ewe tu eje, itun lo ni otun ese, ifa lo ni kan fa imora, àìbínú gbogbo atare, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Àkànbí wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá. Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún, wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am. You are, and here we are. So here we go again. Another day, another session. Probably going to be a short session, just like yesterday's, unless I get back up, of course. But to say you are good to be in your company, and how are you? So how are you? The usual protocol: click on the like button. Click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And if you want to come and join us on the screen, that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So those are the spaces that we always mention. Maybe at some point, people will start to pay heed. I'm not quite sure. We get sufficient enough traffic, but that's not reflecting in the like button. So it's somewhat of it's a curious situation. Let me put it that way. It's a curious situation. I'm not quite sure what it takes away from anybody just to click on a lousy like button. So click on that lousy like button, if you will. So do all that. So like, subscribe, and then of course, if you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So let's just get straight into it. Let's kick it. Yes, good to see you again, Money More as well. Boaz Biggie. So Boaz Biggie. So that's Boaz Biggie right there dancing. That if you want us to change the intro music, by the way, let me know, because sometimes I wonder if it's already played and passé. Because it's the same music all the time. But the intro music is sort of like the what is it called? The template for the session. So if you want it changed, just let me know. So let's look straight into it and let's kick it off from this space. So a lot of goings on in Edo State. So there's been this back and forth between the Edo governor and his deputy, Philip Shaibu. So that's now come to a crescendo. And of course, Philip Shaibu now impeached. So it's a very curious one because, of course, the last half of this particular administration is what comes to an end in September. So where are we now? In April, May, June, July, August, September. In less than 5 months, the whole administration is out of office because, of course, they've completed their 2-term complements that the Constitution allows. So what would have happened that would have led to the removal of Philip Shaibu? So this one completely off skew, off piste. In terms of our political projections. So this one completely off-piste in terms of political projection. Edo Deputy Governor Shaibu impeached. So he did see this coming, by the way, because, of course, when you drag with your master, when you drag with the governor, there's always usually only one loser. The Edo State House of Assembly has impeached the embattled Deputy Governor, Comrade Philip Shaibu. The impeachment today, Monday, followed the adoption of the report of the 7-man investigative panel set up by the Assembly to probe allegations of misconduct against Shaibu. So it's just it's quite a curious one because he was in contention for even succeeding what's it called? Obaseki. So he was in contention for even succeeding Obaseki, and he ran a parallel primary that returned him as the party candidate. But then, of course, another person substituted, or maybe somebody with more legitimate. It's a very convoluted space, but the sum total of it is landed on the point that Philip Shaibu no longer in situation. So let's take it from the top again. The Edo State House of Assembly has impeached the embattled Deputy Governor, Comrade Philip Shaibu. The impeachment today, Monday, followed the adoption of the report of the 7-man investigative panel set up by the Assembly to probe allegations of misconduct against Shaibu. The impeachment proceedings culminated in a dramatic vote that saw Shaibu ousted from his position. The proceedings were initiated earlier this week. The background. Correspondents had earlier on Thursday. Let's do that. Let me just start that one more time. The Edo State House of Assembly has impeached the embattled Deputy Governor, Comrade Philip Shaibu. The impeachment today, Monday, follows the adoption of the report of the 7-man investigative panel set up by the Assembly to probe allegations of misconduct against Shaibu. The impeachment proceedings culminated in a dramatic vote that saw Shaibu ousted from his position. So this is the backdrop to it. Recall that earlier on Thursday, correspondents had reported how the 7-man panel investigating allegations of constitutional breaches against the Edo State Deputy Governor Philip Shaibu had on Friday concluded its sitting without Shaibu or his counsel appearing. So already there's somewhat of a flouting of our legal procedures there, because I cannot see how fair hearing could have taken place without the accused or a representative present. There's an ambiguity to it as well. What does it mean? Allegations of investigating allegations of constitutional breaches against the Edo State Deputy Governor. So there's somewhat of a lack of meaning to that. The panel forwarded its report to the Chief Judge of the state, Justice Daniel something or the other. The 7-man panel, headed by Justin something or the other, retired, had on Thursday ruled that it would adjourn for the last time on Friday. On Friday. This was to give the respondent Shaibu time to defend himself over the allegations leveled against him. Thursday's ruling by the panel was sequel to the absence of Shaibu and his counsel when the panel sat on Thursday. At the panel's inaugural sitting on Wednesday, Shaibu was represented by Professor Oladoyin Awoyele SAN. He informed the panel that he would not be continuing with the panel's proceedings on the grounds that an Abuja High Court had asked all parties before it, had asked all parties before it in a case of enforcement of fundamental rights instituted by him to come on Monday, April the 8th, to show cause on why it should or should not be granted the relief sought. So the back and forth of it, the long and short of it, Philip Shaibu has now been removed as the Edo State Deputy Governor. So he didn't get the right to speak to the panel, but he gets the right to speak now. So here is Philip Shaibu now reacting to what went down. So Philip Shaibu reacting to what went down.
Edo State. I thank you all for standing by me under these troubling circumstances as the Deputy Governor of Edo State. It is with heavy heart, yet a resolute spirit, that I come before you to address the recent events that have unfolded within our dear state. I denounce in strongest terms the illegal impeachment by the Edo State House of Assembly over Trump-up charges. This is not just an attack on me as an individual, but on the very democratic principle that we hold there. It is a dangerous descent into dictatorship and a threat to the foundation of our democracy. Let it be clear that this impeachment was hushed because of my ambition to contest the Edo State 2024 governorship election under the People's Democratic Party, PDP, an ambition that is a legal right to all citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's a sad reality that in our political landscape, ambition is met with resistance, and those in power seek to silence opposition through illegitimate means. I have dedicated my life to serving the good people of Edo State with integrity and honesty. I have worked tirelessly to improve the life of our citizens. I've upheld the values of democracy and justice. And yet, in return, I am faced with baseless accusations and a blatant disregard for due process and rule of law. The allegations brought against me are nothing more than a smokescreen to conceal the true motive behind this impeachment. It's a flagrant abuse of power and a betrayal of the trust that the people of Edo have placed in their elected officials. We refuse to stay inactive while our democratic institutions manipulate and exploit for personal gain. We will fight this injustice with every ounce of strength in our being for the sake of the people of Edo State and the future of democracy. I call upon all well-meaning citizens of Edo, and indeed all Nigerians who believe in the principle of democracy and justice, to stand with us in this moment of crisis. We cannot allow tyranny and oppression to take roots in our society. We must resist the forces that seek to undermine our freedom and trample upon our rights.
All right. So that's Philip Shaibu responding to now being impeached as the deputy governor of Edo State. So he is still threatening to take to law, but very swiftly then replaced. Obaseki picks 37-year-old Omobayo as new Edo deputy shortly after Shaibu's impeachment, swearing in set for today. So immediately replaced. But curiously, it looks as though he has actually been replaced by a Yoruba man. So certainly, schooled in Ibadan, this Omobayo. Shortly after the Edo State House of Assembly impeached the state deputy governor Philip Shaibu, the state governor Godwin Obaseki picked his replacement. Obaseki picked 37-year-old Omobayo Godwin as his new deputy. A video posted by Channels Television on Twitter shows that Omobayo's inauguration was set to hold on Monday today at the State House in Benin City. So there it is. Let's have a quick look at the video. So okay, so there's that. So that is then the Yoruba man being sworn in as the deputy governor of Edo State, Omobayo. So there's that. Let's go on from there to this one. Let's go on from there to this. Lagos Calabar Highway return to library for real facts presidency to Atiku. So that's the back and forth then, because Atiku, as you recall, of course, he did a big piece on that space, alleging all manners of corruption, and this is Tinubu clapping back. So no real need to read that, because that's an endless back and forth that will continue in perpetuity. Better Edu, EFCC recovers 30 billion naira, probes 50 banks, 50 bank accounts, not 50 banks. So I have to change actually the headline, not 50 banks, but 50 bank accounts. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission is probing 50 bank accounts as it recovered 30 billion naira in the case of the suspended Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Better Edu, and the ongoing probe of the ministry over alleged money laundering. The latest development was revealed in a bulletin titled EFCC Alert, detailing some major arrests, prosecutions, and recovery made by the Commission within the last month. The document authorized by the EFCC chairman, which was obtained by correspondence, revealed that the recovered 30 billion naira is now in the federal government coffers. The document reads, update on Better Edu investigation. We have laws and regulations guiding our investigations. Nigerians will also know that they are already on suspension. Nigerians will also know that they are already on suspension. And this is based on the investigation that we have done. And the president has proved to Nigerians that is ready to fight corruption. So it says, moreover, concerning this particular matter, we have recovered over 30 billion naira, which is already in the coffers of the federal government. It takes time to conclude investigations. We started this matter less than 6 weeks ago. And this is in response, by the way, because a lot of clamoring in the space what's happening to the Better Edu sphere, as though they should just throw her in prison without due process. It takes time to conclude investigations. We started this matter less than 6 weeks ago. Some cases take years to investigate. There are so many angles to it, and we need to follow through with some of the discoveries that we have seen. Nigerians should give us time on this matter. We have professionals on this case, and they need to do things right. So there it is. It says, as it is now, we're investigating over 50 bank accounts that we have traced monies into. This is no child's play. This is a big deal. Then you ask about my staff strength. So there it is. So that is to tell you that the Better Edu matter still very much on the front burner. Police placed Chioma Okoli on watch list over a Rixo product review. Writes Immigration Service to deny her exit from Nigeria arrest her on site. So I'm still not quite sure what this girl's crime is. Saying that she doesn't like a product, and that's sufficient then for all of the weight of governance to be vested upon her. All of the weight of governance vested upon her. Emirates to resume flights to Nigeria in June. So this is that back and forth that that's been going on for quite a while now. But it looks as though now the relationship with I think this is an offshoot of that air peace narrative. So Emirates now see that there's a new player in town and they're not taking any prisoners. So very quickly, UAE carrier Emirates is expected to resume flights to Nigeria in June this year, the federal government has hinted. This is coming almost 2 years after the airline suspended flights to Nigeria over issues bordering on trapped funds, amongst others. Emirates had announced suspension of its flights from Nigeria with effect from September the 1st, 2022, over the inability to repatriate funds. Emirates has tried every avenue to address our ongoing challenges in repatriating funds from Nigeria, and we have made considerable efforts to initiate dialogue with the relevant authorities for their urgent intervention to help find a viable solution. Regrettably, there has not been so essentially Emirates now on the cusp of re-entering the Nigerian markets. So Emirates on the cusp of re-entering the Nigerian market. Let's go on. I'll just give you the last two as headlines, and then we just move on from there. CBN prohibits use of foreign currency as collateral for Naira loans. So I never even knew that was a thing. The Central Bank of Nigeria on Monday issued a directive to all banks prohibiting the use of foreign currencies as collateral for Naira loans. This move comes amidst efforts to strengthen that ongoing battle then to shore up the Naira somewhat. And then finally, this Nigerian government unveils mobile app to track MDA's performance. So we're talking about transparency in governance, and these people now setting up systems that you can actually in real time monitor how these spaces are performing. The federal government has launched a mobile application that allows citizens to track the activities and performance of ministries and government agencies using their deliverables and key performance indicators. The mobile application, which is tagged Citizens Delivery Tracker, was unveiled by the Office of the Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination, Hadiza Usman, in Abuja on Monday. Ms. Usman said, and by the way, maybe go to your Play Store and see if you can actually see this app and download. I'll try that later, actually. Maybe go to your Play Store, see if you can find this app and download it. It says Citizens Delivery Tracker. So that's what the app is called. So you can monitor projects in real time. A real departure from what we had under Malam Buhari. So a real departure from what we had under Malam Buhari. So I think that's sufficient enough to be going on with. Plenty of space as ever in the studio. So there seems to be a sort of lethargy to it now. I don't know, maybe it's a down cycle in elections. It's right across the board. But there's plenty of space in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. I thank you, Ayo, for the super chats. So we've had the compliment of our 5 that we always anticipate, all from one person. So that's Ayo rattling it through. So that's Ayo all the way through. So let's play the Kegite music and then kick the session off. As you know, I always look for that song, don't I? So yes. So to the Kegites.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ lẹ́mú rè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ lẹ́mú rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mú dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mú dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, that have nothing to do with us. So all that funky stuff. So Richard is in the house. Good to see Richard. Thomas is in the house. Good to see Thomas. Ajale Koko with us. Good to see Ajale Koko. So good to see you, gentlemen. Always a delight in your company. Anybody else that wants to jump on, jump on. Let's kick it off with Richard, who has been waiting here the longest. Richard, Baoni. Richard.
Yeah, very fine. I think you can hear me very well.
Yeah, perfectly. Good to have you here.
Oh, thanks for having me. Good evening to everybody from the East Coast of US. I hope we had a good weekend and then we had good day today. So good to be here.
Okay, real delight. So before I take you through the talking points, is there anything that you are looking at, especially in the news? Is there anything that's caught your attention, especially in the news?
Yes, there is a news that came later today. It's about some powerful transformer that came in from Germany as a result of the contract the Nigerian government has with Siemens and the German government. They valued it to be $2.3 billion. But everything will be paid for by the German government in exchange for gas, which will come up. I think the exchange will start from 2 years from today. So Germany, they don't want to buy gas from Russia again. So they see Nigeria as the best partner. So they will they will fund the electricity project in Nigeria and they will take gas in exchange.
But that cement deal has been going on for quite a while now, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I think.
But we're not seeing commensurate improvement in electricity. We heard the deal, but we don't hear the.
Yes, it was actually initiated by the regime of President Buhari, and in 2018, if I remember very well. But unfortunately, they had setbacks. The former chief of staff, Mr. I can't remember his name very well.
Is it Abakari?
Yeah, thank you very much. He was actually negotiating it and he was trying.
He spearheaded that deal, the cement.
COVID took him away and there was slowdown of everything across the world. So that was the setback. And Germany now said, okay, they will look at it and it will start in the next 5 years. Luckily for us, the Ukraine war came and Russia is the major supplier of energy to Europe. So one by one, European nations now sees that the best thing for them to do is to look for alternatives. So they approach Nigeria and Nigeria is willing to do business, but we don't have the money and we need their technology. So Tinubu tabled that before them. That forget about the deal you had with the former regime. And luckily the regime of Buhari had the contract with the regime of the past president or chancellor of Germany. So the two leaders of Germany and Nigeria are new. So they started it all over and Nigeria said, we can't wait 5 years. You got to start it now. So the current chancellor of Germany is willing to do that, money on the table, they will fund it. Siemens is it's a public company in Germany, but the German government will fund it in exchange for supply of gas.
All right. Where is the where are they looking at in terms of is it weighed towards the north? Because the deal that Abakari was structuring, it weighed very much towards the north.
Yes, I think it has to do with Abuja being the seat of power and northwest. But I believe Tinubu might have expanded it to cover a larger area. But I know Abuja.
Yeah, but the infrastructure that they were building under Buhari would have been geared towards the north.
Well, you know Buhari now.
No, that's what I'm saying now. So they have to start building a new set of infrastructure because Buhari only came to develop the north. He didn't really care about anybody else. And all of that cement deal, everything they were doing for the last 8 years was geared towards the north.
You're very correct. I believe Tinubu will look into it and see a way of changing it or expanding it to cover a larger part of the country.
All right, brilliant. Is that I missed that actually? So that's quite a big story. So anything else that you saw before we get into the?
That's the only thing I saw. Then tomorrow again, the Super Falcons are already in Pretoria, South Africa. So they need a draw.
They said they are not giving them visas to get into Spain.
No, that's different. That's for the men.
This all right.
Is for the women for Paris 2024 Olympics. There is a single ticket between Nigeria and South Africa. Whoever wins will take the ticket to represent the continent in this summer Olympic. Unfortunately, we had chances. We should have beaten them like 2 or more goals in Abuja, but we beat them with only 1 goal. So we need to go there now. They're already there. The match is tomorrow, Tuesday. So we need to beat them or play a draw in Pretoria. But I don't know if our girls can do it.
It's always a hostile environment for Nigeria in Asa. Yeah.
Yes, and unfortunately, I don't know the problem with Nigerians. The stadium in Abuja, NFL declared it free. Nobody paid for it, and yet people didn't come to see the match. But tomorrow, South African will troop out, and the hostility will be too much for. I believe our girls will be able to control that.
They don't even care about the game. They just want to get one over Nigeria. It's just the Nigeria word that there's a video that I'm going to be doing maybe with Dupsy.
Okay.
There was a South African girl that said it's a taboo for a South African girl, that is considered a taboo for a South African girl to date a Nigerian. So they resent us so much that if you bring a Nigerian boy home, your parents are so.
Yes, I schooled with some South Africans when I was in the university here in the US. They have their men, when they see Nigeria, they feel threatened. I don't know why. It shouldn't be the case, but they feel threatened.
But that seems to be the narrative. I think it's actually an African narrative. They view us with the Ghanaians are no different.
Oh,
the Cameroonians are no different. They anytime they hear the word Nigeria, they are panic stricken and they're on guard and they want to just slaughter you.
Correct.
You know?
Correct. Ghanaians are, and that time we were in school, and even the Ghanaians, they would think that if you know it, I should know it. That why should the Nigerian guy know this, and then they don't know it? So I don't know where their rivalry is coming from. To be honest with you, there's no on what basis do you want to compare Nigeria and Ghana? It's true they had their independence before us, but the pace of movement in terms of development, we overtook them. We overtook them easily. Immediately we got our independence. But I don't know why they are citizens today. They don't see us as fellow South Africans. I understand fellow West Africans. I understand people from South Africa for their rivalry. But how come a neighboring country like Ghana? I see. I don't know where that rivalry
I think the arrogance and the superiority complex of Nigerians don't help as well. When you go into their country and you take all their women and lord it over them. I'm not sure that
we have our own fault also in that. Especially one of the things the South Africans were saying is that Nigerians will get into their country, date the mother, and they're also dating the mom and the daughter. You understand? So they feel that we are messing up their women, which I understand that some of our people too. You put Nigerians somewhere, they want to overstretch their boundaries.
Yes, and, I don't know which country. Yes, is not protecting their women from Nigerians.
Dating the daughter. No, you can't do that.
Why not? It's more down to the mother and daughter now.
No, without their knowledge, the two of them will not know.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, wow. So they get the two of them pregnant and then they make their escape back to Lagos. Look at that.
It's bad. Yeah. People need to change in terms of that. Yes.
All right, brilliant. Let's get into the news of the day. So going on in Edo State, are you following that space and what are your thoughts on it?
Oh, yes. I believe Shaibu will go to court and I believe he will win. And the court will force Edo State government to pay back any money they will owe him. I believe the process was hastened. According to the constitution, it's a process that should have taken like 3 months. 3 months. Right to defend, right to fair hearing, all those processes. They just took everything, and you see the governor immediately announce, no, there's nothing like I'm still searching for somebody. He just announced somebody, and then the person is sworn in. So to Obaseki, he thinks he's a smart politician, and is looking at the September goodbye election in Edo, because both the former governor, Adams Oshiomhole, and Philip Shaibu are from Edo North.
So Philip Shaibu is Oshiomhole's boy.
Correct.
But then they ran as a different primaries, which emerged him as the flag bearer. But the APC party does not recognize that. And he has been having an ongoing battle with the Obaseki, which has now culminated in now this impeachment that was hurried through.
Yeah, it's in a way.
Richard, if you don't mind, please. One man, how are you? Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I want to ask you. Yeah, I want to ask this question so you can bring it together. And to you too, one man. Why is the governor finding it difficult for their deputy to succeed them? What is the why? We see it in Obasanjo. We saw it in many governors. They really don't want their vice or their deputy to succeed them. Why? Because they should be the first candidate, because they are in government. They know what is going on, and they can continue what the project they are doing. That's just my question. Thank you.
You know that question carries on into the presidency as well. Every vice wants to succeed the president, but I don't think we've ever yet had that. But as you answered that, Richard, Thomas, check your email and your phone. Yeah, carry on now, Richard.
Okay, thank you. To answer the question, it's a human thing. Governors think they are all in all, and there are some shady deals they did in which maybe they didn't share the profit with the deputy. Now they believe the deputy is aware of it, and when he gets in, he's gonna either problem or do his own shady deal and make even more profit. So it's a human thing that, hey, this guy will serve maybe 4 years or 8 years together. Now, if you get in, you're gonna serve at least additional 8 years, making you 16 years in office as a deputy and as a governor. So it's a human thing that I can't stand it. I don't want this guy to succeed me. So, and then what really leads to that are multiple things. Number one, when you are the governor, they have their own inner caucus, which might not include the deputy governor, their chief of staff, some commissioners and stuff like that. Some of them might be telling the governor wrong thing about the about the deputy governor. And that reminds me of the discussion you had some 2 days ago. I was at work, so I couldn't join, about El-Rufai not being in Asiwaju's cabinet. You see, Asiwaju that I know, when you look at all the current politicians in Nigeria, those who are still alive, Asiwaju comes first in one thing. He does not forget the people that works with him. If you see many of these politicians from Lagos and all the Southwest countries today, some of them have been with Asiwaju for over 30 years. Some of them started from somewhere, and he raised them to becoming who they are today. So he knew, or let me say he knows, that El-Rufai worked for him. And he would have loved to reward El-Rufai, but if there's no big reason, El-Rufai will have been rewarded bigly. The reason, I'm a student of politics. What I see is this: when El-Rufai name was announced, together with the names of nominees, a former senator from Kaduna in the name of Shehu Sani was interviewed by Arise and Channel, and he advised Asiwaju never to allow El-Rufai in his cabinet. So they asked him why. He said El-Rufai is power conscious. Even though he will be a minister, but he will be acting as a deputy or as a vice president. And so he will turn the back of Shetima and Tinubu against each other. Shehu Sani said he did that during Obasanjo Atiku, that because he was the minister for Abuja, so he sees himself as the most senior. So he turned Atiku and Obasanjo against each other, that Tinubu should not. So I think Tinubu had that interview. Maybe he did some consultations.
No, I don't think Tinubu would have acted off the back of anything that Shehu Sani said now, because there's a history between Shehu Sani and El-Rufai. So of course he's speaking from that prism. I think it is more likely that political actors, but a lot of what Shehu Sani actually said, it does apply. El-Rufai is power hungry. El-Rufai does like the limelight. Even if you make him the minister for toilets, he will still be the one. It will still be the one all over the news, acting more potently than the yes, almost even confronting the presidency. That I don't agree what the president said. It's an attention seeker. Yes. But then they always knew that anyway. But I don't think it's anything to do with Shehu Sani.
I want to call our attention to something. El-Rufai is a Fulani man. The vice president, Kashim Shettima, is a Kanuri man. They have history together, the Kanuris and the Fulanis. So their trust is just on political something. We are Northerners, but they never love or they never like each other. I want you to know that. The Kanuris and the Fulanis. So the Kanuris are not to be blamed. The Fulanis are to be blamed because they want to dominate. But the Kanuri fought back and killed the Fulani and got back their land. And up to today, in all the northern, they recall not. The Kanuris are the only one that doesn't answer Emir. So they still call their traditional ruler Shehu. So that is one thing. And then another thing I want us to know is this. El-Rufai will still be compensated. The federal government, the president of Nigeria has more than 5,000 appointments. Asiwaju has not even done 200. So El-Rufai...
Hold on, Richard. What can, and I want us to navigate back to Obaseki Edo in a moment. But what can he be? Because all the plum jobs in the presidency, they've already been taken. All the important positions are already gone. They will still give him. They can still give him something that looks tidy, but they can't give him anything that measures to his weight and his contribution. Unless they sack somebody
you throw him out of the country. You make him ambassador to the UK or US. Throw him out.
Yeah, but that's a demotion now.
In the grassroots. That is how to deal with people like that. You
No,
can keep people outside the country.
no, I don't think El-Rufai will take an ambassadorial. Because it's a lesser position. It wants to be close to the seat of power. Because that's now, and by the way, it's a misstep by Tinubu what they have done, because El-Rufai is one of the few talented people we have in that country. So it should be in charge of something one way or the other, something important. So they politic the country out of the benefits of taking advantage of what El-Rufai has to offer.
Mr. One Man, you cannot sleep when your roof is on fire. You can't sleep in that house. Somebody like that is like dining with the devil. You dine with a very long spoon. You cannot have him.
Yes. Okay. Let me ask you this, and then we get back to the topic. If all of these permutations that you said are known, so why did they submit his name only to embarrass him at the Senate? Because El-Rufai already said he needed a break from governance. He wants to go and do his PhD, whatever it is. So there was that window for them not to have added his name at all, if they thought all of these things that you are saying now. So, and it could have just gone under the banner that I did say that I wanted the break, and they could have done it that way. So why did they bring him all the way to the Senate only to embarrass him publicly?
That is where politics comes in. Asiwaju never won the presidency, but he knew that El-Rufai can deliver Kaduna. So that is why you have to tell him, insist that no, I'm not taking a no for an answer. You have to be in my cabinet so that he can overwork. Now, after getting it, you cannot, you still want to pretend as if I'm not the one stopping you. Okay, I submitted your name. But the chief security officer said they cannot clear you. You understand? So it's like I'm washing my hand and I don't want to enforce you on the chief or national security officer. That is politics. But you understand? You got what you want by winning the presidency. At the same time, you try and play him politically. That's a smart move. I'm not the one stopping you, but the country said, the National Assembly, the chief security officer, they said they can't clear you. You have baggages that you are coming with. So it's a smart move. Now, let's get back to Edo. I believe Shaibu will approach the court, and I believe the court will look at the process, what they lost it, and what was followed in Edo. And I believe he will be paid back. They're supposed to leave the office sometimes later in the year. He might be reinstated before then, or he might be paid all the money owed to him. Because as a young man, being impeached, that's a mess on his record.
No, I don't think it's about money, They are happy to pay him all the money owed him, but they just want to kill him off for this electoral cycle.
Correct.
And by the time it's done, all the legal whatever, the politics would have come, the election would have come and gone. So if they find in his favor, they say pay him compensation, they'll just sign him a check, but essentially they've sworn in this guy so quickly. What are you making of? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
and is he a Yoruba man? Is he a Yoruba man? This guy.
He's from Akoko Edo. It's just like you saying I'm Ekiti, but I'm in Kogi. So politically, the federal government cut off some part of Ekiti to Kogi. So some part of Akoko in Ondo, some Akoko are in Ondo, some Akoko are in Edo. They are the same. But when they were drawn geographically, they called them into Edo State. So they belong to the same senatorial district with Shaibu and Adams Oshiomhole, which is Edo North. So they're in the same senatorial district with the people of Auchi, very close to Ondo and Kogi State. So I don't know how strong he is politically, but the game Obaseki is playing is that in the next election, Edo South, where we have Benin City, has about 51% of the electoral votes, followed by Edo Central, which is Ishan. So they both candidates of the APC and candidates of the PDP are from Edo Central. They are both Ishan man. But the difference is this. PDP man was born and raised in Lagos. He speaks English and Yoruba. He doesn't even speak his own local language. When he went to meet his chiefs, he had an interpreter. But unfortunately for him, the APC guy, Monday Okwebore, is a traditional chief and a serving senator. He's on the street. He was born and raised and all his life in Eshan. So he can speak fluent Eshan language.
So you're saying the PDP guy, he doesn't speak Edo language?
He does, yes. Because I remember very well.
So a bit like Gbadebo or Rose Vivo.
Just like that. So when you are looking at election, that is where he might be defeated. Because this is what they do in America where I live here. Your opposition will first make attempt to define you. Now, APC has defined him as a foreigner. He's a Lagos boy. He's not one of us. He doesn't know where the shoe pinches. He doesn't even speak the local language. So they will see him as, oh, this guy doesn't understand us. He's a fortunate guy. It's true. Their papa is a very wealthy man. And himself and pastor.
So sorry, what's his name? What's his name, this guy?
The Asu Igodalo.
Igodalo, all right.
Yeah.
But that's a prominent name. That's a prominent name in Edo now.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, they were born with silver spoon in their mouth. But the APC guy is a local guy, a chief. So whenever he's speaking to his people, he speak the local dialect. And Asu Igodalo only speak Yoruba and English.
Where do you see the battle in Edo State? Is it
yes.
Is it essentially between APC and Labour Party? Because
Labour Party is not like, I mean, it's not going to be Labour Party. It's going to be PDP and APC. And I believe if APC comes together, they have the upper chance. Because Philip Shaibu is from Edo North. His people will still have sympathy for him. Adams Oshiomole is from Edo North. It still controls the vote there. That is Edo North. Will be one.
And where is the biggest constituency? Where is the biggest?
Which is Benin, Edo Central. Which is
all right.
Now the running mate of APC is from Edo Central, and Bishop, another one that contested against Obaseki last election, is also from Benin City, Edo Central. And don't forget, the Oba is seen as a god in Benin, and they are the Edo Central. They control like 51% of the votes. And Obaseki, actually, the majority of Benin people see Obaseki as a disobedient son. Because
is he in conflict with the Oba?
For the palace.
Is he in conflict with the Oba? Is Obaseki in conflict with the Oba?
Seriously. The Oba had to because he was dragging, when German returned some of the artifacts, Obaseki wanted to block it. So he wanted to take everything. Oba had to go to Abuja multiple times to meet Buhari. That no, the artifacts are called Benin artifacts, not Edo artifacts. They belong to the palace. They belong to the Benin people, not to the state. There's nothing like Edo artifact, but we have Benin artifacts. But this guy was openly, and since then, he's now returned to the palace to say hi to the Oba. And immediately, Tinubu won. You see the Oba again, playing politics, went straight to Tinubu to block Obaseki. And you see that out of all the PDP governors, it's only Obaseki and maybe the guy in Osun State, Adeleke, that are doing it openly. They've never gone to meet Tinubu one-on-one. All the others, including the Labour Party in Abia, has gone to meet Tinubu one-on-one. You might not belong to the same party, but you need to tell this guy, hey, these are the things we want the federal to do. But Obaseki is doing it openly, that I don't need the federal. Now it's time for the federal with Adam Oshiomole to show him in September who owns Nigeria. You don't play with this. I have seen the federal might when I was in Nigeria in 2000 and what was that? The second election. I saw how Obasanjo took over the entire Southwest, except Lagos. He used the federal might to. I'm from Ogun State. We believe Oshoba will win the second term, but they just do the mago-mago. So you can federal might, you don't joke with federal might in Nigeria.
All right, just to start to round off that space, what is your permutation for Edo State now? We can take it for granted that I think somebody that's Olatubosun right there saying Shaibu will walk against the PDP. So another enemy in their stock, and they have a non-indigenous, is an indigene that doesn't speak the language, and you know how traditional they are there. So what's your permutation as to what will happen in September in Edo State? Give us your top three, but give us your permutation to land on that. Yeah.
Okay. If the APC can mend their fences and come together, Oshi Omole should be able to deliver Edo North. Edo Central should be won by APC because the serving senator from there is the APC's candidate. Now, his running mate is from Benin. It's a Benin son. Obaseki is also from Benin, but it's not popular in Benin. So I believe if APC can win 40% of the vote from Benin, they will emerge as a winner. Because that's the truth. Philip Shaibu will do everything to make sure they disgrace Obaseki.
All right. So APC first. Who comes second in that? So APC, PDP, and Labour Party essentially.
I believe so. I don't see Olumide Akpata as a very serious candidate.
But it seems to be gaining somewhat of some sort of traction, though. His name seems to everywhere you go. He's anytime you switch on the news, he's always getting a mention.
Yeah, because most of the people who are on the internet are people from Benin City. Olumide Akpata is a Benin man. People are clamoring that, hey, Obaseki is from Benin. Why is it that his successor will also be from Benin? Let the power go to the Edo Central. So Akpata will not have vote from Edo North and Edo Central. His vote will come from Benin, from Edo South. And don't forget, both PDP and APC also have their foot on the ground in Benin, which is Edo South. So that's why I don't see him emerging as even the second. It's likely to come distant third.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me take you on from there, Richard, to this better Edo narrative. They've recovered apparently 30 billion naira. So, I mean, it's just it's quite shocking and somewhat disappointing as well, because we thought we turned the corner, but really we're still on the same boat. You know, how long was she? She wasn't there for 6 months. And they are recovering 30 billion naira from her. So what are you making of Better Edu, the sums recovered, and the ongoing investigation?
Okay, to begin with, number one, the love I have for Dr. Better Edu, seeing her as very strong, young Nigerian who is ready to take over.
Hold on, Bishop. Hold on, rather, Richard. We all know the love you have for her. This is the love you have for her. The love you have for her is the love that we all have for her. Look at this guy.
What you man go do?
Carry on.
To be honest with you, I don't want to believe that the 30 billion is from her. It might be from Ajia, Shadia, the lady that was there during Buhari. It might be part of that. So I don't want to. I find it difficult because, you know, when you love somebody, you don't want them to come short of expectations.
Even setting aside the likeness you have for her, it's difficult to believe. I don't believe that she would have had that large budget allocation for her to be able to steal 30 billion. So yes, I somewhat agree. I mean, what's 30 billion in 6 months as a budget?
Yes.
And of course, she's not stolen everything. So that's to tell you that they would have given her 100. No.
Yeah, I think it's from our predecessor. But this is what I believe in. If I were her, because she was very close to the First Lady, I believe she has her personal phone number. And I believe she has the VP's phone number. If I were her, the first person I would call is Madam. Because women have very great influence on men. So when Baba comes home, you take care of him. And then you say, Papa, what about this, your daughter? You say, who is my daughter? Better now. I beg, forgive him. You know, go get choice. So I believe Better should have cried and begged Remi Tinubu to talk to Oga. I believe she should have done the same thing with Shetima. That I really seriously want Mr. President to give us.
But I think it was important for them to example somebody very early in the administration. Yes. So to set the tone
exactly.
as a
Exactly. Because you know the reason why that ministry is so important. Number one, we have Nigerians who need help to get up. We have Nigerians who are pensioners. We have Nigerians who never worked federal or state job. So they don't have pension and they are retired, suffering. Trust me, when former governor of Ekiti, Fayemi, was giving old people 5,000, come and see the happiness in these old men and women. So you and I, we might think 5,000 is nothing. But when you give people 10,000, 15,000, it will solve part of their problem. So I want the president to see that ministry as one of the very, very important ministries. And just come up with ways that you can track the transfer of money to people. Call Better to the room with maybe...
that particular ministry should be heavily digitalized. There should be... Do you remember that when Sadiya Farouk, who was the person... She used to carry bags of money around market and be handing it and making videos.
We can't.
You know, she just stole everything. That's a dear Farouk.
We cannot do that again. So I believe the president loves Better, because for the president to have given her that responsibility, he sees her as his daughter. So it's difficult for the president to now say, for just that, I don't want Better again. I believe at a point after EFCC finishes their what they are doing, the president will call her. Maybe.
But the case is so public. The case is so public. I suspect they might sacrificial lamb her. You know, because so many people are watching. You know.
Yeah, people are watching, but there are ways the president can say, okay, Better did a very wrong thing, but she did not. I mean, what she did is that she took 500 billion or so, or 500 million from the account into a private account. So the president will say, okay, the intention was good, but she did the wrong thing, and we are forgiving her. You understand? There are ways the president can... I mean, to me, I think...
Patrick, I mean, the optics is not going to be very good. It's I mean, she what she did is against the law.
It's against the law, yes.
Embezzlement of fund, and we saw huge amounts. 30 billion. 30 billion.
No, we are not sure if the 30 billion is from her.
No, that is what the report, that is what came out from the report of the EFCC. They recovered the money. That is what they recovered from her.
You know, they're actually investigating 3 people in that ministry.
From her. I mean, according to what one man read to us, from her account, several accounts from our own hand, 30 billion naira.
But to me, I would say, where did she get the money?
So I will bring my jale.
Àwọn ọmọ kékèké ayé ìsìn wọ́n lè pa ìlú yẹn o. Particularly the lady. Look at all those one, the her predecessors.
Agency. Or something like that.
Kilode, they were just they were just looting the money. Oh yeah, Egbe.
Richard, let me play you a clip of our Better Edu in action. So this is
I love her attitude towards work.
All right. After this clip, maybe you want to revise that. So the person you'll be hearing in this video is our hairdresser. So this is our Better Edu's hairdresser telling us about her.
Honorable Angel, did you see what Madam just did to us? She wrote here, Vicky, this is your own. She just said Vic. And I opened the envelope. When I opened the envelope, behold, all the staff were smiling, celebrating all the staff. It is too much. This is too much for lunch. This is too much for lunch. This is too much.
I don't want to. Let me know what
The madam she was talking about is better. She's giving her hairdresser she's a 30-year-old girl, though, by the way, giving her hairdresser $1,000 tip for lunch. You know, so
your money being given away.
Only.
Shaibu is not 30, woman. Stop spinning.
He has no regard for the dollars. You just just take this for lunch. We're talking about, I saw at least $500 bills.
No, it was $100 bills, but I think there was about $1,000 to say for lunch. You know, yeah. I know you have a very strong hourly rate, but how long will it take you reach out to earn $1,000? Give me somebody.
Tax. You know how much goes on taxation in Western world? Everywhere in Western world. How much goes on taxation? I mean,
so yeah, she should be made an example of. It's really, yeah.
Misuse the opportunity. She misused it. She misused it because when she went to Shiloh, she said that how many of our age mates actually sit down with president to discuss matters of the country. That's an opportunity, a golden opportunity. Sitting with the president, an exalted position to discuss the country. Okay, what's the next thing to do? What do we do? Okay, I will send you to Maduguri. Go and do this tomorrow. Go and do that. And you see policemen who are making 30,000 running here to protect you. This is how you've been spending the money?
All right. There's additional information coming out, Richard. Let me just read you it. It says EFCC Beta Edu not investigated for 30 billion naira. In recent developments, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has issued a clarifying statement regarding ongoing investigations involving Beta Edu, shedding light on misconceptions and misinformation circulating on social media platforms. Contrary to rumors, Beta Edu is not under investigation for any alleged misappropriation of 30 billion naira. Instead, the EFCC has confirmed that the investigation pertains to a significant amount, specifically 587 million naira. Furthermore, it has been emphasized that Beta Edu is not associated with any scrutiny related to funds transferred to 50 bank accounts. The distinction between her case and another individual, Halima Shehu, who is being investigated for misappropriating 44.8 billion naira without any official approval, has been made clear. Mr. Adamu, an investigator with EFCC, reiterated these points, emphasizing the need to separate fact from fiction and to discern the truth amidst what appears to be a concerted effort to discredit Beta Edu through a media campaign of calumny. So it looks as though, like you rightly said, is the sum total of so many wrongdoings within that parastatal.
The 30 billion is from Ajia Farouk Umar. Oh, Shadia. Umar.
No, it's some Halima Shehu. I think you know the one that quickly she passed away for about 40 billion, and then she said she made a mistake.
Director General of those who gave out the fund. She's from Katsina State with Mr. Former President. And I still remember very well when she was invited by the Senate during her confirmation. Retired Colonel, now Senator Yaradua, stood out for, because Yaradua is from Katsina too. Yaradua said, this Ajia is from a very prominent family in Katsina, that our late father was one of the leaders in Katsina. But you can see how the daughter messed up the name of the father. Huh? It's sad.
This young girl, this young lady, what do they want to do with so much money? Like, what do they want to do? I don't get it. What do they want to do?
Aja, what kind of question is that? What kind of question is that, Ajan Lekuku?
I did my Baba Jane Koko. Let me tell you this. I did my NYC in Kano. So I spent 14 months in Kano City. Let me tell you, these Fulani girls are very expensive. They go to Dubai, they want to wear chain, ring, golden, everything. And then you see them covering their ear every day. They go to Saluno, they wash their hair, but they don't, they wash their hair, they treat it, but I mean, based on traditional or religion, they have to cover it. But to marry a Fulani lady, if you don't have money, you can't maintain her. They are very expensive.
All right. Richard, let me move you on to this space. Exclusive. Police place Chioma Okoli on watch list over Ericso product review. Right Immigration Service to deny her exit from Nigeria, arrest her on site. So be careful what you say when you go to Nigeria. If you go to Mama Put and you don't like the food, don't complain. You could end up in prison. What crime exactly has this? She said she doesn't like your product. So, I mean, does the law oblige her to like your product? Yeah, I mean.
No. Mr. Woman, it's more than that. She made a mistake because she said people are dying. She said the product is too sugary or salty. Then she went ahead to say, as if the product were poisoned, that people are dying. It was like somebody sent her to destroy that man's sweat. So I think the only thing they can do now is to set you out of court. It happens here in the US too. You see people who never been to a medical practice. They just go ahead and write, that doctor is a very bad doctor. I don't like that practice. Oh, they didn't treat me very well. So even here and globally, government is looking for a way or ways of really vetting what people pass about other businesses. Because comment like that will distract other people from patronizing that business. She should have just said, oh, this product was too sugary. Well, I've been using it, but I'm disappointed. But for you to now go ahead and say, people are dying, it's poisoned, it's killing people. That's why, I mean, and that man has vowed. But she can't do, I don't know if she can to beg that man.
Has the lady brought anybody out that was killed by that product to substantiate her claim?
Why she got it wrong. She doesn't have no evidence.
It should go to jail. It should go to jail.
No, I beg go. Biko. She's pregnant too. Joe. If she can get some elders.
Richard, do you know why I'm saying this? Do you know stress people pass through to build a business in that country?
It's very difficult.
It's very difficult, my brother. As somebody who just came out and just bastardized your business like that?
I don't know our intention to have gone that far that people are dying. It's killing people. You don't go that far. That's like you have an intention.
I think the reaction of the business owner is too extreme. And I think the negative publicity that is getting off the back of this is going to do more. If that girl had done her, how many people saw the review? But how many people are aware of it now? You know, so I think he shot himself in the foot. Yes, CNN. This girl was interviewed on CNN. You see, I think it's going to suffer a real reputational damage off the back of what is done.
The man is a very stubborn man. So I believe the only people that can beg him are either the traditional ruler of his place and the elders. He's a very stubborn man. Very, very stubborn. He has made up his mind that no, he's prepared to die. I don't know.
Yes, there's Agidi.
He said it openly on the national TV. He said, I will spend my life cover to destroy God.
It's true. These
Hey,
days,
it's silly though. Were you aware of the review before this case?
No.
Who knew that the girl say your something has too much sugar? Who knew? Oh God, the guy is an idiot.
He did not handle that thing as he's an elderly man. There are some things as an elderly man. You even invite her and you say, okay, you are going to do an ad for us. So give her some money to do ad for us, ad for you and praise you. There are ways you can, do something. But people have to be flexible. But the man is so rigid.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space, Richard. Emirates to resume flights to Nigeria in June. So this is the federal government. They've cried wolf around this particular narrative far too often, but they've mentioned it quietly now. So what are you making? And there seems to be somewhat some truth or veracity to this one now. So what are you making of Emirates resuming their flights? And do you think this is do you think there's an element of the going on with Air Peace that has led them to try to reconnect before Air Peace kills their business?
It's a possibility. It's a possibility. If they resume, I will see it as a win-win. Number one, that route is a very lucrative route. When I was in Kano as a youth corper, it was only 30,000 or so from Kano to Dubai. So it was cheap. And we see all these Hajia, they will go and they will go and buy multiple things and ship it because they have a boutique. So Emirates too, they know they are losing money because it's one thing to deal with a country. It's another thing to deal with a country whose people has purchasing power. Nigerians have money to spend. Emirates is losing. So it will be a win-win. And don't forget, I believe Air Peace must have applied for that route. So their government will tell them, hey, before we approve this guy, you better go back.
No, they are already on that route. In fact, yes, and I think they just now increased their complement of flights as well. Yeah.
So Emirates have no choice. They will be losing money because Nigerians have money.
May I interject, please?
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should handle the June dates with caution because I listened to Keamu's interview this morning with Arise, Bati and the lady. He did not say outrightly June. They kind of put it in his mouth. He said he has a letter on his phone and he has a hard copy of it from the Emirates airline saying that they are preparing their aircraft and they will be in Nigeria soon. So they were asking Keamu repeatedly, is it before June, May, July? You should tell them something. At the end of the day, they themselves, the interviewer, settled for June. That's how that June, everybody's running with June now. So I hope when June arrives and they are not here, they will not go to town and say, Aso Rock has messed up again.
Okay,
so that's my interjection.
That's good. Thank you for that information. So I believe they too will want to hasten it because in business, you want to hold on to your customers. If you lose your customers, you need to do a lot of promo to win them back. So if Air Peace wins all those customers, for you to drag them from Air Peace again, you might have to lessen your own tickets. So definitely, they know Nigerians have money. It's true, some of our people might be doing stupid things over there. But right now, the CBN is ready to pay them. I believe they've gotten all the backup money. So Nigeria is no more owing them. So right now, we have excess dollars to give them their money back immediately. So they are coming in to make money, not to be owned by Nigeria again. And I believe they know Air Peace is on the route. They don't want to lose their customers. So that's a threat for them to allow Air Peace to take over all the customers. One man.
Sorry, I was muted. Let me take you to this space. CBN prohibits use of foreign currency as collateral for Naira loans. I never even knew that was a thing. So do you know that space, and do you have any thoughts on it?
To be honest with you, I'm reading it for the first time too. But this is just one of the evils committed by our bank directors and our banks, especially in the last the last 10 years of Emefiele. That is why it is dangerous to pick from former bank director to be the CBN governor. Because as soon as they get there, they already have their people. So they will use the opportunity of the position to steal dollars and accumulate money. How can you be saying, okay, I approach you, I want to borrow money for business, and you are saying my collateral has to be dollars? So that means they are doing some shady black market deals. For instance, when you look at throughout the Buhari administration, the gap between the official rates and the black market, the parallel market, was enough to make somebody a millionaire overnight. And that was what Emefiele was doing. That was what he did throughout. The black market, the gap between is for you to just say, hey, Mr. One Man, I'll give you $1 million as a loan. Then go gather some black market people, exchange it, and return the money in 10 days. You will thank him that, yes, I will return your $1 million in 10 days. So that was what Emefiele was doing with his people. Give them $1 million at the
let me play you this clip, Richard. I think this explains it better than you are explaining it now, or this captures it succinctly. Listen to this.
All right.
That is the sign of landing of big money when MFL give you Jala in official rank.
I love the Awusa, but I love the ASM, big money.
You see, but that's the storyline, isn't it? That is the sound of big money when Emefiele gives you Naira at official. It's double your money now. It's double your money instantly. Some people just sit in their mansion, pick up the phone to him and say, how much is in the thing? Cut me a slice. Unbelievable stuff.
Those who had access to Emefiele in the last 10 years, because he started doing...
They are billionaires now. You know how many billionaires Buhari made? Dollar billionaires, so including that to the Shaibu that he took on a plane to London when he was escaping.
Including this guy, something Lawa, the current governor of Zamfara. He was the director at, I think, First Bank or Union Bank. That is why he came in to politics. He had the money to contest. And even Abia State governor, what's his name again?
Akwazu. Is it Akwazu?
Abia is
Alex Otti.
Alex Otti. These guys have blood in their hand. Their hands are not clean. We might be praising them today, but the shady deal they did in this country is one of the reason why Nigerians are poor today. It's one of the reasons why some of our people are dying of diseases, curable diseases. They don't have money to go to hospital. These people mess up their economy. And you can see, according to the current CBN governor, when he came in.
Richard, let me put a position to you, please. But people will be crying that this government is not doing anything. Look at this headline one man just gave you now. That is abnormality. Why are we dollarizing our economy? This guy is reversing it. It's a mobile app. There are many developments that we don't even know that Buhari has really. For people who say this government they are not working, they are not doing anything. I don't get it. Continue, my brother.
Yes, I understand. You see, everybody on this planet is a fortunate Nigerian. We might not have big money in the bank, but we are fortunate because we have opportunity of access to electricity, access to the network or internet, access to information. But the grassroots people, until they can afford to buy gari and they can afford to eat their pounded yam again, whatever you are doing in Aso Rock doesn't concern them. So they are suffering today because the Naira doesn't have big power and things are so expensive. So you can be doing everything possible, but until they can afford to eat 3 square meal, until they can afford to pay their their children's school fees easily, they won't give you no credit until that is done. So that is why I believe Tinubu need to sit up. Number one, this is April. By May 1 is Workers' Day. You need to push out a new minimum wage immediately so that people can. I remember I was in Nigeria in 1999, 2000, 2001, when Obasanjo did the new minimum wage. That was when I was in OAU. That was then you start seeing what?
You know, they are meant to do that in every 5-year cycle. They are meant to review the minimum wage. But I don't think they've done it since Goodluck Jonathan.
Well, Jonathan did not do too. So people are hungry. So Tinubu need in 1 month's time, salary must change. I want to beg him. And then if you are calling back my girlfriend, better do so immediately. If not, please put on another person. That ministry is too important. The Senate has passed the budget. The president has signed the budget. Money is sitting down in your account for that ministry. You need to help some people to get out of poverty. If people can feed very well, if young graduates can be given some loan to start their businesses, you will see smile on the faces of people. We cannot, it's dangerous. Let me say this. It's dangerous for us to allow people to go to bed hungry. Number one, they will be dying. Number two, pregnant women. When you are pregnant and you are not well fed, it affects the development of the embryo or the fetus. And we want citizens with well-developed brain. We don't want people who go to school and will not understand what they've been taught. You put them to places to learn job. They cannot because we have we put their pregnant mothers in a bad position when they were carrying the pregnancies. So it's very important for the Ministry of Health to tell the president that the pregnant women has to be taken good care of. Once, and another thing I want us to know is this: those of us who have the opportunity, the way human being grows, there's what we call stunted growth. That is when you are 1 year old. If you miss that growth, when you are 5 years old, if you don't get to where you should get to, and now you are 20 years old, you are saving money. All the years you have missed, you cannot recover. The brain has not grown. It will never grow again. Physically, if you have missed those growth pattern that God has put in our places, you will never get it back again. So the government needs to know that.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you for kicking it off excellently. So that's Richard, of course. Stay with us, Richard. I'll do it in this order. I'll go to Baba, and then from Baba to Ajande Koko. Baba, you're up next. Baba.
Hey, woman. A very fine evening to you.
Same to you.
I salute you all, and there are people in the comment section. I greet you. More punch to your fingertips. To our viewers, please, it's like you've forgotten to click the right like button. I'm reminding you, do so right away, please, and share and subscribe. Okay, I will thank you later for that. Yes, one man. If I go into your topic, there is a question I've been asking from the comment section in the last couple of days, and no one has answered that question. It's about Aburi's convention in Newi. Otis deputy, that is the Abia governor, attended that convention. And it was him that declared Abure the chairman of the party. So, and no deputy governor will go out and attend a function of that magnitude without the express approval of the governor. So I'm a little bit not comfortable with that, because until we get the permutation, I mean, the reason behind that deputy going there, all our permutation about the activities going on in the Labour Party, Abure, the obedient movement will come to naught. It's all moot, M-O-O-T. That's what it is, because a deputy governor attended that convention. So we have to look into that, because if that deputy governor was not authorized, he would have been questioned or queried. But there has been some silence. So anybody that's looking or doing an overview of what is happening in that party have to take that into consideration. So one man does it for that. So police place Shioma Okoli on watch list.
Sorry, Baba. I've got something for you on that space before you move on.
Okay.
Somebody sent this in. Have I got it? All right, carry on. I'll get it for you in a moment. Carry on.
Okay. Police place Shioma Okoli on watch list over. This is an overkill. I don't know. They were there when the Binance guy escaped.
Baba, your connection is a bit shaky.
Oh, that's strange. How about now?
One man, we can hear him loud and clear. Maybe it's
is
from
it
your
me?
side.
Exactly.
It's from you.
All right, carry on, Baba.
Okay. I think this is an overkill. It's like using a sledgehammer to kill an ant. The lady actually messed up, because the original tweet, or was it on Facebook, she placed that her first thought was not too damaging. But then the younger brother of the Aries coach man saw that message and rebuked her. She pushed back on the rebuke, and in fact went further to say, this product that is killing people, it's like, go tell your brother that his product is killing people. And someone also tweeted that, do we destroy him? And Chioma replied, done already. So I think that is what actually informed the Erisco guy to go after her. I know Erisco have been having a running battle with importers of tomato paste for over 6, 7, 8 years, trying to protect its own industry. You know, these same importers of tomato paste crippled Dangote's tomato processing factory in the north. It did a lot of damage. So that was, it's frantic. If you understand, you can understand why he's frantic. He said, look, I have $15 million facility from two of my partners in China, and this is shaking everything up. The Chioma was not patient enough, like most of us Nigerians. We don't read, we just don't jump into conclusion. I'm saying this thinking or believing that she was not actually sent by importers. She should have read on that tomato tin. It was written clearly, part of the ingredients for that particular brand. You know, there are different brand of it, tomato puree, blah, 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 and things like that. But the one she bought contains sugar, actually. If she had read it, she would have found out that sugar is part of the ingredients in that particular tomato she bought, the tin. So, and Erisco was it. That explains why the sugary taste of it. Because if she doesn't want that, she would have picked another kind of blend of tomato. That is, and NAFDAC already approved that product. So if she is an authorized reviewer of products, all she will have done is call customer service, because the numbers are there, or call NAFDAC that approved that product in the first place. But to go to town and condemn a product wholesale in the manner she did is what actually draw the eye of the man, IRA. And the man went after her.
But Baba, it is common practice for consumers to write, especially these days, to write online reports on products. And they can criticize as they deem fit. I don't think she's not obliged to call customer service if she wants to.
You have to come from the space of knowledge. You see, this blogging thing has become an all-comers affair. Even a 7-year-old can declare himself or herself a blogger and will go to town. It's like free speech. I can do what I like. You cannot do what you like. Particularly, look, one man to arrange to build up a factory is not a one-day thing. It takes time. It takes guts, sweat, blood. You have to have a big heart.
I'm surprised that so many people are backing this man over this lady. I'm still of the thought that she's entitled to write whatever she likes about the product.
No, one man, no, you don't have, because you are not qualified. In the heydays pre-cyberspace, where everybody is now a journalist, people who do review, they are eminently qualified to do so. They have paper qualification even to do it. You cannot be in agriculture and condemn an aviation product.
Baba, there's a guy, they call him the white van man. All he does is he sits in his van and reviews hamburgers. And it is very, very popular, and he will slam a burger company and they will go and beg him, and he will praise another one and they will invite him. So, this is the nature of the world we're in now. You are entitled as a consumer to reflect on the product that you've bought and share your thoughts. And your screen, Baba, they say police place her on watch list. If they are placing her on watch list and sending immigration, what are they doing to Boko Haram? What are they doing to Boko Haram? If somebody
brought up that you allow a Binance man to escape, you didn't remember to put that Binance man on watch list, but a kind of little lady somewhere you are putting on watch list is because CNN and some international, I think New York Post or so, they pick up the matter already. Is that why the police are doing that? That maybe they will push out of the country, and a lot of women bodies in Nigeria also rooting for her and things like that. The thing has gone international, and I'm not swayed by crocodile tears. Maybe that is what's swaying a lot of people. She crying, the woman thing. I'm pregnant and she's crying, but she knows she knew what she did was wrong. She's trying to beg, but like Richard said, she should have gone maybe back to Erisco's village to beg the chief, to beg him, because the guy has gone far. Even when she was initially given bail, police bail, the guy protested.
You know, if there's a GoFundMe to
But she
back
will
this
make a
girl up,
fortune.
I will bring it here. If anybody, if it's
I will not
existing,
give you shishi, according to
I will put money in it. I mean,
I will
it's
not
just
give you
it's
shishi.
unconscionable, this sort of behavior.
Oh, you don't know, oh man. Seriously speaking, you don't do that to people's business. You don't destroy people's business. More so when you have not even done anything in your life. Your life is just starting. I mean, it's not easy. You don't. And there is a process to everything. She should have called the customer service in the first place, and she couldn't even find the tin. They said, we want to see the tin, so we will know the batch. And if we still have the badge in our warehouse, we
Who
want to.
keeps the thing? She would have thrown it in the
That
bin.
is
Now, what
where
sort
she
of
doesn't have the
ridiculous?
experience. She's not qualified. Those who do it, they are qualified. They will keep the tin. The tin of the tomato, they will keep it because they know it might boil down to this. So she just either, I'm discounting it now that she was not sponsored. That's why I'm speaking like this. If she's sponsored, that's a different ballgame entirely. You understand? Because business is competition, particularly a product that's for consumers, which also these products are perishable. You don't just come out and attack it like that. They do it all everywhere. They do those on the cyberspace. They do it, but most of those people they hide. But you are in Nigeria and you are doing it. You think the man will let you go? Maybe if he's in Britain, Canada, or in America, or Australia, maybe he should have gotten away with it. Maybe. But you in Nigeria, you are destroying my product and you want me to let you go free? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Now she has been charged. Even Erisco sued her again. Double jeopardy, I consider that. But then the lawyers at least will know what to do about that. Because she's in serious trouble. Serious trouble. Cyber crime and then criminal defamation. She's in serious trouble.
All right, brilliant. Baba, let me take you from there to a different space. Going on in Edo State, I'm sure you are tracking it. Your take on that space. A new deputy governor, a Yoruba man in Edo State.
Well, I don't, this Yoruba thing and this thing, leave that one alone because
I've said that to rankle the the people from
I know
they
that AD already is grabbing Oga by the throat there about the Yorubaness of it. Even Obaseki, these are children gold spoon. I will not even say silver spoon. They are gold spoon children. Even the one Richard referred to, what's his name now? The PDP guy. They all grew up in Lagos.
or something.
They are all Ikoyi children. All of them, Igodelo and all of them. Even Obaseki himself doesn't speak any local dialect. He speaks Yoruba fluently. You know, the father was a judge of this courts of appeal, or president of courts of appeal, I can't remember. So they are gold spoon children. So they don't speak anything. But the way it looks like it's going there, I think the LP guy coming from have been the former president of the Bar Association may nick it, actually.
The governorship?
Yeah, the governorship, because he is Benin.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so, because no Benin man, I think, has been governor in this political cycle. I don't think there's a Benin person that has been. It's all been other sides of the Edo state. But for Shaibu, you get my point. I think Kama has the addresses of everyone on Mother Earth. So it's Kama that has said something to him in form of impeachment. Because if you...
The current governor, Obaseki, is a Benin man, and he's serving 2 terms.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. He's from Benin. So Apata is also from Benin. So that is the only thing against Apata's gubernatorial position at the moment, but they just might make it because they are more in by population, and most of them, are obedient so far up to this moment. So that's why I think he may just succeed. But as for Shaibu, I think he asked for it and he got it. Because you cannot betray somebody and think you will get away with it. So he has been impeached, and going to court, and Yoruba say, there is nothing. November is by the corner. We are already in April. It's 5 months away. All they will do is bog down his high court cases against his impeachment. And by the time November has come and gone, another person is sworn in as governor, and that is it for him. So it's a political lesson for him. And I think it's a lesson for others who think they can betray somebody and get away with it.
You know, Machiavelli said that never try and outdo the master.
Don't outshine the master. I think it's 48 hours of
yes.
48 laws of power.
Of power, yes.
Never that's about your master. The 23, the 23rd or so, as do not outshine the master. And he has outshined the master. He has seen the consequences. He thought it's a joke, but that joke has come to reality. And good for him. Good for him, I would say.
All right, excellent. A little caption on this one, Baba. Late Ondo Governor Akeredolu's wife, Betty, remarries his younger brother. So the Shupo culture, I think this is what is in play here.
That this is the height of ridiculousness. What? I've not seen this in the news cycle.
No, it happened a couple of days ago, actually.
I've not seen it.
Proper wedding. He went to Imo State or wherever she's from to go and have her hand again.
Is this a joke or something?
No, it's not a joke.
Aburo Shulokpo.
They do it. It's a common practice in Ondo State. So, but then the only thing is, usually in the time passing, if the person does not have a child, they usually transfer the wife.
But this case is different. Madam is already 70 years old.
Even she's old. She herself is older than Akeredolu himself, the late Akeredolu. Now marrying the younger brother,
you mean the woman is older than Akeredolu?
No, yes. She's not older than Akeredolu.
No, I think she's 3 years older. She's older. She's older.
She is. She's older
about 3 years older than Akeredolu. Yes.
The husband.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yes, I think
I'm
so.
Very
yes.
sure.
So how old is the brother she's getting married to now?
That's why I'm asking that
question. That was even younger. He's even younger.
He married the younger brother.
I think she loved the Akeredolu family.
I thought the Yorubas have forgotten about this tradition. It's a long time I've heard of this thing. Very long time.
Some Yorubas have forgotten their culture. People are
but I think we have gone past that.
Hold on. Let rational mind come in. Yeah.
Baba, some of the Yorubas, let me not include you, but then most of the Yorubas, especially you people, the Yorubas from your axis and we in Ondo State, we still stick to the tradition. We still do it. I don't know. I was saying that.
But the Ondos, they are borderline Yoruba, Even my wife is Ondo, by the way, but they are not. They are more Edo. You can tip them over the river and call them Edo now.
One man. One of the oldest town or city in the entire Yoruba is Owo. One of the oldest, and up to today, the largest palace in the entire Nigeria is the Palace of the Olowo. That's the largest palace.
I don't know. If you look at the renowned Yoruba professors that wrote Yoruba.
But rational man, why did you reject them when they are trying to show up for you? Why did you reject it?
Well, me only me bukata promote me. You don't allow me come handle it.
I think what happened is that Akere the loose brother might have lost his own wife too. Now you are single, I am now single.
You don't have to lose your wife. I mean, they do that. It's a common practice, even though it's
Shorty mora olójú tẹ́lẹ̀ kí ẹ̀gbọ́n tó kú ni àbí báwo.
It's just for political reasons now.
Tó bá ti ṣí lópó tó ti fẹ́ra wọn kí ló dé tó lè mú balẹ̀.
To lọ sí he went to Imo State to go and remarry her again. What are you saying?
Tó bá try a kọ bí àkùkọ ni o, a kọ bí àkùkọ.
What it go? I mean, who wants to marry Betty at this age? I mean, somebody at almost like 70. I mean, what are you talking about?
Oda.
The winner here is Akeredolu's junior brother, which means he is going to inherit everything his brother had.
The children are adults. The children are. She's a grandmother. You think the children will let her give things out like that? There's going to be fight. We've not had the beginning of the case. He has not even started the case.
Professor. He's a professor.
So
he will inherit everything his brother left behind now.
What about the children?
I'm not calling my barra.
Who told you that? Okay. We'll hear more stories. Is this interesting? Yeah, this is chapter 1.
But they should have waited for at least for like a year. What a dura.
I nothing more around you.
I think it's just to back her up, just to say we married you for life. I don't think it will never see her again. She will still stay in her own home. I don't think it's anything.
No, there is no to this. This is a political move.
Can I tell you one experience? There's a family member that do that same thing.
Experience,
but they just
Thomas is
now is a family member. They do the
privacy. Leave their privacy to them. Don't say anything about.
No, I didn't mention name. I didn't mention name. But what I'm just trying to say is sometimes they do the shukbo something, but the man will never touch the woman. They will just do it for traditional sake, but the man will never touch the woman. I've seen that before.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
Yes. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay.
I think when a king dies, the tradition is that the new king should post the oloris in the palace. Is that
of course, but they put them in the backyard, and not like he's marrying them. I think Oni of Ife inherited wife, Alaki of Egbal and inherited wives too, but they are always in the background. It's like members of the family, but they are not in the bedroom. So, but I think this I suspect could be a political move. You know, this woman has political problem with Ayedatiwa, and they are going into election cycle. And remember, her first son also had gubernatorial ambition too. You know, he was a commissioner under the father's cabinet, in his father's cabinet. So I think there is a political move about this. So let's wait and see. There is much more to this story than meets the ordinary eye.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space, Baba. Nigeria government unveils mobile app to track MDA's performance. So this is another blue sky innovation by the very innovative administration institution at the moment. The federal government of Nigeria has launched a mobile application that allows citizens to track the activities and performance of ministries and government agencies using their deliverables and key performance indicators. So the mobile application, which is tagged Citizens Delivery Tracker, was unveiled by the Office of the Special Advisor to the President, Hadiza Usman. So what are you making of this innovation that nowhere to run. This forces performance, doesn't it?
Yes, I think anything Ashwaju is doing that is novel in our own political space, I'm always for it. So I would rather leave it to rational mind to critique it. So let me rather talk on Edu's plight at the moment. So I leave rational mind to this one because I'm all supporting it. I'm all supporting it, embracing it. So the better I do thing, I think she will be given a soft landing somehow, but she will not come back into the cabinet. The tragedy of it is that competent, yes, I think she's competent. Overzealous, yes. A thief, the juries are not yet out on that. I don't know because I look at is it Tijani, the Minister of Interior? Is it
Boso
Tijani?
Tijani, yes, Boso Tijani.
Boso Tijani, who was even somehow complicit. If you look at what he's doing at the moment for the country, do you take that as a scorecard that can let us just forget about his activities with the EDU's ministry? I'm a little bit leaning towards sympathizing with him because what he has done, if only for the passport thing, it's amazing to me. I'm still wondering how he managed it, because you talked about 2 months ago. You talked about the passport office in UK calling your home and telling them about your passport being ready or something like that. And there have been several people to whom they even posted their passports. And I have even gone to the consulate in New York, and I think 4 days. Yeah, 4 days. Is it for Tuesday to Thursday? That's, I think, 3 days to get to renew a passport. So it's those.
Baba, can I please tell you my experience in Australia?
Go ahead, please.
Yes, the embassy is in Canberra, which is the capital of the country. They brought their biometric machine to my own state, which is Victoria, in Melbourne. They did the capturing for us. They took our data back to Canberra, and in less than 3-4 weeks, they sent my passport to my house.
Has it happened before?
So easy. So easy. The last passport I got from Nigerian house. That is how it's very easy, my brother.
But if it can be done, if it can be done this way, so why has it not always been done this way? It's not. It's not even. Look at what we are praising them for. These are things we take for granted everywhere else. That you apply for a passport, you meet the criteria, and they send it to you. Is that not what should happen as a matter of, the bar is just so low in that country. We are applauding that they are doing something so basic.
We are easy to satisfy. And I think, look at what we are praising, exactly what you said. But it's worth it because even right from the 70s, I will tell you confidently, right from the 70s, it has never been easy getting a Nigerian passport. Never a time. All my adult years, I've found it easy. It's always pushing it with money and sending somebody. And what about those who hasn't got money? Some people have applied, they never even got it. It frustrated a lot of people. But this young man coming to do a lot, and he's been doing all other things, exemplary things with immigration, with prisons, with every other thing. But that little...
Baba, sorry, Jemabino.
Yeah.
Why are we doing another biometrics? Why do I ask that question? In Australia, you don't do another biometric. When your passport expired, they send you new passport. You don't need to go to their embassy and do another biometrics because my fingerprint has never changed. Maybe they may ask for new photos or new pictures, but why are we doing another capturing and biometrics? My finger never changed. My finger thumbs will be like that forever. So I don't get it.
No, I
Thank you.
think they are introducing new software, because when I went to the consulate, for instance, I met some Koreans there. I'm sure, yeah, they are Koreans right at the consulate, working the system with them. In fact, when I went on that Tuesday and they told me to come on Friday I went there. They are trying to check their own computers, I think, on one of the floors, and it was not giving them access. So they have to go to the 5th floor, where the Korean said, okay, come to my office. That is the officer. Follow me to my office, bring the file along. And on that same floor, they print it there. So I thought they were even joking, because this was after 4 already on a Friday evening, and they told me to wait. And around 5, the guy came downstairs and gave me my passport. That was how 3 days I got it. So what I'm saying, the bar is low, but what Yoruba says, you understand? That little thing he has done, you understand, it rankles me, that with this brilliance, with this forbearance, with this scale of competence you have, why involve in this? I think he got about 400 million, if I'm correct. So how is he going to escape that? Because the opposition will not let him breathe. Anytime you talk about Edu, you will remember him. And I think Edu too is competent. Given
but he did not do anything criminal, though, Baba.
In my own lexicon,
all he did was to get a contract from the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, which is,
no, woman, we've argued this before. You are entitled to your opinion, but in my own view, I think it's unethical.
Yes, I'll agree with that, but not criminal.
Not criminal per se, but if he didn't do the job, that is criminal. That is criminal if he didn't do it. So because there's a very thin line that separates that. We don't know if he did it. It was just a way of keeping some money aside and using him as a distributor of that kind of funds. Because that's why I look at Beta Edu too. I think she will have made a good minister, but for that little thing she did, I think they will give her a soft landing, and but she will not be part of it. But I could see her coming back in the next election cycle as a legislator, House of Rep or Senate, to start to build a career back. That's what I see in her future. But for this present 2003 to 2007, I think she's done.
All right, Baba. Let me take you to one more space.
Can I ask a question from Baba?
Yes, of course.
Baba, you say you went to embassy.
Consulate.
So whose portrait do you see on the wall?
On the wall of this thing, I think Tunumbu and head of immigration portrait was there. I can't remember if the minister. I think the minister's home was there, but I can't remember citing it.
You didn't see the portrait of the wife, the first lady?
No, I didn't see. No, I didn't see Oluremi there. No, I didn't, because in that office you go, I think 3rd floor or so, that one where we sit like a crowd, and you have some side offices, and then the other one. But if you look at the window, you'll be seeing
Why would Remi Tinubu's portrait be in the Nigerian consul? Sorry. I don't understand that question, Ajani Koko.
Thank you, one man, for asking that question.
Why would that picture be? She's not anything.
Thank you. I took my brother to the consulate in Atlanta today. We were there together, and I saw the portrait of the first lady there.
What?
That of the president.
Wow, are you for real, Ajale Koko?
It's not a co-presidency. So why will the wife think that's an overkill from overzealous officer who runs that place? That is wrong.
I said, what is this? Is it the consular general that is doing eye service, or why must the portrait of the wife?
Ajale Koko. No, you people are just. I mean, why are you saying this? I mean, did Tinubu himself not do it in Qatar, where he put his two sons before the officials, Nigerian officials? So that's what are we talking about? It's a personal kingdom now to the Tinubus now. What are you talking about? If Tinubu can do it, he has set the pace for them. Everybody do yes and yes.
What are
we talking about? I mean,
it's still of rational mind.
That's not a surprise. He put his two sons, like as if we're running a monarchy, a presidential monarchy. He put his
no vex, rational mind. No vex.
Apparent to the Nigerian president.
No vex, na misdemeanor. We'll slap them on the wrist. No vex.
Rational mind, please. Can I say this? Can we say it could be overzealous of those officials there? Can we say that? Because I don't think the presidency will order the picture of the wife of the president to be in the consulate. Who is she to Nigerian government? It's just mere first lady.
Yeah, I saw it there.
I think you should file a complaint.
Aja, if it's not coming from you, I wouldn't have believed it, honestly. But coming from you, I know it's 101%.
I think somebody should complain about that. It's not.
It's not a co-presidency. So why would an overzealous officer do that?
Yes,
I mean that is strange.
Yeah. So when you were talking about you went to consular, I said, this is your opportunity. I was going to say it.
I didn't observe it.
I said, okay, let me ask Baba. Maybe it's like that in where you went, and So I'm surprised. I was saying, what is going on? Who must have done this? This is she's playing no constitutional role. Her portrait shouldn't be.
It should not be. It's like desecration of that place. I mean, what's she doing there?
I'm gonna email that consular.
I think call the attention to.
I think you should, and I think if you do, you will probably find that other people may have as well. Yes. It's not something. I mean, God, are we Uganda now? Is this
I don't know.
Are we Uganda? Are we Museveni something? What's all this nonsense?
Like Rational Man said, having the son as one of the officials to Qatar recently, it's disgraceful too.
Even putting them ahead of the line of the ministers.
What's going on?
That was poor.
What is going on? Who is doing this?
You guys at the beginning that you people you've created a monster that's going to consume all of this.
Is that Ranka they did something though? You
people don't know. When I say I know,
but it's not uncommon though. Rational Mind, do you remember when Buhari's daughter took the presidential fleet to Bauchi to go and do a school assignment? Do you remember? Exactly. Yes. So it's a culture rather than
Yeah,
well, it was wrong.
Is it right?
That is very wrong. It's not good. They do the Yinka and what's the other one now? They are not ministers. They are not official of the states. If the president wants to introduce them, he will have done that. Should have done that privately, maybe in private dinner in the evening, and take the children to the sultan or whoever is ruling Qatar. But when you have your ministers lined up as dignitary, what's your children doing there? Even if they are there, they should be at the end of the line. Even at that is wrong, because this is state business, not family business. I think those things are things that have to be corrected. Whoever is arranging his protocol has to be warned. They have to be very careful.
All right, Baba. Let me take you to one more space, and then I'll go on from there to Ajanle Koko. So, to the space on your screen, Emirates to resume flights to Nigeria in June. But you were already debunking that this is the media squeezing what he was not intending to say out of Festus Keyamo.
Yeah, that's right. But listening to him today, actually, quietly, I think he's doing a very good job and is achieving a lot of things he's doing. And I pray that he remains there and he does not falter. He's ready to fight. You know, Keyamo now, coming from his Ghanaian Chambers background and all the rest of it. He's trying to fight the cabal there and making sure that, because one thing he even said today that rankles me is that, look, even these people, they go and take a dry list. They bring the aircraft to Nigeria, both even private people that say they have private jets, but most of them even use their private jet as commercial, it's private charter. And he said, once they default in paying and the aircraft owners come to collect, they will go to court and get an injunction. And that aircraft will be in a hangar at the airport for maybe 2 years. They are fighting in court. So the people who will facilitate the dry list told him, okay, you minister, you have showed up. This is the problem we have with Nigeria. Go and talk to your people, your judiciary particularly, and come back to us if they've agreed that if we come for our aircraft for defaulters, we'll pick up our aircraft, and fly it out. And he's done that already with the permission of the president. They've spoken to CJ and judicial officer, the attorney general. He's spoken to them, and they've also, the people who are in the aviation industry, he's spoken to them that, look, no more injunction. If you refuse to pay, they will come for their aircraft and nothing can stop them. So, and he said that's one of the things that have been making it difficult for our people, aviation people, to get a dry lease. That facility is always available, but they've denied Nigeria enjoying that for many, many, many years. That is why we've been having problems. So he's doing a lot of work, talking about the master plan for the Lagos airport, for instance, that they were just developing at their own pace, as if those is a disjointed or not organized and estate where you just kind of put houses anyhow. That is why he said, look, for instance, in Abuja, in developing a tower in Abuja, they have to destroy the fire service terminal there because it's an obstruction. It shouldn't be there in the first place. So what they've done now is that they've taken a budget with the president's permission that they have to draw a 30-year development plan for, like, for instance, in Lagos, which is about several hectares of land, to put appropriately where things should be, where hotels should be, where car parks should be. So they are now going to put a bid for the best drafts people, architects, to map out the Lagos airport, so that what we have now is not fit for purpose, actually. So he's doing a lot. I was impressed. I am still impressed with the interview he gave this morning. He's working very, very hard, and I think he's going to succeed with it. He even talked about the toilet facilities and the carousel and everything. He said, look, before Herbert died, the part of the deal was that, look, they will advertise Access Bank for free in all our airports, but Access Bank will take care of the facilities, air conditioning, carousel, toilets, walls, everything. Access Bank will refit everything. That will be the price he will pay for placing his advert in all our airports. Because if he paid money for it, what do we do with the money? Do we even see the money? He said corruption will eat everything. I'm quoting him now. So, but unfortunately, Herbert died. But said, look, we are still talking to the new management, which they've constituted, if they can still go ahead with that. And he has a lot of lofty plans on his drawing board, and I think he would deliver.
Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you. Excellent. So that's excellent, Baba. So yes, I actually see Festus Keyamo
before we close of Baba today.
How do you mean? You say what?
I mean, we had him really speak for a while today. I mean, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We had a good dose of you today. You really took your time to flesh out some of the topics.
No, because I saw that there are few people, so I will have time enough to marshal my point. Coming from one man, that's a compliment too. So today,
from Rational Mind, you mean?
From Rational Mind, I mean that's a compliment. But small on Tunumbu and family, I beg.
Don't worry, it will still pinch you later. You know, Rational Mind, you can't help it. So we go to Ajanle Koko next. From Ajanle Koko to Rational Mind. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
One man. Why Ajanle Koko now? Ajanle Koko should build the back front now.
Okay, Thomas.
No. Ajanle Koko want to sorrow everybody to sorrow.
Let Rational Mind go. Let
Rational Mind go. One man, please. Yeah.
Okay.
I was really no.
You want to hold him back for your after hours, have you?
I
know you're okay.
Let Rational Mind go.
You know that after hours is building a real culture, because I get a lot of feedback. It's almost like it's two different sessions, isn't it?
It's a
more relaxed sort of atmosphere.
We go organic. We don't even we just go and the flow.
You know, I envy it actually. I think maybe I'm a bit too stiff to be that relaxed. You know, you know.
Okay.
So then we go to Rational Mind, but we bring Rational Mind in a proper manner. We have a theme song for Rational Mind now. So Rational Mind, you're up next. All right. The Agbadorians and all of that stuff. Are you ready? Look at that. After all that.
Sorry, I'm ready. I'm switching from window to window here because I was doing something. So go on. I can hear you, woman.
All right, brilliant. So do you want to pick it up from the headline on the screen? Nigeria government unveils mobile app to track MDA's performance. So, just as an idea in itself, do you agree? Is it a good idea first before then you go on to rubbish it?
One man.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me just first of all say thank you to our listeners, everybody across the world, wherever you are. Good evening, good afternoon. Let me sound like anyway. Yeah, just greetings to everybody. Yeah, if you're yet to subscribe, please subscribe. Please come into the studio. We want to hear different voices, different voice. Well, we talk about things here. We say them the way we see them. You're always welcome, and always please like the session and also previous session we had, as these sometimes help propel the YouTube algorithm to send the session or other previous session to other people to watch, and it directs traffic to one man's platform, and that's the goal. That's what we're all about here. So
all right. So sorry, just on what you're saying there. For the people watching back as well, because we have the different set of people that actually watch it, maybe when they are doing a long drive. Or if you are watching it back, you can still click on the like button and all of that and subscribe, just like Rational Mind said. But yeah, Rational Mind to you.
Yeah. So talking about this app, yeah, you see, we need to keep track of what these people are doing. But you see, sometimes, well, it's a, you see, the only thing is this: when people allow, when they promote things like this, it begins to, I start becoming skeptical about it. I'm not saying they should not track the performance of these people who are working for the government to see if they are meeting whatever mandate they have or whatever agenda they've been given. It's a good thing. But you see, the thing is this: transparency is the key word here. It's not just enough talking about these MDAs and app and or whatever they say they are going to do, which is a good thing. I don't get me wrong, but does every ministry have a website where you can go look up who is getting contracts? What was the process by which they bid for this contract and they got this contract? What's their capabilities and all of that? Does this ministry have them? Like Ministry of Mineral Resources. What are the companies that are mining in Nigeria? I mean, what are the process by which they got those bid? I mean, they bidded and they got this. They got the licensing and these are some of the stuff we're talking about. That way we can.
It's open tender now. Open tender.
Open tender to who? To who? I mean, you say open tender, what are you talking about? Open tender.
When the opportunity avails, the government will gazette it and put it out in public space that the opportunity avails. Then people tender, so it's done in public.
Before the advent of internet, way back in the 80s, 70s, 80s at least, I remember of 80s. You will see on the pages of Daily Times and Daily Sketch and all of that, and those are old newspaper. You see there, you see Federal Ministry of whatever Health is asking for supply of so amount of drugs or whatever so place, and then you see people. I mean, they will throw up the bid, they open the bid, people will go. I think up to when even internet came on, I think maybe like early 2000s, 2000. I think I still see that on the pages of newspaper whereby they advertise certain things. I think it was during Baba Yabo time. They still advertise certain, asking people to bid for certain contracts. So that's what we're talking about here. So when we see these things, I mean, like here in America, I like to say here, you go to their website, every department, you see whatever thing they are doing, the program they're doing, who's getting the program, who's in charge of. You see all of this information. It's public knowledge. But now you're creating an app, and then are you trying to take the responsibility from these ministries or agencies that should be putting it there in public on their websites for people to see? Are you denying them?
No. The app is not for the bidding process. The app is for monitoring. So is it not about the language of transparency?
Yeah, it is.
So they say they're going to do X, Y, Z, and then you can monitor it via portals available. So it all plays out in open glare.
Yeah,
is that not what you want?
Yeah, that's what we want. But I'm just saying that the ministries, the agencies should put on their website who is getting what contract. What is the process by which they got the contract? We need those information on their website. Then with this app, tracking their progress, whatever progress they've been making, or whatever MDAs or agencies, whatever contracts or contractors that are working for them. I mean, suppliers that are supplying them. I mean, let us see all this progress. I mean, yeah, that's a good thing I'm saying. But when you see, the thing about the Nigerian space is that because there's this app now, these people don't want to do their own work anymore. This agency, I mean, those ministries and agencies telling us who's getting what contract. We won't get all that information anymore. Next thing we'll be seeing that, what is his name? Fashola and company have been given the supply of whatever, all the vehicle in the Asoro they delivered. But how did Fashola and the Sons get that, what's it called, that contract for the Ministry of Finance or whatever? It's not there on it's not on the Ministry of Finance portal. You can't find it there. But you're just saying Fashola and Sons. I mean, who is the Fashola and Sons? Is it the same Fashola we know? Get what I'm trying to say? So these are the things we need to know. So it's not just enough just saying that, suddenly they are delivering whatever they are doing, or whatever contract they were giving, they've been effecting it, or they've been carrying it out. That's not what we just want the information first before you even give it to them. We want to know who are these people. Like we were talking about Beta Edu a while ago. Where on the Ministry of Women Affairs did we see that this guy, I don't know, how did we even get to know about this guy? Was even the one that owns the company. People went to go and dig. People like Sahara Reporter, they went to corporate affairs and go and dig out who are the people behind it. But I don't think the information was on the Ministry of Women Affairs. She was just doing it behind the door, behind the whole thing. But people who saw the memo or who leaked the whole thing, that was how we got to know. But on the website of Ministry, I don't even know if the Ministry of Women Affairs or whatever they call it, even have any website. And if they have a website, are this information there? Question. So then we know if this app is tracking what they are doing.
Have you checked to see if they are not?
That's what I'm saying, woman. The last time I checked, we got to know about how this whole thing, it was a memo, paperwork that were leaked. People leaked it out. So if this information were on the Ministry of Women Affairs, I'm sure they would have seen it there. I mean, let me not say what I don't know. What I'm just trying to say is this: we've seen that pattern in the Nigerian space that there's no transparency. They've thrown transparency into you've just thrown it out of the window. We don't even see it anymore.
Excuse me, can I come in?
Please go on.
Good. Thanks for the opportunity. I don't think it's for for public consumption to really know. Even here in the US, I live in New York City for many years. New York City, as a government, they don't announce to everybody that they want or they have a contract, people should bid. There are ways they do it, but public, hell no. Public, they are anywhere in the world, they give it to contractors who donate to their campaigns. That's why it's done.
No. Okay,
why is it
let me not speak of New York. You're living there, but I know that the way government runs here is they have portals.
In the US, when you have I live in the US too. Fund, who are the people that raise the fund? They are the contractors. Is government give money?
We understand the politics. I get you. We know the politics here that the lobbyists, they sponsor candidates, and they still get contracts from each of these departments here in America. It could be maybe Department of Defense and all of that. It could be whatever. So we know that game. But the thing is this: you still go on their portals, you go on their website, you see who is getting what contracts. You still see it there. That's what I'm saying. Maybe you're not privy to that. I've been somebody who works for the county. I can tell you that. I work for the government, so I can tell you that. So you go on the portal, you see it. They have some counties, some cities. They have dedicated website where you can go, and you can see those contracts there. And as a contractor, you go there and you bid for it. So that's what I'm saying. So you can see you can read up on that on the contracting company. Company that is accepting the contract. You read up on there. You see the board of directors there. What are the projects they've handled in the past? You can even go from here. You can even see their own link to their own website, and you go see these are something we're talking about. So, but when we don't have all of these things, we just discovered that ITEC was giving the superhighway to Calabar or whatever. We just suddenly saw ITEC being given. What are the process? And we're seeing how woman. It's a good thing. Let me not over speak because I know some people already in comment section. They're already talking. So my point is this, woman, is that it's a good thing, but we want to see more than just this. APC and their propaganda, we know what they do everywhere. That's why everything they do, we take it with a pinch of salt. I doubt their motive. I always doubt their motive because I know their motive is not always with the right motive. They just want to throw out something there just to create an illusion that they're doing something, whereby at the other side of it, there's something behind it that they're doing, which is even more worse than what they're trying to make us believe. So until I see those things, I see those corrections, like he's trying to make us believe that, oh, I'm here to make corrections and make Nigeria more transparent. Until I see those things and I see them working, yeah, that's then I can say, okay, yeah, maybe these guys are really, for sure, real. They're genuine. I mean, genuine about it. Any other topic, woman?
All right, brilliant. Take us to Edo State and the goings on there. Philip Shaibu impeached and a Yoruba man installed as the deputy governor of that state 4-5 months from the elections.
Yeah, woman, Oga. I mean, woman, let me ask you a question. This guy called Oga. Has he ever been on the platform here? I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's been so many times on the platform. Nobody knows what it sounds like. He would never come on. I've told him and Ayo to come on, especially Ayo, just to come and document them. But maybe he's shy. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, he said we see what he wrote there, but it's okay. Let me know. Let me just move on to the topic. Yeah, you see, Obaseki and the politics in Edo. I think Obaseki. I listened to Shaibu today when he gave his own side of when he was like, talking about the whole charade of kangaroo kind of impeachment that they did, and he was saying that, well, I mean, you see, the thing is this: I don't know when it has become a crime to have your own opinion. We're talking about the Erisco, is it the Erisco Bumpet or what do they call it? Erisco guy, the Erisco tomato. Nigeria is a kind of a place. It has become a feudal kind of place whereby some people just lord it over you because they have the power, they belong to that class, and they can trample on you and you dare not talk. When we run a society like that, you see, what makes a society like this, where we live here, a progressive one, is because people have voice. You can scream out and talk say your own side of the story.
But sorry, Rational Mind, you may not know, but I'm curious to know what's actually in play in that space. Yeah, so the election comes up in September. They complete a 2 term, so it's not as though the governor has any real stake in anything. The primaries are already done. This guy lost out. So why this urgency to impeach him? What are they saying this? What do you think is going on there?
I think the whole thing dated back even before the election when they did the primaries in the APC. I think there's something wrong, which both of them are not really telling us is the matter is wrong. But I think from at least let's just speak to what we know that is out there. I think the only thing that I gleaned from what we've seen out there, because even Shaibu, when he was interviewed and asked the question, he said, "I don't know what I did. I don't know." In fact, I went to my boss. I was trying to shake him. His bodyguards, they were like DSS or whatever bodyguards that were around him. They were like pushing me away. It's like, no, himself, he even ignored me. He just
Rational Mind. Sorry for cutting you. Before you came, I asked this question and I didn't even get the real answer. What is the problem of a vice or deputy having ambition to be a governor or president? What's the problem of the boss that they always get they just get rankled that no, you can't be. They are in the same government. Even the deputy or the vice president is you should be the first candidate because they are in the government. They already know what is going on in the government. So we saw it with Obasanjo. We saw it with many governors. We saw it with Akala. We saw it with so many people. I don't know. So I don't know. Maybe you have a cogent reasonable answer because I didn't get it. Why?
Yeah, Thomas. You see, for the fact that nobody can give you any logical, any sense that any answer that makes sense to you, or anybody can give any sensible answer to that question, it tells you that Nigeria is a space where everything that country just defies logic in every aspect of it. You were just talking about which I think is almost the same question you're asking about Shaibu not being able to succeed this guy. If this guy says, "I want to be like you, boss. I want to assume your position, wear that shoe," the You know, some of you who are biblical students here, you understand when Elijah and Elisha, you know, you had to take over the cloak of Elisha. He took over from him. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: that your students wants to become like their master. Every student undergo through training from their trainer or their master to become like them, or if not even surpass them. But I think the only answer to that question would be maybe some of them are afraid that they will surpass them. And I think it's a black man thing.
I'm not sure if it is a black man thing. You know, when Thomas asked that question, I was reflecting to see if I have any memory of a vice succeeding a president anywhere in the world, and has it ever happened in America?
Biden was deputy.
No, but it didn't succeed him immediately. Now it didn't succeed.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
and George Bush, and Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
And Ronald Reagan
tried too. Yeah, they all tried. Yeah. So you see, let's not.
Well, Al Gore did not become the president now.
Of course, but he never. What's his name? Clinton never opposed.
Never
Clinton
saw.
Did not oppose him. Did not oppose his candidate.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying actually because even Oshiba and Joe tried but failed. But
Buhari did not oppose him.
Is because you think it's the natural order of succession.
Bush first, Bush father after Reagan.
Yeah. So my point is this for one man is let's not use. I'm not saying. I think it's common. Let me rephrase it. I think we black people we have that. I'm not saying that the white people or the Caucasians or other Asians they don't have that thing with them too, whereby they are jealous of whoever before them or after them or as case may be. So, but I'm saying we black people, it's like it's probably shake for one. Like it's like I don't know how to call it. We just don't like to see other people surpass us and beat our record, and it's just we just look for all kind of manners just to bring our people down. But like I said, we don't know exactly what it is, and they will never say it because maybe it's something that would implicate both of them. Maybe that's why they're going through this route of saying that because the thing is this: if I go by what I'm saying, is that he wants to succeed him. I want to become like you, sir. You're my boss. I want to become like you, and I'm making moves. But if because apparently that's what is happening. That's what is
sorry, rational mind. Ganduje succeeded Kwankwanso in Kano.
Yeah, but I don't think it was immediately now. Was it immediately? No, not immediately now.
No, immediately.
After he left there? Well, I think there was somebody who took. Okay, all right, let me know because I can't remember the sequence of events anymore. So anyway, we'll see people who did that, but I'm just saying that it's a common. I mean, like, okay, it's not. It's just the exception. Maybe Ganduje is one of the exception, but it's not the. It's the practice we're seeing that they don't succeed. They are deputies, and they just oppose them. They want to bring out another person from. I don't know. I don't just know the rationale behind that. It just doesn't make any sense to me why they could not. Because the sense would be, they've worked with you, they've been your tutor, you've tutored them, they've seen you work, and they can also continue where you stop. That is continuity. Because that was somebody who is in the government, who was always sitting, like Obama would say, the last person in the office, in the private office with me is always his deputy, is always his vice president. So your advice would be, if Tinubu sits down with anybody, the last thing that will be with him there, if it has to be a matter of national top secret that nobody should know, maybe the only person that should know, maybe like the nuclear code, besides the president, it will be the deputy president. In the event that maybe the president become incapacitated, the vice president should be able to know the nuclear code. So maybe both tete-a-tete, just two of them alone. So that person will be the next person to you. So you want to tutor him to take over from you, just to continue for continuity. Now, but you want to go and bring somebody else. Oh, goodness. Woman, can you move on? Let me just I have this call coming in.
All right.
Let me continue. I think you hung up. You just hung up because
okay.
The person is calling at the time. I'm not even. We had an appointment sometime, and then he's calling now, so I don't know what that is. Anyway, yeah. So,
actually, do you want to take that call? It may well be important. See if the person was.
If it's important, you would have let it ring.
Okay.
It's okay. Yeah. So my point is this. I lost my train of thought. So, for me, I would say You see, Shaibu should be the person to take over from him because he's the person who knows the ins and outs of what you've done and continue from where you stopped, you know. But then they always want to go and bring outsider to cover whatever track or whatever. Maybe they just don't want their deputy to surpass them. Oh, he was a deputy president, deputy, and now he's the governor, or he's the vice president, now he's the president. I don't want him collecting too much. I don't know what, it just doesn't make sense to me. That's to answer your question, Thomas. It doesn't just, there's no logic behind, there's no sense to any answer we can give to this. If not because maybe Etanu, or maybe they just don't want their vice president, their vice to succeed them because of whatever stupid games they are playing. So I think for me, Shaibu should go to the court and seek redress. But I was surprised why he didn't even go to court before now to seek redress, to get them, to prevent them from impeaching him. That was why I was surprised. So could it be that he was naive, or could it be that he felt maybe he doesn't want to do that, not to anger?
Rational, sorry. Even the allegation was nonsense. Ask one man, what is the allegation?
Yeah,
it doesn't even make any sense.
So
it doesn't make any sense.
So you see, and this is a guy who fought with this guy. Shaibu fought with this when Adam Oshomole nearly almost derailed his second term. Derailed him from getting his second term. This guy stood by him. They were, in fact, this same Shaibu had to confront Adam Oshomole, tell him koro to his eyes. Look, I know you're my godfather when it comes to this politics. I'm looking at you straight in the eyes. What you're doing is wrong. You cannot deny us this ticket, blah, blah, blah. And if you deny us, we'll go another route. This is a guy who suffered with him, because I don't know what. So that's what I'm saying. What is the really matter besides what we're saying in the public about wanting to succeed him or not to succeed? Because I know this thing dates back to even before this election primaries. I think this thing has been lingering for about almost like 2 years now. That the first time we got to see it was when he went to shake him at a public function, and then he just ignored him and publicly disgraced him. So we start wondering, could it be there is something more than we see quite public? So one man, I don't think Shaibu deserve all of this thing. Don't get me wrong. None of them. They're all just the same criminality. Let me not say they are criminal, but I'm not saying.
But it's been played out in this particular cycle though, because by the time he's able to untangle all of this, whatever the law is already, the election has come and gone. It's been played. Yeah.
Some people say since they impeach him now, he might not get his pension. That's what some people said. I don't know how true that is.
No, I don't think that would be the motivation. That would be very spiteful. That would be very petty.
That would be the very spiteful thing to do.
That would be very petty to.
Yeah. But Obaseki looked like a vindictive person to me, because I don't understand. Like you said, one man, I don't understand why he couldn't do it. You only have how many months? Just let the guy just stay in the office. Already, you've gotten your candidate.
Just clip his wings, remove any power from him. Just let him come there. Let them call him Mr. Deputy, and let him drink tea and chase girls.
Because he didn't clinch the ticket for the APC. The PDP ticket was the Godalo, the guy that got it. So why just, you see, I think some people of these guys are just, it just tells me that Obaseki is not who we think he is. It's not that kind of.
It's a shame that Obaseki is ending this way, because we all backed him in that fight with Oshomole. Yes.
The Tinubu thing is now on his record too. Tinubu, sacked his own deputy, two of them 2 times. So you kind of wonder. This is the same person I was saying. Economy Lagos. In Economy Lagos, that was the mantra they chanted when Oshomole denied them that ticket. Economy Lagos, and that was how they were able to rise back to second. They were able to get the second term. Through the benevolence of the people of Edo State, who said, "I don't know with Lagos. We don't want godfatherism." But now you are doing the same godfatherism that you kicked against. This is democracy. Go slug it out. You're my deputy, right? When the vice president Oshibajo said he wanted to contest with Tinubu and the rest of them, at least as far as we know, the Ojuaye that this guy did, the facade of the pretense that Bubu pretended like, I don't have any candidates. Everybody go and slug it out, and he allowed it. At least that's what we do. At least that's it. Even though we know he might have his preferred candidates, maybe it could be the former Senate president. Maybe that was his preferred candidate. Some people say as it was rumored back then, But then he allowed them. This is democracy. Go and slug it out. Whoever let the best win, and then Tinubu has the war machine, who has the monetary war machine, and he was able to succeed and he beat them out. he outbidded him in paying the senators that voted for him. So that's it. So if you two know this is democracy, let your deputy go slug it out with your own preferred candidate. So if everybody sees it that, okay, at the end of the day, he did not win that ticket because he got that that one, at least you still get more credence, more credits to yourself that, okay, yeah, you're a fair guy, you're a fair guy. But because this guy said he wants to contest, and then for that reason you have to do all these things and go through all this route, I mean, embarrass him and all of that. I mean, it's not. I mean, I think for me, Obaseki's political ambition, it dies from here. I mean, I've seen this now that I've seen this. I've said, yeah, no more again. If ever Rice say he wants to become a president or vice president, that ticket for me is a no ticket for me. If Obaseki is either is the primary candidate or is the deputy there or is the vice president, I would never. And if you ever say, okay, you want to any political position, well, I don't know whoever wants to give, let them give him political, maybe a ministerial or whatever. But for me, this is the end for me because he has shown himself to be somebody who is a traitor, who did not his own deputy who stood by him, who fought with him alongside with him, and then he's ending in this way. No, for me, it's, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying
how do you see things playing out in Edo State, September?
Well, I think
because Richard was just explaining that the PDP guy is very little chance. Apparently, doesn't even speak Edo.
Yeah, that's the only thing. But I think for the most part, PDP still has some ground in Edo State. APC too does too. The only people I know that has challenges is the Labour Party, which I think, if not because of they've been able to succeed in breaking their ranks, bringing this unity among the APC ranks. I mean the Labour Party ranks in Edo State. I don't think I think all of them is sung with one voice. And behind this Olumide, forget it. They will pull some strings and they will give both of them their they will give them, how do they say it, money for their run or whatever, run for their money. Yeah. So, but then because the PDP faction wing of Obaseki within the party has succeeded in seemingly like get some big voice within the Labour Party to their side because they know that they need to do that because if they don't do that, it's going to cost them that ticket. It's going to cost them that the governorship. Because if they go alone to themselves by themselves, I mean, Obaseki said it now when he was said, he said even his own family, they are obedient in his own family. That's what he said. So if a PDP man and some PDP people have obedience in their family, that tells you a lot that you need to know. I mean, last presidential election, we saw how Labour Party did very well. They did exceptionally well in Edo State. So to tell you that Edo is more of Labour. So if they can slice part of Labour.
Who do you think they'll be slicing votes off? Who do you think Olumide Apapa will be slicing votes off? Because I don't see him getting traditional APC voters because they will just go with their party anyway. So it's more likely to slice votes off Ighodalo than
it will slice that of the PDP guy. At least not most of it will be from the PDP. And then I don't see much from the APC. But you see, the thing is this: I don't believe that the APC has any. There's non-existent voters numbers in APC. It's all made up numbers. Do I believe that they can still?
You know that Oshiomhole is quite popular in that state.
They don't have. Have you ever been to the northern part of Edo State? How many human beings can you count there? Where you find the population is in the south, maybe central and south. If you go to the north, Yali, you will see Yali is any bed there. You see old men there, old men and women there. How many can you count?
Excuse me, can I come in?
Go on, please.
Thank you very much. When you look at because data doesn't lie. APC, because Oshiomhole was a 2-term governor. He won twice. Second time he contested against a Benin man and they defeated him, even in Benin. So Oshiomhole is still very popular. And and when you look at the 3 senatorial districts, again, the south, where Benin City is about 51% of the total voting population, seconded by the north. Don't forget, Oshiomhole people are the Auchi people. Majority of them are Muslims that has 2, 3, 4 wives, many children. They have the population. The smallest senatorial district is the Asian, which is the Edo Central. So majority of this is
I
how
agree
we
with you that the central.
south, north, and then central is.
You see that north is a manufactured number. You see, like we've always said in the north too. Not Nigeria. That number it's always manufactured. It's there's no
just
well,
Google the map of Benin.
Say that again.
Google map of Benin with population.
I've driven a lot of times.
Central is a tiny part. The central, they don't have land. They don't have population.
Oh, well, the central is more is very forested. The central part of it is heavily forested, so I won't be able to say much about that. But
and then even south Benin City, the southern senatorial, not all of them are Benin people.
Of course. Yeah, you're right. I agree with
there
you.
are some others from
other people living
there because of employment and some other business opportunities.
Well, just to cap it up, just to conclude with this. For me, I think I see APC coming out victorious in the election, and the reason is because I see there's so many things going on within the PDP ranks, and the Labour Party coming into it will snatch all their votes. We just have to wait and see how that plays out. But I see APC having upper hand in this coming election. But do I want APC to win? No. But is it what I wish? Is it what I want that week? It's the reality.
It's almost a certainty that APC will win. Like you said, Olumide Papa is going to cut into the PDP space because that is where all the funky young people, all those noise of a new Nigeria is all they're going to cut into. They're not likely to take anything from APC because APC is anti them. So they won't. So Olumide Papa will cut into PDP, and then with Philip Shaibu now a wounded lion, he will work against the PDP still. It just points to a loss all the way.
Some people have been saying that Obaseki is just he's a very foolish guy.
Was it not APC once upon a time? They did not just cross carpet for
No, it was forced out when we all know the story now. Some of us know the story here now, so let me not repeat myself. So for me, I think Obaseki is a very foolish guy. It's foolish. I thought being somebody who grew up in Lagos, who has mingled with Yoruba people, at least, supposed to get sense. But this is, I don't know. I've seen him spoken many times, and the way he crossed, he struck me as somebody who somehow it could be. It could be good with books, but I don't think it's street. I don't think it's street smart. It's not street smart. I don't think so. It's not. He doesn't understand how the street works. I think that's where this guy comes in. This is deputy. I think he has succeeded in using the guy. Now he can discard him. But then I think this guy is a little bit more street smart than him. He's just more of a bookish person, book kind of thing, and read statistics and all of that crap. So for me, I think his candidate too has a lot of baggages, like some people have said. He can't speak, which I think to me is not. Should not be a yardstick in determining who becomes, as long as he has the competence. Why not vote him? So, but then if you want to go by this, now who language feed, now who culture feed, all the people, all the mumu ticket that they talk about now. When Nigeria get today now, it's a Muslim to favor us from the north. The Buhari that was there, who was from go to his Katsina state, we're hearing of a food bank somewhere in Katsina State now being attacked. All the while was there. Why didn't put some garrison there? Put some kind of some Nigerian military. I don't. You see, look at the one that came from Otuoke, Jonathan. What did he do in Otuoke? So the thing is, it's not about these people. Like Ayalekoko will say here. Did you see when he went to Lagos Island? Ebin power, the people were saying, shouting there, his own base. We are here, and we always come and promote these criminals. This how do I call narcotics commander-in-chief in Aso Rock there. What are we talking about? Now we benefit. But Tinubu become a president. How did that put food on the table for me or my people? How does that do that? So for me, it's not about where it comes from for me. It's about what's your competence, what's your antecedent. I'll look at your antecedents. If I've seen some pattern in you that you've been known to be this kind of person, for me, is a no person for me. So that's how I judge who I think should be a leader. I look at his antecedents, whatever he has done, and what he's currently doing. Now I will make my own judge. So for me, I think Obaseki already has wounded himself, has already wounded his candidate already, with this final thing that he did to his deputy. Well, let me move on. I can go on and on that, but let's just move on.
All right, let us move on to this topic. Rational mind. Police placed Chioma Okoli on watch list over Eriko. So this is you already know the backdrop. So and the headline is there on the screen. But it's just a misstep. It started as a joke and it's now turned into somewhat of an ugliness. What are we talking about here? Some girl writes some review on a product, and then they are warning immigrations. Do you know the level of input and the level of hierarchy that would and big ministries are synergizing on the movement of a young lady simply because she wrote a review on tomato paste. What's going on here?
Well, man, that is what we have become in that feudal contraption called Nigeria, where I was sing that song. I think was it this guy Two-Face, and when they used to have that plantation boys. Because I know Ajalikoko is not from that era. It says something: the poor will die and the rich man will something. That's how Nigeria is, So it's like the rich man with something, and the poor. Somebody from the comment section, please give me that lyrics. So yeah, that's how Nigeria is. Nigeria is designed for those elites. It's designed for those oligarchs and kind of people who find themselves in power and who have people in power and maybe who are also fortunate to be wealthy in that country. The poor man can go and die, Your opinion does not matter. If you run a society where people are not free to express themselves, if you feel, the only thing for me about this whole thing is what it concern the Nigerian police. You see, and then some people say, oh, this was the Attorney General of the Federation. What's his name? Latif. What's that name? Latif
Fagbemi.
Latif Fagbemi. You start wondering. You're not just an Attorney General for the government. You are Attorney General for the Nigerians. There are certain class actions or certain things that might go against some individuals. If you feel their right is violated, you need to call whatever agency, call them to order. Like, I don't know if this guy is touted as an erudite scholar, whatever, very good technocrat in his field of the justice system. Why would you allow as one of the chief prosecutor of Nigeria, why would you allow the Nigerian police to be meddling in these kind of things? It's a civil, for me, it's a civil case. If Erisco Foods, if they have anything, if they have anything against this lady, take her to court, and file your case and whatever. But for me, it's the slant, that angle of the Nigerian police in getting involved in this is, for me, that is where I feel the intimidation, as they've tweaked that intimidation to the highest level. Because with the Nigerian police getting involved now, it has given it a different dimension that is both intimidating and trying to silence people and make people feel like you don't have mouth, there's no freedom of speech. It's a civil case. If my company is giving a bad review and I feel it was malicious, it's something that was not done with a good intent. The intent was just to you feel that some people are behind it, then take the person to court. Why is the Nigerian police now getting, we arrest the lady today, we put her in jail, we lock her up, they free her, they go and arrest her again, they'll be giving out, we are watching you on your watch list. Goodness. How can Latif Fagbemi sit down? I'm sure if, that's why I know. You said?
Can I come in, please?
Go on, please.
Yeah, I don't understand why you are mentioning the Attorney General, Latif Fagbemi. The thing is, anywhere in the world, when you feel somebody did something wrong, you approach the police to arrest that person, and then you charge that person to court.
Is that how they do it in New York? Where you say, is that how they do it in New York?
No, it is now up to the court and the judge to now say, come on, this is just a single, okay, just apologize to her, let her go. That has nothing to do with the Attorney General.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah,
you said you live here in the United States. I mean, no disrespect, my friend, Mr.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Sorry, Richard. Thomas, if you are there, let me know. Sorry, carry on, Richard.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Richard. I said. You said you live here. You live here in the United States. I mean, the way you speak, I don't know. Maybe let me not say much. But what I'm trying to say is that I don't know how you understand the politics here in America as such. But you speak like somebody who is in the know, because the way I heard you at the beginning, and you spoke very well, very more detailed, like somebody who is in the know. But then you're telling me about here in America, we've seen cases whereby people's rights, individuals' rights, is violated, and either the city attorney or the state attorney or whatever county attorney would get on that case. So
hold on. Where is it that somebody said it's complaint? Somebody called this company what is not.
Okay.
You destroy the reputation of my company. It is me. It's my responsibility to report you to the police. And police will say, do you want to press charge? And I will say, I want to press charge. That is what's going on. Okay. What's the responsibility of the Attorney General? Have you ever seen anything like this in America, where the Attorney General of the state, of the federal will say, you can't go to court. Somebody's messed up the name of your reputation, and you want to charge to court. That's the responsibility of the judge or the jury to say, no, we found her not guilty. The Attorney General has no right or no business with that anywhere in the world.
Now, I'll explain why I said the Attorney General is involved in this case. But first of all, I will explain it. But first of all, what I'm trying to say here is this: that if you look at it, I don't know if you've ever been in a situation whereby you call police and you say somebody, maybe your girlfriend or your wife, says certain things or is trying to. They'll tell you that, look, sir, we cannot do anything. It's a civil matter. Just take it to court. They'll tell you that. They cannot get involved. It's a civil matter. They'll read that to you.
That in America here.
Yeah, in America, yeah. America,
let me explain to you. For instance, let's say I'm the manager of a store. Somebody comes in, took some stuffs, and that person is leaving without paying. We'll call the police. All right? And once the police look at the camera and they see that it's true, that's an evidence. Then they will ask, do you want to press charge? You understand?
No, that's a different situation. I'm saying that there's some scenario.
Okay, back to your example. If, let's say, I feel assaulted and I call 911, they come in and say, oh, my girlfriend just slapped me and she threatened to stab me. There is no way police will say it's not our jurisdiction.
No, that's a different. That's what I'm saying. You are using
the example you just gave.
Okay, let me ask a question, Mr. Let me ask a question. Do you know the difference? I'm not saying you don't know, but just tell us the difference between civil and criminal.
I do.
Because when you hit somebody, it becomes misdemeanor, kind of. It rises to the level of
when you hit somebody.
Yeah, you hit somebody. It becomes some kind of misdemeanor. I mean, it has different. You say to first degree, to second degree, and then before you know it, maybe it enters to felony and all of that. It's the way they grade it. But the point is this: we're talking about somebody saying things. He has not threatened to come and say, "I want to come and pie you, kill you," as the case may be, or he has threatened it and he has shown maybe. He was on the internet brandishing the gun and saying, "This is the guy I'm going to use to." This guy only wrote a review. Or this lady only wrote a review, which was directed to a company that your stuff is killing people.
Okay.
I mean, it has too much sugar. I don't know. I was listening to Baba when Baba was saying it. I was mean by what Baba said. I only follow that lady say because I know Nigeria matter. That's why I don't really want to read much about it. I only go by what people say here. But if I were to go by what Baba said, because it seems like more Baba knows is in the know as to what happened to that lady. Now, if that lady said the way he said it, that you wrote those things, oh, this tomato paste is killing people. It has too much sugar. I don't know however she wrote it, because I don't know how Nigerians, the way we use English, the way some of us, I think we need to learn how to write things. I mean, maybe our kind of education.
We are one of the best writers of English in
Forget that thing.
Yeah, hello, mama.
Listen, I've been in America.
We won the Nobel laureate from writing English.
I read what they write.
You people are
not just coming out to to condemn everything that is yours. That's the same system that produced you.
Can I just hello,
environment that raised you.
Okay, I'm listening.
Listen, let me tell you this. Compare Nigeria with America with the opportunity they're having. What percentage of them go to college? What percentage of them?
You understand that?
You
one thing you should understand. But you are very bad at the use of. You see. Let me say this, Mr. Richard.
I've never seen that kind of life.
Mr. Richard, hold on. I was a teacher for over almost 20 years in Nigeria.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on. You're skeptics now. Skeptics there, you'll be like identical.
Do QB want to interject too?
I just wanted to.
I've been a juror in this country. I know how the legal process works. What you hear on what you read in newspaper, what you see on TV, it's not the entire thing. I've been a juror for 3 good weeks. No television, no radio, no reading of newspaper. We cannot even talk to people. No cell phone. Only that court. They lock us up somewhere to discuss about it. So the judge is the one that he can manipulate the whole case. I'm telling you what I know. If you give me 2 minutes, I'll go inside my room and bring out the juror certificate they gave me in the High Court of New York. Majority of the evidence, if the judge doesn't want you to see it, they will say, okay, take the juror out. You will not be there when they discuss that thing. And after seeing all the discussion of the legal, it is the judge that will now give you, okay, these are the things I want you to deliberate on. The judge can influence where he or she wants the case to go. No system is perfect. America about perfect. New York City is the largest school district in this country. The budget of education department alone in New York City is more than the budget of the entire Nigeria. And yet, New York City, they cannot produce 40% graduation from high school. What is private about America?
Also, let me, I don't know, somebody said want to comment, but let me just say this.
No, I just wanted to
go
comment on the review. The review is not just normal review. If you look at what she said in the review, she was actually like a deliberate attempt to if you have something against somebody, you come
sorry, apologies.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second, BQB. City of Truth, can you turn on your camera so I can identify you? I won't put you on this. All right, Brian, you can switch it back off. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Okay, carry on.
So he was saying that there's too much sugar. If you take it, you can die of diabetes. If you are reviewing like that, it's showing that you are putting a negative spotlight on it. So I just wanted to say that it's not just normal review. This one is not normal. So I just said I should put that out. Rational mind.
All right, sorry. Before you carry on, rational mind, let me bail out, hand over to Mike. I thought Thomas was there, but I'm not sure if he's fully there. He's around, but I need to bail. Mike is here. Acknowledging the super chat as Ayo, still Ayo and Ayo. And guess who it is again? It's still Ayo. And then Bosun came in to back him up. And then Lato Rich comes in at the final. So thank you to all three. That space still open. Anybody that wants to super chat, Floor still, Rational Minds, Adande Coco up after him, Mike, and then BQB. And then maybe we go to City of Truth. I don't think we've heard from him ever. Maybe it's a new entrant into the space. So thank you, one and all. I'll see you tomorrow. Mike, over to you. Thomas is in the background as well.
So can I speak now, Mike?
Yeah, carry on.
All right. So yeah. So you see, like I said, I don't know all the details as to what that lady wrote. But however, whatever you wrote, as long as there's no threat to life, threatening the man's life, or there's a substance to he saying that I'm going to do this, I'm going to carry this, then I don't think there's anything why the police should come in. If it's just a civil case, like for me, I don't know. From as far as my understanding of this court's judicial system, It's a civil matter. I don't even know why the NBA is not even silent on this matter. Some other big, because you see, they've succeeded in kind of capturing, instilling fear in noise in that country. But I don't even see the NBA is not. I mean, that's why I was saying that the Attorney General, being the Minister of Justice and the one who is in charge of justice, you're not only there just to protect the federal government's interest. The people of Nigeria, individuals in Nigeria, if any company violates their fundamental rights, you can take the case against them, and you can write directive to the law enforcement agency that it's out of your bound or your jurisdiction to be getting meddling in this kind of affairs. It's a civil matter. I mean, for me, somebody wrote a review. Oh, your product is bad, it's killing people, it's doing that. I mean, however I say, however how she said it, that sounds like she's just out there to just. The owner of the business takes the person to court. Show your evidence. What are the evidence that something is bad? You're trying to prove your case in court. Don't involve the police. If you report the case to the police, let the police have that in their record. But the point is that the police is arresting this woman, threatening her, and doing all this story that we're hearing about the police. And now they're saying that, oh, we'll put you on a watch list. Oh, goodness. I mean, our rights is being violated in this sense. That's why the Attorney General, if truly, except maybe our law in Nigeria is different from the law, as I know it, as I know it plays out in many other countries, more civilized countries, because I know our judicial system, it's a fundamental law that every human have the right to express themselves, as long as there's no threat to life there. He only said your product is killing people. This last COVID, we have so many things that people said against Pfizer product, or is it GSK product, or whatever product. People wrote all kinds of reviews against some of these products. We never had maybe Pfizer. I mean, okay, for example, okay, look at it. Okay, let me give a very classic example of what we're talking about here. The last election, we hear Rudy Giuliani and all the rest of them. Oh, Maduro and Chavez, Hugo Chavez and whatever. They've been manipulating, his ghost is manipulating the U.S. Electoral system machines. That was why suddenly, as Trump will say, they dump massive votes at the early morning hours. So these people, they all went to, is it Dominion? That's the name of the company that manufactured that electoral machine that they use. Sue the ass of these guys. Some of them, they are paying. Some of them, they are still in court, still fighting it. But you never did you hear that the U.S. Marshal or the U.S. FBI got involved in it and go and arrest Giuliani and give it to the Dominion. Hold on. Let me land.
When you went to court, let me arrest.
Is that what?
You take somebody to court, it's the responsibility of the police to produce that person in the court. Arrest and produce.
They did not. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You do not. You see, don't understand.
So what's the difference between Nigeria and America?
Did you ever hear that Giuliani was arrested, or did you ever hear that the other lady was arrested?
He turned himself in.
Huh? Is that what?
He turned himself in.
To turn himself to who? To who?
He turned to the police and he was arraigned in court.
Oh,
the videos are out there.
When was this? It's a civil matter.
Listen,
it's a civil matter. You know that
people don't get arrested.
You know that Fox hold on now.
Are not arranging court.
You know that Fox News paid billions of dollars.
Correct.
So who did they arrest Tucker Carlson or the other guy?
No. Listen. They charged Fox Corporation, not individual. They charged
the point I'm trying to tell you is this: none was arrested. None had the police taking them to court. It's a civil matter. It's a civil matter, and they were fined for it.
Listen, let me explain how it works. When you charge somebody to court, the court have police people that will call marshal. They're the one that will bring the court care, whatever, to you. The police will come to your place. This is between a company and another company.
Mr. Richard,
and Fox
if we don't live in America, I'm seeing all of these things.
It's a corporation versus another corporation. So it's a court martial, which are police. They're the one that will bring the court letter to you.
What, they bring the letter to you? Does that mean that they have to arrest you and threatening you?
Okay, okay. Tell me how do you arrest the entire Fox News?
No. Hold on. I'm just giving you an example that
Nigeria,
people who are involved
and an individual, the police has to arrest the individual.
No. I've never seen that. I've never seen that in a civil case here in America. I've never seen that. The civil case that I know of that I've seen is that
how will that person be arranged in court?
Is that what?
How will that person be arranged in court?
Thank you very much. Good. They will write you. The court will write you, or the lawyer. Hold on. Let me lie. The lawyer of the person who is claiming that you're defaming him or that's claiming that civil case against you would write you. If they have your address, they will serve you. Either they, like you say, maybe they use the court's clerk to serve you, or if they have your address, they'll send it to you, or they have to ask the police to come and deliver it to you. If you are maybe you've been threatening, or maybe they feel like you are capable of shooting anybody that comes to your door, they might send the police to come serve you. But that does not mean they will not arrest you and put you in jail and threatening you and all this crap that they're doing in Nigeria. They won't do it. They don't do it. So you see, when we come here, we want to justify some things that they don't do in a saner country, in a saner climate. That's what really gets me off. Like,
you see, the problem I have with you is because you are using some language about Nigeria. Oh, this is civilized. Compare the crime rate in America and crime rate in Nigeria.
No, let's not do this, Mr. Richard. Let's not do this. I need to go right. I need to go real quick, Mr. Richard.
I think they're not raising good children.
Okay, look, we have somebody here. Mr. Richard. There's a guy here called Oga. I mean, usually I listen, I read the word whatever he says. Sometimes he's correct. He said Richard is confusing civil cases with criminal cases. It's a civil matter.
That is his own opinion. That's one.
I've said it before here. That even before you said it, I've said it. Okay, there's a difference between criminal and civil case.
The way things are to you doesn't mean this is the way things are.
No.
That's what I'm
telling you.
telling you.
Somebody can come here and tell us some things.
And the mere fact that America does it one way, must we be copying them? Nigeria is an
okay, thank you. You asked a very good question. Now, let me conclude this way, Mr. Richard. Let me conclude this way. Because Mr. Richard. Mr. Richard,
America is the standard according to
standard of what? Standard of what?
America is the standard.
I can go. I have to go.
The way America cheats is the standard. Anybody that doesn't cheat,
hold on. I didn't say. Hold on. Did I say? Hold on now, Mr. Richard. I didn't say America.
Alágbàdo fẹ́ dúnbú ẹ lẹ́nu.
Àbí yes na. Ó ti máa ṣe ti pẹ́. Tó bá wú fún America.
Richard dey give me vibes today. Good. Rational mind, you don't miss your match. Oya. Rational mind.
Mr. Richard.
And call America and use the word sane.
Hold on now.
America, somebody who carry gun and be shooting people. Is sane.
Exactly.
Did you ever about it now?
Can
I say something? Can I even throw a word in? Can I put a word in?
You can't use things with America.
If you know America, hold on now. If you know America is not a standard, why did you people come and copy the constitution?
For economic reasons.
For economic reasons. So you want Cherry problem
what?
A copy exactly every style.
Okay.
How would it work? How would it work?
What inside the pants or belt? Is that a good thing they copy from America?
Oh, God.
He's saying now.
At this point, I need to leave because I think we're not making sense here. I'm not making sense now. Because I just said to you asked me, what must we cover? You said, must we copy America? And I said to you that you came and copied their constitution here. You replicated the federal system.
No, I'm not. The mere fact that I schooled part of my education here and I'm working and making money here does not mean that I copy anything.
No, not you. I'm saying the Nigerian system. The Nigerian system is fashioned after that of the US system. That's what I'm saying. So if you are copying that system of the governance here in America, why don't you just do it entirely as it is so that it can work for us? But you want to do your kind of hybrid or some kind of way we are doing it. That's why we're not getting anywhere in that country. That's why we have somebody like Tinubu acting like a Lord and personal savior of Nigeria. That is it. It's not done that way yet because the institution here that makes things work, we didn't copy them exactly as it works here. We didn't replicate it in Nigeria. We do our own way. How do you expect it to work?
Baba,
you do it in your own way.
Something. When you look at the companies that are making it in the world, they fashion out their own political something, like China, like Dubai, like Saudi Arabia. Let me tell you one truth. when you look at all globally, countries, in terms of infrastructure, America is not 1 to 5. Countries like Singapore, like South Korea, like China, we come before them. They're not 1 to 5. Why? Because the way they do things, it has to go through the Congress. Congress has to scrutinize this. It's not working. Look at bridges falling everywhere. I'm not referring to Baltimore. Their infrastructure is not up to date. China will beat them in terms of infrastructure.
Do you know how long that the Baltimore? Do you know how long that Baltimore bridge has been there? Do you know how long it has been there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And then not like it collapsed. Hold on now, not like it collapsed.
Baltimore must he fall and kill people before they repair it?
Let me throw something in.
They are nowhere.
Can you give me a chance? I think the point where the lady crossed the line, where they had to arrest her, was when she said the product was killing people.
Yeah,
so automatically.
Thank you.
It's just scare. It just scares people away. Yeah. Now in China, it should have done that to kill a company. She probably would have been sentenced to death. So that's China's style. So every country have their own style. In China, she probably would have got worse than what she got in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but in America it may be different. So every country do things differently. You want to destroy an industry, like for her to destroy that company.
Mr. Mike,
let me just, man. A lot of Nigerians will be out of work.
Correct.
So Nigeria that's the way they handle their own thing. America may handle differently, but China will also handle it differently. So every country do things differently. So yeah, that's just
Let me tell you this: America is an hypocrite society, 100%. So they will tell you there's freedom of speech. Now, as a worker now, if I go out and say, Israel is killing people, Israel has committed genocide, they will fire me for that, and they say we have freedom of speech. Look at the same.
They will cancel you.
They will fire me. 2 university presidents were forced to resign. University of Pennsylvania and University of Michigan or something like that, and the president of Harvard. Why? Because their student protested, and then my student is protesting. I'm at home, off work. They said they need the video. They need to see the picture of the student, and they so that when they graduate, they won't give them job. In the same America here. And they're telling me that
America only give you freedom until you mess with their national interest.
Exactly.
Then you find out if you have freedom or not.
They should stop telling the whole world that there's freedom of speech in America. I'm not.
If you go and leak their secrets, you find out you don't have freedom. Look at Edward Snowden.
I'm well educated. I know my history and I know my culture. They are liars. They are quick to say, "Oh, Russia has committed genocide," but up to today they can't say Netanyahu has done the same. Who are they lying to? And somebody will be saying there is a freedom of speech in America. The same lies they use in destroying their children. Are their children behaving rightly? Let's face the truth.
Well, for me, I don't know. I don't know where to go with this conversation anymore.
Well, America will somehow convince you guys to follow them, do everything they do.
You don't know where to go.
Like you said, our children now, they want to be all Americans.
No,
they're all sagging their pants now. They all, everybody.
That's absurd.
Ogunlosi, Ogunleyin. National mind, lady. Oh
my God! Oh, this law rational mind, Omaduro. You must defend yourself, Omaduro. Oh, lobby kankan.
We are here to rob minds.
Attack irrational mind, Lenny.
Mr. Richard, with respect,
don't see it as attack.
No.
Irrational mind is
ìgbà tí rational mind bí mi nú ló ló ṣe fún Amẹ́ríkà yẹn ló ti bí mi nú nǹkan tó bí mi ní jù nìyẹn.
Báwo ni màá bí ẹnu ṣé ni mo pa ni pé constitution yín is fashion after all.
How can you say in America?
No. Dáhùn ìbéèrè yẹn.
Amẹ́ríkà téèyàn tí police máa fẹ́ arrest èèyàn for traffic offence tó máa shoot
yẹn. Má jẹ́ ọṣẹ́ lápasùn.
Dáhùn
ìbéèrè police máa fẹ́ arrest èèyàn tó máa shoot yẹn.
Àgbàdo wọn máa ń yan àgbàdo jẹ, má jẹ́
Baba Jale Koko, ẹ jẹ́ n sọ kíní kan fún yín. I want to believe that everybody on this planet believes in data. data doesn't lie because it's a record of events. Data has it in America that when immigrant first comes here, they do the right thing. Maybe put themselves through college or school. After some 10 years, they become somebody. Now, their children, if I'm an immigrant, if I have my first children here or my first child here, they are regarded as the first set of the first set. You understand? So they have sympathy for my culture. But the more their own children will be the second generation. So if those second generation are moving away from my culture, they see that they don't do well again. When people are detaching from their culture, then I'm becoming American, then you see them not doing well.
Yeah,
When
I think you are right. It's always
about
like
their
that. The
parents'
first
culture.
generation. Yeah.
Yes.
The first generation.
Exactly.
America has always been at the mercy of immigrants now, from the beginning of the country.
It's
All
not that
their greats were either first generation or immediate immigrant. All 90% of American great people have been either first generation immigrant or direct straight immigrant.
All the fault, you don't see that spirit in them again.
By 3, 4 generation, they are gone, they are lost.
But that is why America.
Let me correct something. Don't say they are kind with immigrants. It's because they cannot do without immigrants. Their social security, who if you don't work and pay into social security, they don't have money to pay into for the retired.
It's going to bankrupt.
Even most of their presidents have been first generation immigrant. Even Donald Trump is a first generation, sir.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the culture. We tell you America is perfect. You always teach your children your culture. Do not forget where you came from.
Topic of the story. Someone you ban rational mind. Come on, you ban rational mind.
Ọmọ náà tó ń kọ fújì. Sọ́ni tí ló pe ọwọ́ ẹ̀ ọmọ náà tó ń kọ fújì.
Ó national man ó pàdé àwọn tó lágbára ẹ̀ lẹ́nu.
Arab ni rational mind because àwọn
Anyway,
fọ́fọ́ padà wà ní Arab.
If you are copying something like you're copying, the Nigerian constitution is copied after, is fashioned after that of the United States, but they're not doing it exactly as it is, as they are doing it, that it works for their own system here. But then if you were trying to do it the way we're doing it, and we're not getting any good result, any positive result over the years that we're doing that for almost 20-something years now, that tells you that something inherently wrong. And also the judicial system, the justice system in Nigeria, the way it runs, there's something inherently wrong. And if the NBA is not doing anything about it, because this is a civil matter, in my own opinion. So, but then why would the police be meddling in it and be intimidating this guy, allowing this guy to be using them to intimidate this lady? She wrote a review, either good or bad. Take her to court. We have issues here in America where some people were writing reviews about the electoral machines that was used in the last election. That the people inside there, they were using it to defraud the American people, that they were manipulating the old results. And these people said, okay, bring your evidence. And they could not bring in this. They took all of them to court. They won Fox. They won some other individuals. Some of them even had to apologize because they could not pay. Some of them had to retract because later they found out that they were wrong. So that's how it's done. If somebody wrote a review about you or go on public TV and say things that are not about your company, you have the right to sue them. You don't use the FBI to intimidate them. You don't use the U.S. Marshal to intimidate them. You don't use the police to intimidate them. You just go through the court process. That's how it should be done in Senate society. That's what I'm saying. Kini Fagbemi wo. Attorney General for Tinubu, because that's how they do it. Because whoever becomes Attorney General, it becomes Attorney General of the President. So you see, when we run a system like that, how do you expect us to get a good result? How do you expect us to get an egalitarian society where everybody feels like we're all equal? We get the same. We can always look to the justice system to get justice. When some people feel that they are only, they are untouchable. They are the most untouchable people. You cannot use. You see, that's what I'm saying here. And I'm sad to say, if we continue like this, I don't know if we're going to have that country in the next 50 years from now. But I know at some point people will rebel back. You said?
We are getting better.
No, well, you sit down here in America and telling me you're getting better. Hey, one more long year, no,
don't go nowhere.
That's why you can't go now.
I have an appointment for someone.
I purposely joined because of you.
No problem.
This show.
Money appointment.
Asana man, you have to debate BTQ for 5 minutes at least.
Why are you not going?
I've been getting texts here. Guys, I need to go.
Why are you scared of big TQ now?
I don't know why it's just going.
Should I be alone?
Ask him.
Which question was it? Did you ask any question?
Guys,
No, do you ask any question about anything? I was just trying to tell you that the review is not just normal review. What the lady said is not normal.
Exactly.
You review a product and said, yeah, sugar is too much, then if somebody take it, it will kill people. How can that one be normal review?
No, you see, no, okay, hold on, because I'm texting this person, I'm saying I'm coming. Anyway, so you see this is what we're saying here. You see, Mumanipe, gone are those days when Nigeria had
freedom is not free.
Nigeria was at the peak of its education. You see, 70s, early 80s to mid 80s. That was when Nigeria had real educated people. Tom more their left from their right. They can express themselves and they can stand on what they believe. But let me just say from maybe mid 90s, 2000 down to this era, to this period, that country just went on a decline. And I'm so sad. I mean, it saddens me when I come to platform like this. Some of us who got education, no doubt, like in the 60s and 70s, and maybe to early mid 80s or maybe like late 80s. I mean, I will speak the way we speak here. Like we need to see in Nigeria at some point whereby Nigerians feel like, oh yeah, if you're educated, you feel nobody can cheat you on your rights. But we come here and we just want to promote some kind of things that sometimes I just wonder. Some of us here, where people who live here in the Western countries, whereby we see how their system runs here, that people have rights.
Rational mind. Let me ask you.
Why would you, So why would you be saying that somebody wrote a review? No matter what it does, don't also anything. Fine,
but we don't have to be Western countries now. Rational mind. Why do we have to be Western countries? Why can't we be like China?
Mike, your land. I want to ask
you're not practicing Chinese. You're not practicing Chinese system. If
we are practicing a Nigerian system,
then your Tinubu probably will not be alive. Tinubu will not be alive by now, I'm sure. Yeah, of course. If you become a Belori because Thomas will pay OG.
Rational Mike, can in China you won't go alive, man. Right now.
Of course,
all this life is lying. This is corruption.
Let me ask
you. Don't speak to China, man.
Mike, please let me ask Rational Mind a question.
Guys,
okay,
won't get texting me, but I have to go.
Rational Mind, hold on.
Oh,
are you telling us?
Okay, go on.
Yeah, are you telling us that what that lady did is the right thing to do?
In a sane society like America.
So like I said, I was saying something, woman. I mean, I gotta go. I said, I need to. I mean, I said, I think gone are those days whereby we write English. I know that was what I was talking about our education back then. We write English. We know how to write English, compose our English, so that when anybody that is reading it, it makes sense to you. It makes you look like you are very highly educated. But these days, you see how people write English and write essays and write things online. It's kind of how you kind of wonder. It's because some of us, I don't know, I think we're half educated, half baked graduating. That's what I think even these days, not even half baked anymore. I think it's even quarter baked graduate. That's the kind of graduate that we have in our system in Nigeria. I mean, if we have real graduates that really went to school, that went through the school, and the school went through them, then they should be building most of our bridges, our roads. It should be our local engineers that should be doing it, them. But no, we bring in expatriates from abroad to come and be doing designs and everything for us. So what happened to all our graduates that went and spent, even our professors? What happened to some of them? Why can't they even design bridges?
They've left
what I'm saying is this. I'm not saying what he did was right. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying what she wrote was right. Okay. But however, whatever she wrote, let her have a day in court. Through the normal court process. civil matter. It's a civil case. Let her face the civil case, the civil matter. The police should not get involved because the police getting involved now is intimidation. Now they're intimidating her. Look at what they're saying now. They say she's on the watch list. What kind of work? I mean, is she a criminal that she's on the watch list? It's a civil matter.
This report might not even be true because I don't know.
But even in Nigerian law, it's a criminal matter, so it's a criminal matter.
Exactly. Must we be following?
If in America, if it's a civil matter, if in American law it's a civil matter, that's America. But if it's in Nigerian law, it's a criminal matter. It's a criminal matter. And why do we always have to say Nigeria? We are, like we have to push our own law aside and follow American law. Do you tell Chinese people? Do you tell Chinese people to put their law aside and follow American law? Or tell German to put their law aside and follow American law? I mean, come on.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. For instance, if I'm a teacher here in America, if I teach mathematics, the law in America, at least I live in New York City for many years. If you get to the class, hey, children, it's time for math. The law in America, in New York City, say, if they say, no, we are going to the gym, they are not doing math. The law says, that's number one. Number two, for those of us who work in the healthcare, in America here, if you have a psychiatric patient, I will say, okay, take your medication. If he doesn't want to take it, there's nothing you can do. But in Nigeria, as you are coming to give a psychiatric patient medicine, the security guard, those who will pin him down, untellable. So studies have shown that a psychiatric patient gets healed in Nigeria faster than America because the law here destroys people. I'm telling you the fact. Look at how law of America to destroy.
In Nigeria, yes.
Àwọn security guard wọ́n máa tẹ̀lé nọ́ọ̀sì yẹn. But America
question everybody here.
Teacher wọnú class. Olùkọ́ ọmọ níṣirò, àwọn ọmọ làwọn òṣìṣirò.
Agbọ́yìn. Ohun tẹ́ sọ ó yé mi.
Teacher sọ pé o káwọ́ sókè. Teacher káwọ́ sókè. Ṣé ẹ rò pé nǹkan ayé àwọn ọmọ yẹn ṣe ni?
Okay, all right. No, so on below me, ẹnìkan bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní comment section pé penal code wo ni lady and violate? Penal code wo ni?
This one is just trying to talk based on differences between a criminal and civil case. So if you are talking about penal code to violate, you are just talking about strictly criminal case.
So criminal case will violate. That's what I'm asking.
That's the reason. That's the reason.
You shouldn't violate any criminal code. A lawyer would have just won the case in court, right?
That is what I am saying. We've seen many things.
Well, a lawyer couldn't save her, so that means she clearly violated.
You see,
I don't know every law, so I'm not even going to give you which law. But I know for a fact
Mikey,
because only mind the person asking for the panel code to violate.
Not necessarily, rational mind. Because it's easy. Wait now, rational mind. If you didn't commit crime and they charge you, there's no way to present in front of a judge, and the judge will be reading out of our own.
They want to charge you, is it not there?
It is not a criminal case. That is why he's asking which panel code low violate. That's the why the reason.
It's not a criminal case. It's not a criminal code. It's not a criminal. But that's what they're inventing now. Is that cyberbullying?
Destroying the reputation of a company. Somebody has good for a long time. Can be Thomas.
Okay, go on, Larry. Go on. I think Larry wants to talk.
I actually joined because of you.
Because of me? Guys, I need to go. I mean, somebody's waiting for me.
Okay,
go on. Maybe I will listen in the background here. Just go on, please.
Collect, use background, collect.
I think you're kind of like mixing things up. So basically, if you look at what the lady said, if you look at it, can you tell your brother to stop killing people? That's one. There's even between your product is killing people and can you tell your brother to stop killing people? And for the police to charge her, they are charging her under the Cybercrime Act. And for you to say the Attorney General, I don't really think this actually concerns the Attorney General. And if you look at that case, at the point I knew when they kind of like tried to settle out of court, when they were in Abuja, everybody settled out of court. I think the problem was that I think the lady eventually
she
went.
apologized initially.
Yeah, she apologized and she was supposed to do a public kind of like
Yes.
public apology
I
and
think
stuff like
the
that.
charge and bail lawyer
Yeah,
convinced
which was
her.
supposed to have even, everything was supposed to have been settled. But unfortunately,
Yeah.
this social media thing and all these lawyers on the internet are
They
kind of
said the
like,
charge and bail lawyer convinced her that no, don't apologize. We can actually make money from this case.
yes.
So she now supposedly withdrew the letter, letter of apology.
I think this guy they call SN, that human rights lawyer, is the one representing
Only
that.
he's the charge
So,
and
so,
bail
so,
lawyer.
so there are some things that will actually be settled at court. But when you see sometimes when you see some of these internet lawyers advising you on some things, you need to sit back yourself and look at it yourself. Okay, take for instance now, if you say some things are civil case, why are they holding Ijele? Because ordinarily what Ijele did was just to come on the internet and said, oh, probably this pastor was, kind of like doing fake miracles and everything. Do you know that guy, it's been held, right? And I think they had to like take him back to Kuje prison or somewhere today, right? So I think
But
Nigerians,
that one is even wrong now.
You
It's a
said the
tangible.
cybersecurity law, all those.
Is
yes.
it not a? Is it not a bailable offense?
So that's
It's not. It's an offense.
Baba.
It's not a criminal.
Baba, I think we need to. I think we need to understand that cyber crime.
Larry, my question is this: what is the
Yes.
criminality that she has committed? Or even the jelly that you're talking about now, what is the criminal in what she did?
That's what I'm saying, right? I think a lot of us have not really sat down to really analyze that cybercrime act, and that is exactly what the police is basically using now. Probably if people need to go back to National Assembly to kind of like do some correction in that act, and I think a lot of people do not really understand that particular act, and that's exactly what police. If you look at most of the cases the police has actually been treating now, everything they tell you is that 2015, law is basically what they are using, and I'm very sure this is exactly what they are using for this lady, and this is the same thing that they will keep using for people until probably somebody they go back to National Assembly, renegotiate that particular law, and put one or two things there. So I like when Mr. Richard
I
actually.
hope they will not use this law against rational mind, though.
No, because that law, because a lot of people don't even understand that. Even the social media lawyers, right? A lot of them don't even understand. I think what they are supposed to do, sit down.
National mind, Tinubu catch you. They use that law to finish you.
Read this law because I've seen several cases.
I hope they will not use
Attorney
it
General
against
use that
rational
law to
mind, though.
finish you.
Yeah,
Rational mind, sure,
if you look at most of the cases, most of the recent cases now, anytime police talk, they'll tell you is that cybercrime act they are using. And most of the social media cases you're seeing now, right? Okay, look at Eniola Badmos versus the one other lady like that kind of like said one or two things, right? That I think they gave her 2 years or 6 months or something, and it's the same law. So probably people need to sit down, read that law, probably from section 25 to kind of like I think section 45 or thereabout. Look at what they need to change in some of those laws. If they need to go back to National Assembly, they need to go back because with the way the law is now, I'm very sure a lot of people will definitely be charged. We say a lot of things. We've had that advantage right in Nigeria. Like, yeah, I can say whatever I like. You see somebody just come on the internet, say whatsoever. Now they charge that person. Look at what happened with this what's this person's name? That they were kind of like saying, oh, probably the child, looks like someone else, something.
Yeah.
Now they are using that same law again, right? And that's the same law they are using to charge that other person. So that law is the issue here now. And I think that's what Eriko is actually using. But for me, personally, I would rather say Eriko should, is an older man. Things actually happen. I know it's damaging, but the damage that would definitely do to Eriko business is larger because this is somebody that needs finance outside the church of Nigeria. And I can tell you that door is already closed. That door is already closed because I know a lot of people out immediately that thing was actually on CNN. I know a lot of people that were kind of like, where's the website? Let's go and give review. These are foreign people. So Erico, as a businessman, is not smart. What he has actually done is not smart because there is no way Erico can go outside Nigeria.
Disagree with you. Erico is doing business with China. He's not with the West. So
Do
In
how is
fact,
the West going?
in fact,
do you know
in
that?
fact, his,
Then with
his
Okay,
China.
business is
do you know
doing
that
well, Chef.
even that Babajani
Eh?
Koko, even
He's
All
doing
himself,
the
well.
funding, hold on.
His business is
All the
doing well.
funding for his business and everything will come from Chinese bank and everything. They don't
boy,
He's
care
doing
about.
you
well.
know, he said it himself. He said he has lost how many credit line when that case actually happened. He said it himself.
Based on the ladies' review, not
Yeah,
Okay,
because of
about just
dragging
my
the lady.
lady.
And that's
yeah,
why he said
yeah.
he's still
So
on
he
his
has
life. You
lost.
don't
Finish here.
understand. Yes, now
They
he
said two
was based on it. How
facilities
can you
from
say your
China,
product?
$15 million for the two
Yeah.
facilities he missed.
Yes,
Wow.
So
how can you say a food product will kill
so
somebody?
that's why I felt.
Immediately
That's
you
why.
will lose investment now. That was
Yeah,
why the
that's
guy
why.
was angry.
Nigeria, we have so many wicked human beings.
And
That
yes,
woman
now
just
that was
want
why
to,
the guy
she
was
just
angry.
out of wickedness, she just want to
The
kill that
guy
guy.
said
You know,
on
And
open TV that I swear
yes,
with my life,
arise.
I
Yes,
will I will not let this one go.
this
I
case
will
go in
go.
now.
I will go.
I don't really think, for me personally,
If I quote him, he
somebody
said,
you
make
know,
I die
50 million.
instead.
He
So
said,
you
make
go,
I
"Mama,
go back pé
Yes,
inú
now.
kò ń kú àbí kò ń pa ọmọ yẹn ìkan ló máa
So yes,
ṣẹlẹ̀.
so the review has made him to lose so much funding, like you said already. So and you now let that person go because you are afraid
no,
of social media
you see,
backlash
no,
of people that are commenting on social media. What is
you know, some
social media?
Nigerians are wicked. Though. There was some
Eh,
time, like I think 2 years ago, when one woman told her 8-year-old
you can't
daughter to go and light
you can't
fire.
let it slide though.
In this one was in Abuja, I think. You can't, the girl was chopping everything. That is the small girl was caught on camera now, on eating camera. The auntie or whatever the parent, they just didn't like the man that owned the business. They just told the small girl to go and light fire there. That's how wicked some Nigerians can be, some human being can be. They just want to kill you. They don't want you to progress. Any means of
no,
progress. It's not like you offend them. They
you
just
know the
want
problem.
you to progress.
The problem in Nigeria is that everybody wants to make money, and you see this monetization of a thing is causing a lot of issues.
That's
Everybody wants to come to the internet,
To just make
all
some
in the name
boost,
of we're looking
buzz,
for traffic.
view, likes.
Because
Yes,
they believe
say some
Nigerian like
things that is
negative.
unfounded. Yes,
They believe Nigerian like negative things. You know,
yes,
once you say negative things, yeah, you start seeing that traffic. If you're this person that said the right thing, you won't see that traffic. So everybody's looking for that traffic. And for me, for that
yes,
lady too, right? I think that's exactly what happened. She was kind of like looking for traffic after that,
yeah,
kind of like reviewing things and stuff like that, you know.
yeah,
And they tend to do that and they put themselves into problem. You see a lot of things. Sometimes you go on internet and you see a lot of things and you're like, "Ah, what's happening?" Somebody will just wake up one day, cook up something, put it out there, like here. At the end of the day, they'll say, "Oh yeah, I want to start apologizing." Why are you apologizing?
yeah.
This is something that you
Mr.
obviously.
Larry, I was checking I was checking the Facebook profile of that lady. You're actually right. It's not like it's like a some content creator that's related to
Yes,
maybe product review or something. It's not that
yes,
she has been doing that before, so that you
yes.
can say
So,
this is a line of review or
yes.
something. You can't just you all of us who are going to the market now to buy something. Do we just suddenly open a video, be recording yourself, and be talking
Yeah.
about a product? Most
So
people
it's,
don't do it now.
so,
What we probably gonna do is
She
just to
did
write
it
a
on
comment.
purpose now. She didn't like that
Yes,
man. She
you
didn't
don't
like
understand.
the
It's just to write a comment and
for
no,
no
post
it
it
was
on
reason.
any site,
it was
not for you to
enjoying.
make a video and now
It
post the
was
video. That's something
yes.
to kill people. Anybody, even if you want to invest and you want to invest in a company, a product that can kill people. So the man will lose so much money around that time and be angry. Like,
No,
what
I,
is this?
I really pity the man because he has actually
So
put a lot of things to,
he's
he's
not
gone,
saying civil. What is civil in telling you
he's
that
gone,
people that are
he's gone
consuming
through
it
a lot.
will die?
But
Eh,
but
nah.
sometimes you see, sometimes you just need a little bit of PR, right? If I were to be that man, sometimes there are things that you just undo.
Mr. Larry, that's just all those people against him. That's what they are saying. If you go to Twitter space, that's the same thing you are saying. The man
No,
has
no,
lost so
no,
much already
no, why I said
by the
that.
review.
No,
So
no,
what is
why
the
I said
PR you
that.
are saying the man should do now
No,
again?
okay. Who has
You
now?
know the
Listen.
best question we can ask?
You know what they are
Mr.
even saying?
Larry,
They're even saying that she should take her. She should take her as ambassador and
B,
give her.
No, no,
BQB,
Which
you know
kind
the
of
best question we can ask?
yes, nah.
The best question we can ask is how many of you here will somebody steal $5 million from you? What will you do? Like somebody do something to cost you $5 million. What will you do?
No, I will take it as PR. I will be soft on the
no. See,
person.
let me tell you.
I
Eh,
will even beg her or
Let
beg
me say
him to be
something.
my ambassador. I even
Probably,
pay the person
if I
money.
want to talk,
That's
Odugbo
what they
if I
are
mine
want to
saying.
talk,
hey, joke with
Odugbo
somebody's money.
tí
Ah,
àwọn èèyàn Gani Adams máa ń gbé káàkiri ẹlẹ́yọ̀ máa lọ gbé náà.
if I want
ah.
to talk, look at
Tí
it
ọba
as a
kọ̀ sí ẹ̀
businessman.
fún 5 billion.
Look at it as
He has cost the man a lot already.
no. Look at
And
it
I
as
don't
a
think it's affecting
businessman.
their product. They are still selling their product. They are just
Eh,
aggressively. In fact, I'm beginning to see that Erisco social media more. In fact, they are beginning to show their company more, their humanitarian side, showing their workers, showing how many people are employed in the company, using the opportunity to display the factory. And if you now shut it down because of one review,
do you
there's
know
so much family that depend on
see,
that business.
sometimes when you are dealing with
So,
people, you look at, okay, fine, what's the cost effect of whatever you're doing? Because if you look at this thing now, who's going to lose more? Forget about the fact that, oh, the lady and all those things. As a businessman, Eriko is losing more because besides the fact that he's losing revenue, now he's now going to be spending more to do that PR, that because simple thing that he was not able to really quickly manage. Because now he's going to spend more money trying to like push his product out, trying to advertise his products more, trying to like show the good side of his products, which in natural sense, some things
yeah.
you just have to like, if you have sometimes you just have to like, one way, let this one fly, right? And everybody will be better off. Because if you take, for instance, now let's say Eriko and Dangote now, or probably Eriko and one big thing, you like, okay, fine, it makes sense. Let's keep moving. But you are looking at the other side. If you say, okay, fine, look at what you are losing in your business and what the other side is losing. Sometimes some fights, you want to fight it for your own ego. But as a businessman, some fights are not worth fighting. You just have to like let it go, let it slide. I'm not saying he should not, personally go ahead and all those things, but as a businessman, I am not think he's smart as a businessman. He's just being stubborn, and that stubbornness is costing his business a lot of money. So you may be stubborn, like, yeah, I want to do my things because I'm stubborn. But if you look at, I'm telling you that if Erico had to be a company that is a public company that shares had to be sold, I'm very sure at this point now, if he's the CEO, they will definitely be telling him to find his way out of that company, because no public company will, because you are losing a lot. So it's because it's just more of, yeah, it's my business and I can do whatever I can do.
But really, how can you quantify how much Eriko is losing currently? Apart from
I
the
did the Igbo,
investment,
man.
just
I
wait.
did the Igbo
How,
only.
you really is it that people are not buying it on the shelf?
No, see,
People are still buying it
bros,
on the shelf.
bros,
So
let me tell you something.
all this your narrative is just sounding to me like all these Twitter
No,
people
this
on
is
Twitter
not
that are
Twitter.
not
That's the
real.
point. That's the point. That's the point.
Eh.
That's the point. You see, the thing
This
is,
is not Twitter anything.
I'm not saying it doesn't have a point, but how can you really quantify how much it's losing? That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
are
now
you saying this is not about?
So,
Are you saying this is not about publicity?
somebody
Not
came
about
to you.
publicity.
The chairman of the company told you, ever since this issue happened, he has lost 2 credit lines.
So
You can
imagine.
quantify that. That's number
because
one.
of the review.
Wait now, bros.
Yes,
Wait
now,
now.
yes.
Wait. So because of the review or because of no the review, that's something that is quantifiable,
No,
right?
because of the review, he lost that credit line.
Wait
Yes,
now.
because it's damaging.
Wait. Let's because you want something that is quantifiable,
Yes,
right? And if
yes.
you look at ever since that thing has actually happened, how much have they really spent on advertisements? Do you know the cost of what they've spent on advertisement just to make people kind of like push their products more? Which in natural sense, if nothing had actually happened, that would have definitely been more gain to them. Now they are spending more money, right? Which is more of expenses on their side, which is eating into their revenue. That's another cost and it's not a one-off cost. It's going to be a continuous cost. They can keep burning that cost for the next 3-4 years. So when you are looking at things, you look at things holistically. Because brand, it's easier for you for a brand to go down, but building a brand takes a lot of things. It takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of investment. And once you have that brand, and that's the good way. That's why sometimes when you are going into buying a company, you are not just buying their assets. Goodwill is actually a key asset. Now, that goodwill, I'm telling you, is negative for that company. Now, if I want to acquire that kind of company now, right, goodwill of that company is negative. So those are things that you look at as a businessman, and particularly if you are going to look at that holistically. So for me, if Verico is a public company, I am telling you, the CEO of that company that is handling that would definitely be out. No, there's no two ways about it. So forget about all this. I'm stubborn. I'm going to spend my last couple. You can spend your last couple because it's your private company. You can never spend your last couple if it's a public company. So that's what I think. That's my own view. I'm not saying he cannot pursue whatever he wants to pursue, but I don't think he's smart. So thank you very much.
You are right, Mr. Larry. Based on what you just described, some of the parameters you fit in, the man is not, he owns his company, he's not a public company. So if he felt hot too, if you're in his shoe and you might not have the information that this man too has about this lady, because he's saying that some people are actually funding her for for that review. So it's not, you don't really have the kind of information that the man has to be able to, for him to.
Those ones are just assumptions.
No, you can't say it's an assumption now.
So, you know why I
This man
said
that
it?
you're saying,
You know why I said
if
it?
he doesn't have that capacity, he will not build that kind of brand to that level.
No,
So
you know why I said
we
it's
can't
an
just look at it
assumption.
that he's not smart,
You know
because
why I
he's
said it's an
approaching it in a
assumption.
way that you don't like it. Because you're only looking at it based on the media part.
You know why I
If
said
it's a public company, what is the impact on his company? But he's a private company. He's smart enough to build his brand to that level.
It's a private company. You know why I said it's an
So for you to not
assumption?
say he's not smart, it's looking somehow to me.
Ever since this case has actually been, I know the police they've investigated. I'm very sure if they've been able to trace that particular lady to another company, probably a competitor, I'm very sure. You know, Nigerian police now, it will have been out now. Probably this is, but ever since they've been doing that, those are things I was looking at. I was looking at probably they did their investigation, they're able to do some financial traces, and they're able to like link or anything. At the end of the day, it's not linking. If you look at the whole thing, for me, it's just normal. All these people come on internet, and when they are doing all this, their live session, and when people started clapping and everything, they say a lot of things that even when some of them replay some of the things they've said, they just look at they fucked up, they've done a lot of damage. So that's what I just see in all those things. The lady and everything, I just hope probably the lady has got a lot of publicity. Let me not lie
It's
to you.
not only the lady. Erisco too has gotten a lot of
A
publicity
lot
also
of
too. The
publicity.
company itself is more popular now.
It's a lot of publicity. I'm beginning to see a lot of external agencies now kind of like standing up and all those things. And I know why
Yes, the
police.
reason why all those external agencies will stand up, even to make me to believe that there is a conspiracy for international
No,
news media to be weighty, for international news media to be carrying it. Yes, who sponsor? How did the news get to CNN?
this news will get to
Who paid
CNN now.
CNN to air that news?
No, see,
Okay,
bros, the
they
news will
just
get.
carry news about Nigerian free, Abi,
No, the thing
about
will
any
get to
case free.
CNN now. These are cases. You see, that's why I said,
Yeah.
look at the person that has a lot of things to lose. And at that point, these are things. What is media? Media wants to get something that will sell. And they just saw something that will sell. Somebody review.
No.
Do you know
It's
how
not only
CNN
something that will
started?
sell. Oh. People
Wait
control
now,
media. Oh. Anything
bros.
I
Do you
want
know how
for them to
CNN
show,
sold
I'll pay
that
them
thing?
to show it. Oh.
Wait
What I'm
now.
saying is that it might have been some people that paid CNN to show it. Not necessarily the
No,
way you are
they don't
describing
even
it.
need to pay CNN to show it. Do you know how CNN picked it? They said
I
somebody
don't know.
reviewed something and that person is likely to get 7 years in jail. That was CNN didn't even give you the full detail. I when I saw the thing on CNN, I was like, okay. The thing was more like, oh, because somebody reviewed a product, right? And that person is likely to get 7 years in jail. So that is how they actually, put it out there. And immediately they put it out there, everybody all over.
Excuse me, please. Yeah. What is the status of the lady now? Is he being arrested, being released, what is the status?
No,
It's silent to me.
I don't. I think it's still, the case is still in court. They are still, pushing here and there, But this one, because me, I don't even trust Sahara Reporter, to be very candid. Sahara Reporter is not one of those people I trust. Sahara Reporter sometimes is more of, yes, say, and they push it out.
The sensation, they roll with the sensation more.
I don't.
So that's why I'm saying the people behind the media is not just picking news
So
and
most
pushing
times,
it. There are some people behind it
when
that
one
fund
man
it to
brings
be in,
things,
to be on our faces.
when one man brings
One
things
voice,
from
please.
Sahara,
Yeah.
when one man brings things from Sahara Reporters, I'm always like, these people, these Sahara Reporter people again, that will just wake up and just write one or two things. And once they see that thing is a lie, right? Next thing you see, if you read Sahara Reporter, you say, oh, because this person said this has confirmed what Sahara Reporter said, and you're like, what are you guys doing? Is this a newspaper? So I don't really trust, because I don't expect. Why will police put her on watch list for what? For what? Is she an international criminal? Watch list for what? Are you sending her name to Interpol for what? So Sahara Reporter, sometimes don't trust them, because it doesn't really warrant putting her on watch
Yeah,
list.
and even my brother, this case they are talking about is an offense. It's not a crime. So
Yeah.
why
So
would
you can't even.
it's just an misdemeanor offense?
Yeah.
You don't know what I
So
mean? Yeah,
so
it's even a civil case.
is that
It's a
how they
civil
put
case.
people on watch? Is that how they put people on watch list? Do you just wake up one day and say, "Oh, probably this person and this person. Oh, let me go and put this person on watch list"? It takes process. It takes procedure for you to put people on watch list. That person has to be able to, like, do something against the state, that you see that if this person is not put on watch list, right, and this person escape, then it's something against the state, not somebody and somebody are doing this, and you want to go and put them on watch list for what now? Like, Mike will not they follow Sahara Reporter. Now Lamba de Sahara Reporter.
Lamba.
Sahara
I
Reporter
like that
I
word,
won't lie,
lamba.
Sahara Reporter is no longer credible, man, to be honest. Like,
now Lamba did there.
sure, the moment he got into politics, I'm like, okay, you're done with that. I can't trust you again.
Larry, I like that word, lamba. Just the sensation. What is going on? If you just
No, that's just it
That
now.
5 years, sure, spent in prison. The guy, the one they go, Nigeria go pay back.
No. Sahara Reporter. Have you seen that? How many people do you see? Do you see normal main media quoting things from Sahara Reporter? They watch it
never.
because it can put them into problem. Sahara Reporter. Forget that thing. All those
So the
noise.
problem of Sahara Reporter, people, it's not that someone Yeli Shore is giving any people money for investigating or journalism, anything. People will just call them, blah, 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 blah happen. They don't even verify the source, the claim, and the event. They just put it online. That's what they did.
Thomas, how they escape any lawsuits? They will say, according to this guy. But
Yes.
people that really would not know that, they say, according to this guy. You will just read it. It may be according to one way on the street. It may be. So the moment you say, it's like me saying, BQB stole robbery, did committed armed robbery last week, and I will now say, according to Jeffrey somebody. The moment I say it's according to somebody,
I'm excusing myself.
They've lifted that problem up off
Exactly.
themselves.
You can't keep cannot sue me because I'm not the one saying
Yes.
it again. I'm just saying
Yeah,
it
that's the
because
problem.
somebody
Yeah.
told me. And then that person, so that's it. That person that told me I made that person sign. If you want, usually what the reporter do is the person they will make according to if you want an entity like that, someone that has nobody in the street of Nigeria, maybe one wretched person, they'll make that person sign it. So Nigerian government cannot go after that individual now because they know that one don't do anything. So that's how reporter get away with all their all their stuff. She always a smart guy.
All their Lamba news.
Some of their news they correct, yeah. No be everything be lamba.
Yeah, some of it are genuine, but some of them is just an attack. Some of them is just to go after somebody.
But if you don't, if it is only even one lie in your newspaper, you have to come out and do what they did disclaimer, what they call this English they always use. That doesn't happen, no. And the mainstream they always does that. They will come back. We apologize for the something. Yeah, we really get our news very straight when we put the news out. That's why you will see all these mainstream. They are very careful for litigation because I can sue them for defamation of character if they put anything out there that can hinder my image. They will get sued. But our reporter is very smart. They will just put one Thomas something said. So who knows that Thomas? Who know that Jeffrey
Oh,
something?
you see, what's
Yeah.
the difference between Sahara reporter and Gist lover? Are they not the same thing?
They are just online blogger, the same thing. And
Yes,
Linda
Sahara
Ikeji,
reporter
they are
to
almost the
me
same
is
thing.
like
Yeah.
it's just like they are just blogging, not sometimes probably they get some access to probably somebody give them some file and give them some hint and all these things and put it. It's not like they are doing any investigation. They are not checking anything. They just put it out. Oh, on that headline. So at least to get some traffic and so it's always easy for people to run with some of all those things. People run with it like some people don't even read some of those things. The headline alone is okay for them to run away with.
And Nigerians are so good with propaganda. It's like Nigerians are they are addicted to propaganda. Nigerian people. To the point now, even somebody that comes to start speaking truth now, you become the liar. That's how bad we've become. We've been soaking to this, consuming bull crap, man. Like now in Nigeria, if you start talking truth, you are seen as a liar because people are so used to lies that they're so addicted to lies that if you come and start speaking truth, everybody will jump on you like, "Oh, boy, this guy is crazy." They look at you like you're crazy. That's how far we've degenerated in our society. I'm telling you.
Mike, you know what gave me headache most? Nigerians on YouTube. The headline, they just arrest. I'm just using that as in illustration. They just arrest in Kanu something. The capture. When you open the video, there's nothing correlate with Nnamdi Kanu. They will just. I don't know why YouTube
No,
is
it's not
even
like
allowing that
bros,
on their platform.
bros. Everything
Different
that
caption, different video entirely.
everything that to get money. You see this monetization, waiting monetization go cost. Because everything is all about traffic. Everybody wants traffic. And if you put negative, have you noticed that the last 3 years, kind of like 2 years, it's been more of negative things in Nigeria. It's been more of pushing more of negative things because negative things in Nigeria brings money, right? Because it's bring traffic. If you see any good thing, you push it. It's not really going to bring traffic. So everybody is just kind of like
Big QB, the difference between America and Nigeria or all these advanced countries is they understand what's going on, so they've taken measures, so they know what to do when your negative or your whatever is doing begin to affect their national interest. They know how to get you.
It's that they work with the corporation and say, okay, start going after your employees. They find out where you work, and they may tell you the company you work and say, okay, this guy is doing this, is a character, and fire him or threaten to fire him. You'll be forced to go and take it down. Or they have other ways they come after you. You understand?
I agree with you. Absolutely.
Or they use, if they can't come after you anyway, they will not launch their own they will not launch their own propaganda against you to finish you. The American government, these people are, you don't mess with them. Anything you can't when you start messing with the national interest of messing with the government,
Mike,
they may start calling women you dated in the past to accuse you of raping them 20 years ago.
Mike, that is UTB. And what I heard about those news, even though you saw the caption in American was arrested, so far you have clicked on it already. The money is already going to that person's, even though you don't watch the video finish. So far you click on it, you play like 5 minutes or 2 minutes, it's already show as view that somebody has viewed it.
Yes, you are right, General. Everybody is using all this
and
propaganda because of
that's
money
why
on this social
that's
media.
why I like what is happening in Europe. Right. Europe, there is a way they kind of like hold some of these social media companies to, responsible. And that's why in most cases you always see, probably, they are fining Facebook, YouTube or whatsoever. It's getting this kind of this big fine. And even I think everything about Europe is superb. Even if you are working in tech, right? In terms of data privacy, all over the world, if you are dealing with anything that has to do with Europe, there's a lot of regulations that have to that have to go with it.
They do it too in America too.
No. America is not like that. America is not.
No. I was actually watching. There was
you know
an
why I said that?
interrogation.
You know why I said that? My company, we deal with a lot of data, right? And anytime you're dealing with European data, it's not just anything. Take for instance, like there are some data that this is more of a law, right? You can't take it outside outside Europe. It must be domiciled in Europe. Like even if you are storing it in the cloud, right? It must be within the region. That data must be domiciled in. Probably if you're storing it in probably AWS, it must be domiciled in Europe because it's a matter of law, right? And even if you're bringing outsider to kind of like have access to that particular data, there are still a lot of restrictions, which and it's how they kind of like do their things. And that's why in most cases you see that some of these social media companies, Facebook, all of them, right?
Even the tech company, gadget company, the Apple, is Europe that forced them to start using Type-C now.
Yeah, so you understand what I'm saying? That
is
is
there
how
Europe litigation, yes. That
yeah,
forced
see
them to
that
start
their
using
charger.
Type-C.
See like iPhone. That iPhone
right.
charger.
Yeah.
It's zero. They force them. You have to do it. So they don't have a choice. So they started doing they left
they
that
started
other
using
charger.
Type-C. Ordinarily, they will have been using their charger because they make money from their charger.
So you understand what I'm saying? That's why
but
I like.
Now, if you are letting them to use Type-C, Apple will lose revenue if they are using Type-C. Because it means that all their products, you can use Type-C is Type-C. And there are so many companies
they have
producing Type-C.
Apple use more of locking strategy. They use more of locking strategy.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. The old Apple charger, Apple code, that ends at iPhone 14, is exclusive to Apple. It doesn't charge any other phone.
That's the locking strategy. That's the locking strategy I'm saying. You can't go outside now.
You can't go out. Yes.
Sorry for digressing. What's happening now? They are not selling charger with phone anymore. I'm just wondering what did that.
No, they are saying it's cost.
No,
they are saying it's cost. Cost reduction, cost stability, price. That's the explanation.
All my phones just cable and the phone.
No, there's no recent flagship phone now that you buy that you have charger there now. It's only cable.
Mhm.
It's only
And they
cable that
kind of
because
like most of the company that outsource that side to some other people, and that's why in most cases now everybody's going for Type C because so that it's easier for you to see. It's not so you are not committed to them that they must provide it for you.
really expensive now. If you want to buy original charger, I mean the Edo for
Mhm.
Apple, it can be as much as $40, $30.
Mhm.
It's expensive now. So if they have to reduce that cost, don't put it there so that the price of the phone can go down in a way. So
Mhm.
what I wanted to say, well, concerning what Mike said, there was an interview I watched of this owner of TikTok. He's actually a Singaporean, the person that owns TikTok. He was being interrogated by some American senators
Yeah,
about their
yeah.
content. About it was on the I think the video
Yeah, I
was
watched it
online for
too.
some time. So
Where they were
they were
asking
saying
him
that
his
the man showed
relationship
different content. He
with
shows
China.
yes, he showed different content in China, homely content. But immediately you get to the West, he show gun violence, fighting, and so forth. They were actually questioning the man, about, of course, about his origin, identity, and stuff, and the ability for him. So the man was saying that he doesn't have control of those kind of things. That is showing more immorality in the West, and is showing morality in Asia, something like that. So if they actually showed interest in you, they know how to to get across to you.
Mm-hmm.
But in Nigeria, the only way we know how to get across to people is institution, is to use the institution of the state to harass people. That was why when the other lady on TikTok too, that was accusing Eniola Badmus that she's a pimp. She
Mm-hmm.
take guests for people, something like that. How can she, how can she get back at the lady? It's easy now. Just give to a policeman one money, they will arrest her, put her behind bar.
Yeah.
But I told you,
That
tó bá
lady
jókòó
own.
síbẹ̀ for 1 week, they be back
Look
pa.
at that lady. At the end of the day, she said that she was looking for house rent and probably
Nah.
some. And you're like,
Yeah.
oh, mom, man.
So tó bá jókòó síbẹ̀, they be back pa for 1 week. Orí àrí set. I think that's just yeah.
Straight.
Orí ẹ̀ máa straight.
No, it's
So
also
which is a
unfortunate.
cut tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀.
No, I think probably another thing is probably they need to start looking into. There are a lot of, in Nigeria, a lot of things will happen rather than you. And this is the legal side, right? Take for instance now, when digital asset actually came out, Bitcoin and everything, right? The US they've been working so much on kind of like legal framework that will definitely take care of that. Nigeria will not look at that. Take for instance, look at Binance. You people saw this thing. Look for a proper legal framework that you'll be able to use against some of these companies. That at the end of the day is going to be win-win for everybody. That is not what's going to happen in Nigeria. They will leave that thing, right? All of us saw what was happening in Binance then. P2P was crazy. You look at Binance now, they said dollar is this. After 2-3 hours, someone else will say, oh, I want to buy at higher price. Now the price
No,
is up.
it's speculation.
So the speculation
They
was so
speculated
crazy.
and make it, yes, and devalue our currency.
It was so,
And
I said,
and,
anytime I look at
somebody will be saying in Pakistan they have 1,001 acres of land, consumption to production. Is it
I'm telling
consumption to
you,
production that is devaluing our naira by
P2P in
seconds,
Binance,
per
P2P in
seconds?
Binance. I said the way that thing was crazy then. You look at and everything was going back to P2P in
Yeah,
Binance. And you look at they said, oh, the dollar is this. And someone else, okay, everybody, okay, buying and selling, everybody's buying at 1-2. Somebody will just come, okay, I want to buy at
buy at
1-3.
250 or 1.3.
1-3. Before you know, they
Yeah,
said the price is 1-3. Okay,
1.3.
somebody will
Yes,
be like, the thing
yeah.
can't turn
That's how it
to
was going.
where
So that
solution,
there's no economic
megawatt.
force of demand and supply that can
I'm
explain that.
telling you, megawatt. And if they had not curtailed Binance, probably now it go don't
If I
reach
don't
like
reach 3,000.
I'm telling you.
No, there's some element of speculation there.
No, the speculation
The
was so, and another thing, and the likes, you see, and there are some people, right? Because sometimes I look at it, people like Deji Adeyanju, that guy was almost at that point, almost every time, go and buy dollar, save your dollar, this and this. And at the point, I look at it like, is there a law to use against these people? Because this is outrightly economic sabotage, kind of like encouraging more of economic sabotage. Everything that guy does at that point is go and keep dollar, go and buy
because
dollar.
most people are actually keeping the dollar and they don't need it. They don't
Yeah.
need
Now,
it
a
for
lot of them, they don't
any
have a choice
exchange.
now because
They just
some
keep
of
it. They
them
just
even
buy the dollar and keep,
bought dollar as high as
creating some
1,800
artificial scarcity. Yeah,
because they have the
that's
likes
what they
of the
do.
Jade Oju that will keep shouting, go and buy dollar, go and keep dollar, go and buy, go and keep, go and buy, go and keep. Maybe now he will be more busy because now maybe he's a lawyer now. Probably will be more busy than coming on internet and shouting, go and buy dollar, go and keep dollar. Yeah, because that's what he does. Because for me, proud to maybe now, Desha, we can actually point to what he does. Because me, I don't know what Deji does.
Social media miscreant.
Than social media miscreant. Follow Showore. Let's go and
And
do
let's go and cause trouble.
rally. And let's go and do
He
rally. Let's go
just
and
won't call once he back. Want to buy what UFCC kọjá. Want to cause trouble bẹ́ẹ̀ náà.
so
Come
that's those ones. Because there are some people that you can't even say this is what they do. Then this, let's organize some crowd. Let's go and protest. Let's go and now work with that. But now we'll be saying now that he's a lawyer, probably he will start looking for something to do. And I think he has started because I think I saw him when he went to release Very Dark Man. So probably he will be more serious now than shouting, go and keep dollar, go and buy dollar. And Aboki that doesn't even know anything. They tell you go and buy dollar, you carry 1,800, buy dollar. Now it's 1,200. So you don't have a choice than
There's a
to sell.
conspiracy between the Abokis, the bank, and some powerful people in CBN. Those are the people that are making our currency to CBN, Aboki people, and even the banks. The banks don't always have dollar. They will tell you there's no dollar, but they will call one Aboki for you in the bank. That will have. Why would Aboki have more dollar than the bank? So
And
those are
now,
the.
and now this CBN governor now is choking their neck. Policies upon policies. Policies upon policies. Say una no go hear word. Policies upon policies. And I'm very sure Tinubu will have called the man and told him, see, if you don't do some of all these things, this government is not going to survive. So the guy is bringing policies upon policies. All the
Because
things that
actually,
the banks have been doing. Because
if the difference,
most of the racketeering, is the bank. Imagine the banks. Why will you count part of your profit, right? Foreign exchange difference. You are counting it as part of your profits. Foreign exchange difference. You want to add it as part of your profit. How? So, which means the banks themselves are just doing that business of foreign exchange and getting a lot of money, and they wanted to start adding it to their profits. So I like what is happening now. The only problem I have is the fiscal side, which I'm not sure the fiscal side is able to stand tall, because the monetary side has always they've been trying, but they can't do it alone. It's whatever they want to do is still short term if they don't have the fiscal side giving them the full backing and doing the right thing. Hopefully we'll get there one day and Nigeria will be better.
That's the prayer. That's the prayer.
Okay, I got to go. Thank you.
All right. Looks like is there some special event going on today where people no matter what people don't show. I don't know. But anyway, Sha, um, I'm about to bounce, but it looks like you're about to turn into Amazonian show right now.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Cameroonian show.
What happened, man? Where's everybody at, Mike?
Nigerians are off today, man. I think today is the Nigerian day off. Maybe we should make it about Cameroon. Maybe today is the Cameroon Amazonia or Cameroon day to.
I mean, all these guys have. I mean, this panel used to go all the way to 2 a.m. Man, it's funny how it's 9 p.m. in my state and everything is shut down already on this panel.
I'm surprised too. Yeah.
Oh man,
There must be something going on today.
No, there's nothing now. You guys on the chess people. Come on, man.
You know when I used to go play soccer with some Hispanics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whenever we show up and the field is kind of almost empty, only few people show up. That day, we know Mexico is playing against another country.
Oh, I heard your female team is in South Africa preparing for the Olympics. I guess that's why you guys have already call it a holiday off to watch the game probably tomorrow. I don't know.
Holiday. Nigeria women are the number one in Africa now. We don't need holidays.
Oh boy, yeah, I give it to you guys for being number one for women, but in men, man, I don't follow women soccer anyway. So,
dude,
I say
you need to start following women's football, man. They play the most entertaining football, dude.
Yeah, I follow the ones in America, but when it comes to Africa women, I just don't have appetite for it, man. Yeah, they too slow for me.
They're growing. Like even the African women are beginning to watch it. When I watch South African ladies play, the Nigerian ladies, they even like when I watched the last World Cup, the way the Nigerian ladies play against England, dude, I've never seen a Nigerian man even play that good, or any African men play that good.
Oh yeah,
this lady was playing with some fundamental, some tech. Oh, women, I'm telling you, dude, very soon everybody will start watching men's football and just watching women's football. They have. Yeah?
I was asking how far have you guys gone in the World Cup for female? Have you guys gone towards like quarterfinal or still at the bottom?
in the I think around 2002, the early years, around maybe 2003 or 2000 and around that early years or 2005. I don't know. They went all the way to I think semi also.
Oh wow.
Nigerian women we've been in the game for a while, man. Like that's when we had this lady. Oh man, we have some badass women, dude. Like we produce some stars, man.
I even see white people playing for you guys female national team. I'm surprised. I'm like, your team is actually cajoling or is now white people are now falling in love with Nigerian female. Now I'm surprised, man.
Nah, our grandfather is Nigerian though, man. She has Nigerian in her. She's not white, man.
Yeah. I'll give it to you guys.
Don't forget the one drop rule.
Oh, come on. But I mean, I'm glad it's happening in Africa, man. It's a good thing. We also see people, black people playing in Europe and all of that. So they should start playing for Africa.
The women football. I watch more women football now than I watch men football. I'm telling you, like only men football. With the men, if the big team has not playing, like when I watch the men's football, I only watch like the top teams. Because when you watch the lower, like when you watch men football, you watch teams like all those lower teams. You don't get entertainment. They just run and kick and swing. Yep. They don't play with brain. They don't play with sense at all. But when you watch with women, dude, these women play some entertaining shit, man. It's like the women play almost even the weakest women's team. They'll still play that fundamental. You think you're watching Barcelona or Man City? They play with brain.
You're right.
You understand?
Yeah, right.
They play with brain.
Even American women football team is more successful than their men's soccer team. They have taken World Cup.
Because the ladies they play with brain. They entertain you more. Like I dude, you need to watch the league in the US now, and even the European league. Like they play, their football is more entertaining to me. I'm sorry to say. Yeah. Like when I watch them, I just enjoy watching it. Like they play with some like. They have like very high IQ like football IQ. Even even the basketball. I was watching the college basketball. The only difference is that they can't dunk and do all that dunk, but the passing, even like, I'm serious. Women have higher IQ in sport than men. I'm sorry to say this. Like they play with intelligence.
Mike, so are you gonna start watching a women football team too as well? I mean, American football. Are you gonna start watching American women football, not soccer?
Which football are you talking about? The football, American football or soccer? Which one?
Yeah, the American football. I'm talking. Are you gonna start watching the
No.
American
I can't watch that one.
football?
That one is rubbish, man. I don't even watch the men. Talk less of the women. No. I
Oh,
don't
you don't
watch
watch
that
the
one.
men football?
When you talking about football, are you talking about when you say
Yeah,
America?
I'm
We're
talking about
confused.
American football, not soccer. I'm talking. You don't watch American
No.
football?
Even though I've been in America this long, I just never like. I try my best to get into American football and American baseball, but my brother got into it. Most of my relatives all got into, even my younger brother, but me just never got into it. It just wasn't
Yeah.
entertaining enough for me. I just don't.
Instead, my spirit for soccer was even dying down because when I left Africa, the way I used to follow Barcelona and Chelsea back in the days around 2007, 8, but when I left, came to United States after like 5 years, man, my spirit of watching soccer, it just kind of died down, man. Like me saying,
Are
"Oh,
you
I'm
kidding me?
watching Manchester." Me in United States, I'm watching Manchester United, Liverpool. I mean, no, look, man, I'd rather watch like NBA games going on, watching like Embiid and all these guys,
No.
making wave at
NBA.
the
No, I love
NBA.
NBA. Like,
Yeah,
like the American sports is basketball. That's it.
Yeah,
And
but when
take over
American
now.
sport is going on like basketball and then soccer is
Yeah,
going on in
basketball
Europe,
and
man.
combat sport, boxing. That's it. Like me, when it comes to
Yeah,
sports, it has nothing to do with country or anything. Like when it comes to sports,
yeah,
I'm into either basketball, boxing,
or soccer,
and soccer.
boxing.
Those
Okay,
are my three sports, man. Those are my three
that's
sports.
nice.
That's me right there. I try to get into UFC, but no.
Man, mixed martial
Unless
art is
maybe
the
my
shit
favorite
though.
guys are
But
unless
how
in
how
Ganu,
can you not get
the
into
people that got
UFC,
me to
man?
UFC, the people that got me to UFC was in Ganu, Adesanya.
Yeah, but mixed martial art is more fun than boxing though. Boxing is just one style. You get hit, you stay on the floor, you get up and fight again. But
No, it's not one
mixed
star.
martial art, you get on
It's
the
not one
ground.
star. It's not one star.
I
Mixed
mean,
martial arts.
UFC, bro. Mixed martial art, you get on the floor, they follow you on the floor and hit. That's good, man. And you can use all styles to do it. But in boxing, it's only a hand. In UFC
I
or mixed
understand,
martial
but
art.
mixed martial arts is not always the best that wins. So
No,
you
it's
know.
always the best. I mean, if you have different techniques, kickboxing, it comes to kickboxing, boxing, wrestling, and all these other techniques, it's an advantage. But in boxing,
You're
if
right.
you are
You're
not
right.
good
So
with
it's
your
almost
hand,
the
that's it.
same, but maybe because I'm so used to boxing. Because
Yeah.
I'm still getting familiar with mixed martial art, but I'm
I
still
mean,
more
don't
into boxing than
boxing.
mixed
Don't
martial
get
art.
me wrong, though. But Mike, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that the old time boxing, like Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, was far good than what it is today?
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh, come on. So you want to say Anthony
It's still,
Joshua is a
there's
far
no
better
difference. There's no
boxing
difference.
than no, man. If you put Anthony Joshua in those years, like when you talk of these other guys, come on, man. Anthony Joshua wouldn't
No,
last in the
no,
ring,
no,
man.
no. The only boxer from back then that I can say we probably were more skilled than guys today. Maybe Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali, and though I won't lie, it's still the same. Boxing never changed. It's the
Oh,
same.
no.
I agree
It's
with
the
you.
same. You can say they were more superstar. Maybe the greatest may have been from back then,
From
but
those there, yeah. I
yeah.
agree with you,
But
Mike.
boxing is still boxing. There's no difference. It's still
I
boxing.
agree with you,
Boxing
Mike.
is still boxing, but comparing the boxers
No,
nowadays
I
to the
agree.
Okay, if
one
you
in
are
the
saying the
past,
boxers
man.
now,
No.
yeah, we can
Yeah,
say
now.
that. But
Yeah,
No,
as compared to
Jude.
the past.
If you look at football too, people will say people like Maradona, Pele. That I watch some of their clip now. There's nothing interesting that I can compare Messi with them. Football is more
yeah,
technical
it's
and
all
it's more
talent.
technical now.
It's really not about.
I'm not
Uh-huh.
talking about football. I'm talking
No, but
about
people
boxing. This is where my
no people will still tell you that those people are greater than these people playing now. Some people will still
Because
tell
the
you that
boxing
if you
nowadays,
watch
if
Pele
you look,
play,
they don't.
uh-huh.
Ah, can you
people will still
compare
tell you
the
But
if
the
you
only thing
watch
I
Tyson
can
Pele
say
play,
is
if
Fury?
you watch
the
Maradona
heavyweight,
play, something.
the heavyweight of now, they are taller and bigger than
Yes, now
back then.
imagine that
Like,
Muhammad Ali.
do you know how
Muhammad
tall
Ali
this
will
guy
be
Anthony
heavyweight
Joshua
now.
is? Anthony Joshua is 6'6". What's his name? Tyson Fury is 6'9". This
Muhammad
guy is
Ali
like,
stature. Muhammad Ali stature will be middleweight now. He
yeah,
can't be
like people
heavyweight
like
now.
Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, they were middleweights. They can't.
So
No,
Mike
no,
Tyson
no.
is like
It's not about
5'11".
being. It's not about being short or being tall. It's about the techniques, the way they fight. Mike
Dude,
Tyson in his
hold on,
prime,
hold on, hold on, hold on.
we beat
Tyson
this
Fury, no,
Tyson
no, no, no.
Fury, and we beat Anthony Joshua. Come on, man.
Jude. Tyson Fury, 6'9", and the way with his skill, with that size, oh my god, the way he move with that height, with that size, and even
Bro, it's not
Wilder
about.
is
He doesn't
6'7".
have no techniques. I mean, what is his technique?
No, no,
Only
no, no,
jab.
no, no, no,
I've
no.
not seen
Tyson
him.
Fury is,
I've
is, is
not
one of the most
actually
skilled
seen
boxers
him.
ever, dude. Hold on, hold on, hold
No,
on.
I've
Don't
not
maybe
actually
you don't know
seen
shit.
him knock out. I've not actually seen him knock out a complete
Knockout has
boxer
nothing
on
to do
the
with
ground.
skill. No, knockout has nothing to do with skill. There's difference
Oh,
between
really?
being a knockout artist and being a skilled boxer. You understand?
Wow, I did
So
not know that.
there's different. A knockout person is just someone that is gifted with a powerful, strong punch. You understand?
So,
But a
so you're
skilled
telling me
boxer,
that Mike Tyson was gifted with a powerful punch in his knockout.
chill out. Mike Tyson is gifted with both. He's very skilled boxer and also has a knockout punch. That's why people regard him as one of the greatest because he has both. Give me a second. You coming? Mike Tyson was very skilled and also has a knockout punch. Muhammad Ali is very skilled, but he doesn't have a knockout punch. You understand? And some boxers just have knockout punch, and some boxers just have skill, but no knockout punch. You understand? Someone like Deontay Wilder, he has no zero skills, but he has a knockout punch. All he has to do is just hit you once, and that's it. So that's what boxing is. Okay, go ahead. Who was that? I want to come.
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually wanted to come in to apologize. The last time we had a session, I really lashed out at Mike and I felt very bad about it. That was a wrong word to use, and I've been trying to see if I could connect and just come and apologize to Mike and everybody for using that kind of word. So I'm very sorry about that.
Well, no, you don't need to do that, man. We are grown men here, man.
That was what I.
After the show
Yeah.
is over, we forget about. I don't keep anything in mind or anything like that.
Yeah, sorry
Forget all
about
that.
that.
No. Don't
Mike,
worry, man. Don't worry.
So I'm listening. You can continue your talking.
Yeah.
we are
No, don't
forgiving
worry,
you,
man. Don't
sir.
worry. I don't keep malice at all. Like after the day is done, I don't even remember what happened before.
Yeah, that's
It's all
cool.
over.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Mike,
trust
they
me. I
used
don't
to,
come here to keep something in my mind or remember what someone said to me. I don't keep something in mind. We come, we chat, we argue, we fight, whatever. After that is gone, and the next time we meet, we are talking again. Me and this guy Joel, we insult each other one day like that, over and over and over. The next time we met, we were cool. It's over. It's just all this internet thing is nothing, man. It's just everybody going to prove their toughness and their political point. That's where it ends. It's nothing personal. Trust me. No one will really hate anybody. So it's nothing personal, man.
My
Yeah,
pleasure.
don't
Yeah.
worry, man.
Yeah.
Mike, there used to be a boxer back in the days called Sugar Ray. Man,
Those are skill boxers, man. She
I
got
mean,
real
come
Leno.
on.
She got real on
Man,
this.
Sugar Ray, go and watch this guy fight again, man. And this boxer,
That's what I
look,
was
man.
telling you, Jude. Like nothing changed. Like back then was still great, you see,
Yeah.
but you can look at what's his name? This guy that I never lost. My boy here, Mayweather. Look at what's this Mexican guy? This Mexican guy. Oh shit, that's
Bro,
good right now. Oh shit, what's his name? Alvarez. Is he Alvarez?
Alvarez,
There's another
Alvarez.
guy now that's so crazy right now. This guy can throw 100 punches without getting tired.
Bro,
Dude, boxing, man. Come on. He's the same. He never changed, man. It's just talent.
I love boxing. I love boxing, but the skill that
Yeah.
we have today in heavyweight, I don't see as compared to
No,
past years, man. It's not. You cannot.
Jude, but what I can argue is that this right now is the greatest ever heavyweight what's the word, era, because you have so
No.
many heavyweights. Oh no, no, you have so many heavyweights that can beat each other. This is the greatest era of
Oh my.
heavyweights.
Mike, which boxing guy can beat Evander Holyfield
No,
in
that's
this
not what I'm
era?
arguing about. That's not what I'm arguing about. I'm not saying that they have the greatest boxers ever. I'm saying the
Oh,
greatest
okay.
era. Do you know in the past they will only have two guys that can beat everybody? Nobody can mess with them. You understand?
Who?
But
Who and
now
who?
you no. Listen, in the past you only have maybe one or two guys. They will just no one else can compete with them. You understand? No one else can beat them. They will finish you. But now you have names where anyone can beat anyone. You have about 6 different names where anyone can beat anyone. You understand? You have like Usyk that will beat Joshua. You have like what's the name? Andy Ruiz that can beat Joshua, and Joshua can beat anybody. You have Wilder right there that can knock anybody out, and then you have it's like so many names. Even the lower guys coming up, you see, have like Sanchez, that Cuban guy. You have this guy from Nigeria, Ifea Jagba. You have so many great talents in the heavyweights. You understand? So like any
Even
of
the
them can beat
Cameroonian
anybody.
guy.
Which one?
The
Ngannou?
Cameroonian guy now.
Oh,
Francis Ngannou.
Ngannou is not a boxer now. He's a
Well, Ngannou
UFC
is
guy.
just coming
Come
in,
on,
man. He's just coming in. Unfortunately, he
he's
would have been
making
a
his
great
money,
boxer, but
man.
he didn't come in on time,
Yeah, I mean, he's getting. Oh, he's 38. I mean, he's there for his money. He has done
Yeah,
his
yeah.
time
Oh,
already.
unfortunately, Africa ruined his talent, man. Africa ruined his talent. Ngannou would have been one of the
You
best
know,
boxers ever. But
exactly. Especially with that
he didn't
height
start
as well.
early. Yeah.
Exactly, Mike. You understand? Especially with that height. You know.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
would have if you would have started if Africa had facilities to grow talent, the guy would have been one of the best boxers ever too. He's gifted for him to perform his first ever boxing match against Fury and he performed that well, dude. That tells me that this guy here, imagine it would have been, but unfortunately he started late. That's why he's
Mike,
inexperienced. Why Joshua knocked him out.
I heard Yoruba guy bought that fight. I heard they pay him huge, Ngannou huge for him to be knocked out like that. I've never seen Ngannou knocked out in his whole career like what happened in that boxing fight, man. I'm really surprised.
That's what I
Yeah.
expected. If you don't have experience, that's what will happen to you now.
I mean, come on, Anthony Joshua. No, man. Like, I mean, to see Ngannou fall down like that as if he smoked something, I was like, no, that's crazy. I mean,
Dude, you make a guy look like a kid, man. I was like, is this Ngannou?
I mean, the guy sat down. I mean, on my face, looking at Ngannou sitting down in the boxing ring, like looking blurred, confused, like a nuisance. I'm like, man, I'm.
Jude, one of the things that killed Ngannou was he after fighting Fury, he became too confident. That's what killed him. He became too confident. Like, oh, if I can survive Fury like this, oh, Joshua is less than Fury. Oh, and if you look at the press conference, he was just talking about Fury. He wasn't even focusing on Joshua. Like, I'm like,
Yeah,
are you kidding me?
He even made a statement in French. He said, "If I gather these two guys, Fury and Joshua, in a ring, I will smoke them."
People hyped him, man. I think another mistake he made. He went to hire that. You see, his trainer is one American guy. Americans are very cocky.
That black guy.
Yeah, the guy probably he didn't teach him to be humble. He just pumping him. That same guy who said in the press conference like, "Oh, man, Ngannou will finish Joshua. We annihilate Joshua." I'm like, come on,
Man,
how
how
you
can you
talk?
get humble when the money is coming in already? Have you realized that most rich people don't get humble once you start making money? You don't get humble, man. I mean, come on. He was the UFC heavyweight champion. I mean, he has done it all. He has fought a lot of fight. He has gotten more money. But still, man, like, I mean, you don't get humble. He when he fought Fury, he thought that was it. He can do it again. But now I see, man. Now I've gone on his social media. I realize this guy is back home in Cameroon now. I don't think he's gonna actually want to fight anymore because there's a fight open for him in the PFL with this tall guy. I don't know if he's gonna beat that guy, man, because that guy from that fighting that I saw, that guy is so powerful.
Is it UFC? I mean, sorry, mixed martial art.
mixed martial art because the PFL
In Ghana,
got
no,
a
in Ghana,
fight
you
there.
guys work in mixed martial art, man. That's not a big problem. But boxing is a different, it's a
Yeah,
different art, man.
it's a
Boxing is
different ball game. I don't think
it's a different art. Trust me.
even that rematch with Fury, I don't think he's gonna fight a rematch with Fury
No,
though. I don't think
Fury
Fury
will
is gonna
finish
give
him,
it to
man.
him.
Fury will finish him.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, yeah. Fury. The thing is, now everybody have watched him. You want to have a boxing is more complicated than you think. Trust me, it's more complex than you think. Boxing is they study
So
you. Oh no, they study you.
so
They
you
know
think
your
Fury is gonna beat Joshua?
yeah.
You think Fury is gonna beat Joshua?
It's unpredictable, man. It's possible, but we don't know. Like the thing is, Joshua has improved and he has learned a lot. He has studied Fury, so it's possible Joshua can beat him. And also at the same time, I think Fury is still the most skilled among all of them. But Joshua has a more powerful punch than Fury. And let me put it this way: among between Joshua, Fury, and Wilder, here's the deal. Wilder has the most powerful punch, right? With just one of his hand, right? The right hand is the most powerful punch. He wants to connect, man. Yo, you're done. Um, Joshua has the second most powerful punch with both hands, both left and right. You understand? Second most powerful punch. Fury has the least powerful punch, but Fury is the most skilled among all three of them. Now, the second most skilled is Joshua. Joshua's skill is right next to Fury. But Wilder has no skill at all. He just has a punch. So Fury destroyed Wilder because he knew that all you have to do is just eliminate that punch, stay away from that punch, right? That right hand. Because he only has one right hand. That right hand. His left hand is useless. His left hand cannot knock anybody out, but his right hand will finish you. So Fury figured out, okay, all you have to worry about is that right hand, and I just dominate the fights. You understand? And win by point or at least fuck you up or something. So that's how Fury was able to destroy Wilder. But however, with Anthony Joshua, Fury have to do more than that. You understand?
But
He
I
have to
have
do more
one
than that.
question there. Joshua, in some of his fight, man, I don't know if he goes all on all. In some fight, I mean, he came out in this Ngannou fight different person than with his last fight where he got beaten back to back. You
No,
know,
I
and
don't think no. I don't think it came different. No. I don't think
oh
so.
yeah,
I don't think so. I don't think so. It may
because he
look
used
like
to
that,
talk
but
a
that's not
lot too.
really.
But
Are you
this
talking
Joshua used to
about the
talk
fight
a lot.
against those other guys are real boxers, man? Like what's his name? Usyk. The guy is a boxer. Dude, boxing is more complex than you think. If you don't see, that's why. Like, if you don't know what boxing, you won't understand it and you won't enjoy
I mean,
watching it.
you still won him back to back. You know.
Exactly. Usyk is the most skilled among all. Usyk and the two most skilled boxers among all heavyweight is Usyk and the Mexican guy that beat Joshua, Andy Ruiz.
And Ruiz.
Yeah, they are the most skilled, followed by Fury. Those three are the
Oh
most
yeah.
skilled. They are the three most skilled boxers. Like they got
So you think
skills, man.
Usyk is gonna beat Fury?
But no. No, Usyk was able to dominate Joshua because he's more skilled than Joshua. Quicker. You know, he has quicker hand. I won't say he's more skilled, but he has quick. He's faster. His body is equally skilled as Joshua. Both equally skilled, but he has quicker hands. He's quicker. He's speed. He has speed with his skill. Now he has the same edge, the skill. But the thing is, Wilder is a little more skilled than Joshua, so it's unpredictable. You understand? So I can't come to conclusion because Fury is more skilled than Joshua. So I can't come to that conclusion that okay,
Right.
Usyk skill is going to dominate Fury's skill. For one fact that Fury is taller. If they were the same height, I would have put my money that
Yeah, but that
Usyk would
long reach
finish
from
him.
Fury.
Yeah,
That
I would put
long
my
reach
money
from
that
Fury.
Usyk would defeat him. But Usyk has a little more skill than Fury, but Fury is taller. and ask you. So boxing is
Yeah.
complicated, man. I'm telling you, man.
And he got that movement. He got that leg movement as well. That leg movement and hand movement. Jab. Papa,
Yeah.
papa.
That Usyk Fury fight will be very entertaining. I'm telling you, man.
Oh, so what are you putting your money on? Or you are not putting no money, or you just gonna
I'm not
just
gambling on
do
this one, dude. I can't bet my money on that at all. The Ngannou one, I would have put my money on Joshua. I would put my money on Joshua for sure.
it?
I'll put my money on Joshua, man. Because I already knew that Joshua already watched it. He already watched his fight, already knew his weakness. Joshua figured it out now. I already know, like, okay, this guy, okay, yeah, I see your weakness. And because Ngannou doesn't have that experience. Ngannou
Yeah,
maybe
but
more.
most UFC fighters have never made it in the boxing. I mean, watch when you follow the Mayweather and this other guy, this a UFC guy that they fought. I mean, he also got beaten by Mayweather.
You have to
And
understand,
Ngannou is another
boxing
person.
is like soccer. You have to start early. You have to start early. You have to develop a lot of experience. It's not a sport where because you are strong or because you have no.
Yeah,
You have to start early, and it's a boxing. It's a lot to learn, man. I'm telling you.
that hand movement. Yep, that face.
No.
Head
You have to.
movement to
There's so
hand
much to
movement.
learn. There's a lot of thinking. There's a lot of calculation. There's a lot of watching. There's so much. So it's like soccer. Like you can be the most talented, but you have. That's why in soccer you go to academy. The academy player that has less talent than you, we make you look stupid. You are gifted. That's why the African players never win World Cup because the European players they went through academy, they went through the education, the program, all those things, and they always beat the African team, even though the African team have all the talents. You see, Ivory Coast, all the talents, and they play against one European team and they will lose. Or Nigeria, because those European players went through the academy, they learned, they went through the education of the game, so they have the
No,
knowledge.
I think
That's what it is.
I think it's a setting when it comes to African football players. Take for instance, right? You have an African player, a guy that was
No, I'm not
born
talking
in
about player. I'm talking
Africa.
about the team,
You
the
know,
team, the team, the team, not the
yeah,
player.
I'm based on the team, right? A guy that was born in Africa, play in Africa, went to France and nationalized and became a French player. His way of playing in France national team kind of changed with the way if he was to join an African national team. Take for instance, there is this guy that they call Mbolo. He played for Switzerland. This was the guy that scored against Cameroon. And he was from Cameroon, born and bred, grew up, played for, I think, a league, and then went to Switzerland and nationalized, you know. But he became more proficient than if he was playing for a Cameroonian national team or something.
No,
I don't
I
know,
don't
man.
believe
It
so. I
seems
don't
like
believe so. No, I don't believe so. No, no,
I was
hold on.
thinking most. Okay, go ahead.
I think his performance has to do with the program, the sport program.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You have to understand. Like, let me explain something to you. Europe, even United, especially United States, when it comes to their sports, they bring sports scientists. They come in. They your game day performance. You need more than just your talents. There are so many factors that are involved. One is diet, the food you are eating before your game. 2 months for that game, they restrict you to a particular diet. That way to prepare, you understand? To prepare your body to be fully ready for that game, right? Two, they take you through something called yoga, where they prepare your mind, right, and your spirit for the game. Your spirit for the game. And then thirdly, they put you through the knowledge, explanation, the understanding. So that's what I mean by the program. But in Africa, we don't have all those programs. All we do is just call our players together. Okay, come on, guys, let's get together. Let's kick football. Let's train. Let's play. You understand? So that's the difference between those advanced countries. That's why those advanced countries always outperform the poorer countries. You have to invest in those things. You need more than in sport. You need more than your talents. You have to involve other factors like your physicality, your body's replenishment, your
Mike,
nutrition, your nourishment, all those things, and then your
Mike,
mind, your body, your spirit all together. So
Mike, what of the side of Ojoro? They always use Ojoro for us.
It's not Joro, man. We just not prepared. We don't have all these programs. That's the problem. In Africa, we don't
Are
have
you
it,
sure
man.
they are doing so? Ojoro
It's not
for us.
Joro. We just don't Africa. We just don't understand anything. And the funny thing is that rather than us trying to understand how other people, even when we know that how they do things, we don't care. We just too lazy. Like we know about all these
Mike,
things, man.
what I was saying is the setting in Africa, the setting, it kills efficiency, it kills the players than when you play in Europe. And I mean, you just came to the point that they are excelling well because they go through all these things as well. That's why when you see a player that plays in Europe, like say Osimhen, he plays in Europe, he comes into Nigeria national team and does not performs good. They say, but he's doing this in Europe, he's scoring. Why is he not doing the same thing in Nigeria? But
But
because of
that's
the
what I'm
setting.
saying. The program.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
let me
you are
give
right.
let
I
me
mean,
give you an example. Let
I
me
was
give
saying
you
the
another
same thing.
example of the program.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example of the program. Like when Osimhen arrives in his club, right? They already created a schedule, a strict schedule, right? And the coach already have coaching staff. They already study each player. They already created one sub schedule for each player. Like this player here is a striker. This is his program for the next 5 days. This is all he's gonna do. They already create programs, a schedule for defenders. They already designed everything. You understand? So they already started the program. So once
And
he
Mike,
comes
they
in,
are very strict. They are very stringent. Very
exactly.
stringent.
So they have all these things all prepared, all set up, and everything.
So why
And
are we not implementing the same thing in Africa to make it perfect so we can also be
because
having this
Africans
success
don't
story?
care, we don't care about anything. Let me. That's the problem in Africa. Let me tell you, the problem in Africa, right? Like in Europe, for example, when they say, okay, we want something done, they'll find those that know how to do it for one, right? And two, when they put money into that program, they follow up to make sure that what they are investing in is going right. But in Africa, what we do is we say we need this all these things, and they just put the money there, and then they don't follow the money, they don't follow the program, and then people where they put that money, people in that they may put the money for all these programs I explained, right? But people within NFL will steal the money because nobody's watching it. Nobody is following up to make sure the money is actually to the what they invest the money into. So that's the problem in Africa. Somebody might come and explain to them like, listen, you need this money for this thing and that, but they just budget for that money, and some people will steal the money, and nobody. Why would they steal the money? Because they know nobody's following the money to make sure the money actually goes to what they put the money for. So Africa, we have a
Yeah,
lot of things to learn, and not because it's not like we don't even know. It's it takes a lot of work to make sure things go well, but we are too lazy because the person supposed to do the work. He rather going to be spending time with his 2 wives and 3 girlfriends, so his time is already occupied with his women. You understand?
no, man. You cannot be paying someone to do the job and you say he's going around and spending time with his girlfriend and there is no fact check. You don't have people
Jude,
fact.
Jude,
In
Jude,
America, if things don't get done,
when I discover African problem, the day I begin to
uh,
say, let me look at our daily life activity compared to my European and white people's daily life
counterpart.
activity counterpart. I discovered that an average white man, an average Chinese man, he doesn't have time too much for things the African man have time for. The average white man just has one wife or one girlfriend, and that's it. And he spends a few hours with her in a day, and the rest of the day is working. He's focused on his job. He's not distracted.
Yeah.
But in Africa, go to your Africa, average African man has like at least 2 wives, 3 wives, and 2, 3, 4
Dis-
girlfriends.
di-
And
distracted with church,
he has to find time for all of them. So
distracted
what
with
will he have
church
time to do his
programs,
job?
all these other programs that doesn't make sense, not of priority.
When would he have time to do his job? Jude, if you have, I used to be that kind of guy. Man. I was a womanizer. I used to have like several girlfriends at the same time. And I started a company. My company wasn't growing until I met a mentor, and I read this. He proposed this book to me, and the book explained all these things to me. It's like you have to sacrifice in this life. If you want to get one thing, you have to sacrifice something. And in that book, I learned that I have to give up. If you have too many friends or too many girlfriends, too many people in your life, you have to sacrifice those people for you to have time to put into your business. That's why I was like, wow. And it took me a long time to develop that habit of just cutting off friends and ladies and all these people that I occupy my time, because time is the essence. Time
So you
is
cutting them
very.
off, you have
You
become
need
more
you need
successful
time
than
to be
what
able
you
to
were
be
before.
productive. You need to put time to. You need to really
Exactly.
really really invest on time. Time is very important.
So
You
are
understand?
you more successful than when you were with these ladies and stuff?
I'm way more successful, man. Way
So
more
why are you
successful.
not giving these lectures in Nigerian milieu? Like these are things that Nigerians need to be start studying in school, right? Like
You
how
go,
to
they will
get,
slap you, man. You want to take away their pleasure. They will slap you, man. You want to tell them to give up fornication and
I come
womanizing.
in also.
oh Remy, not at this time, not at this time, Remy. Let me and Mike flow for a while, and then you can come in. You know.
Let's hear from Remy. Yemi, you are welcome, my brother.
Okay. Okay.
Remy, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I think it's just really that. I think the topic that you guys that I really like sport. But first question you must ask yourself is this: look at a typical European team. They have coaches all round, goalkeeper coaching, defender coach, midfielder, strikers, physical coach, match reader, choreographer. It's, it's like a whole house, and they spend money. And one thing I've learned about white people is not about personal interest. It's about making a name for myself, not the money. I think they have passed through the stage of where we Africans are now. We are chasing after money. They have passed through that stage. It's all about this is me.
That's not
I'm,
true. Yeah, we all chase after money, man. Forget it.
this is me, Mike.
Not.
I want to create a name for myself to let people know that I am a good coach or one of the best coach in the world in what I do. That's what they always after. I've seen them.
But
If
you can't say African man is not after the same. Don't wish the same thing for himself.
no,
Some
I'm
people
not
want to make
saying
name for themselves too.
I'm not talking about sport. I'm not
I
saying
get
that
it. I get it. Even the everybody is human nature to want to make name for yourself, but the discipline, what is required to do it, is where the problem is.
you mentioned something now. Look at the environment they also are is also very important. Yeah, everything is structured and organized. But when you come to Nigeria, especially in African setting, things are not organized very well. And when they are even partly organized, people always think what is in there for me. I want you to play my player. I'm an agent. Play him. I will bribe you. I will give you money. The coach is also be thinking, if I play, what is in for me? You are a superstar. So you talk about Osimhen. Osimhen, look at those people playing behind Osimhen in Napoli, the midfielder. They create chances for him. But when he gets to the national team, unfortunately, our national team now, we have an average, below average midfielders. That's our problem. And we don't usually play with one striker in the past. Now we are playing with one striker, and I'm talking about our last
But
AFCON.
there are
So
some European teams also play one striker now. What are you talking about?
I know, but what I'm trying to say is that if you are playing with one striker, then you must have deadly midfielder that they can also score goal for you anytime. But we don't have them. So
Yeah,
that is the
but that's not the fundamental problem of why we are not succeeding. Though. You can't say that.
no, I'm talking. That is generality. I'm just giving an
You are
example.
giving, you are telling us game strategy, all those things, but that's not the fundamental problem why Africa.
I've already thought about the general fundamental that mostly the Europeans are structured and organized, and most people want to create a name for themselves. They are not really after the money. They know that if they have the name, then money will come in more than abundance. But our own people is that money first.
But I don't, Remy, you see, when people say Africans desire is different from European desire, African man wish, or African man don't know this or know that, we all know it. Trust me. I've met Africans, I've met Nigerians that know things. That know. I sit down with them, and I got in their mind. I know that this guy is that he actually know what it takes. He knew all these principles, but he's not carrying out. He's not doing it. You understand? And I'm asking myself, this guy, you know all these things. Why are you not carrying out? Why are you not doing it? And I find out he doesn't have the discipline and the time and the what it takes, the requirements to get it done. It just does to carry it out is the problem. It's not that we don't have the knowledge or the wish, the desire to actually get it done is the problem. The problem is to get it done, not that the desire or the ability to do is not there. The ability and the desire is there. But getting it done is always the problem. And that's why I told you why they don't get it done, because they have other things in their life they've put as more of a priority than that, which is I have 3 wives, 2 girlfriends, and I have to attend one I'm there. All those things.
Mike, before let me
Go ahead.
proceed, do you know that there are many talents that has died in that country? Why do I say that? Do you know that to enter that team, you must know one Baba, know one this, know one. You can't just with merit or with skills enter the national team. You can't
No,
in that
no,
country.
Thomas, you cannot say that. If Thomas, you cannot. If you are the fact is that if you are progressing well in Europe, you don't have to know nobody
You
to
don't have
join the national team.
that's a weak
You don't have
argument, man.
to. Yeah,
That's a
that
weak argument.
argument does not hold any water, Thomas.
Does not hold,
If you
man.
are, if you play well in Manchester
I'm
United
talking.
and you are from
Hold
Nigeria,
on. I'm
the
talking.
Nigerian national team
Speaking.
will haunt you.
Hold on. I'm talking picking from the grassroots, the locals in the country. I'm not talking about Europe.
Yeah, but that's not
There are
only
many.
Nigeria as a whole. The fact is that African countries have not actually, they don't choose players anymore from their home countries. They choose players only who are playing overseas in Europe, in Asia, and all these other in America and all of that's a major problem anywhere. So I wouldn't hold that as something, But if you are actually doing good in Europe, in an English league, man, the national team will be the one calling you. They will be begging you for you to come and play.
Yeah, let me proceed, please.
Let me proceed, please.
But do you know? Sorry, do you know that the last man, the guy that scored our winning goal in the last Nations Cup that we won, you know that the guy came from Nigerian League. Imba.
Yeah,
The guy
you talk
came from
about
Nigerian
something.
League. You talk about Sunday Uba. He came. He was not even the highest goal scorer, but that guy was the one that actually put smile on our faces. So we have a lot of them like that managed to enter without really knowing anybody. We still have some. So although we might not have that discipline as that of the guys in Europe, but we still give our local guys. Except for now that I'm seeing some dangerous trend, and one of the reasons what I'm seeing is also this. Now, Nigeria, I normally tell Nigerians to be very careful of what they say about that country, irrespective of wherever you are living or whatever your status is. Well, I'm starting to see some trend right now that Nigerians that were born outside of Africa, they eventually discovered that they could not fit into the countries where they live or where their parents gave back to them in the United States, in Canada, in Germany. They can't fit in. Now, they eventually know that to further their career, they must come back home to their roots. And that's what we are seeing. We saw it in the All African Games. This last All African Games, we saw it in what do you call it? We saw it. Toby Amuson came from the ranks. She came from the ranks. She's not a superstar. But we have seen some guys that are coming back home now to come and represent us. Even one lady from Leicester, Plumtree. She's from Lagos. I think the grandfather was from Lagos. So we
Yeah.
can see that people are now coming back to identify
That's
back
our
to their
hope
roots.
now.
They don't have a choice.
You know
Because we are
that's
now
our
becoming an
hope.
upskill. Yeah, that's it.
Regarding just like the Europeans. Hold on,
The
somebody's mute.
Europeans.
Somebody's echoing.
Somebody's echoing.
Dorothy, can you mute yourself for a second?
Can you mute yourself for a second? Okay.
Okay. So what we probably can do is just like the Europeans are taking our children, our DNA in Africa, in the sense that our children that are indigenous Africans using their talent, brushing them up to use them for their own national team to progress. We can also take our children that belong to us and being developed by Europeans and bring them to come and work for us too. Just like they're taking our brain, it's like brain gain, brain drain as well as brain gain in a sense. So I call it anti venom approach, in the sense that when a snake bites you, they will have to use that same snake venom to cure you. You understand? So if they are using our children with our DNA gifts to advance themselves, we also will take our same children that they use their own intelligence to develop to snatch them to come and help us win too. So we have to play that game of someone like Jimo Musiala that play for Germany. Is their best, is their future superstar right now. His father is Nigerian, his mother is German. He was born in England. The kid had the option to play for either Germany, England, or Nigeria. He wanted to play for Nigeria because he was so into, he grew up here around Nigerians and he's so into Afrobeat. And this other kid, Adeyemi, all of them. But unfortunately, a lot of our people are not thinking like that, especially their fathers. The guy's father was the reason why he didn't play for Nigeria, because his father reason like all this rational mind, all these Nigerian people that hate Nigeria.
Mike, let me tell you, that guy will not play for Nigeria. Look,
He wanted
to, but that's what the media said. Have he actually said? I mean, if you are a grown man in England,
Jude, Jamo said he was raised in England. He has no connection with Germany.
Yeah,
his mother and his father. Wait, hold on.
His father wouldn't stop it.
Calm down. Listen to me. His mother and his father gave birth, met in England. His mother is German descent, but she's living in England. His father is Nigerian, grew up, live in England, and they gave birth to him in England. He grew up in England in a Nigerian community around Nigerians. Now, when he wanted to pick a country, his best option was Nigeria, and he has option to pick either Nigeria, England, or Germany. But because his father, he didn't want to play for England, his number one option was Nigeria. And now, because his father was one of those Nigerians that hate Nigeria, always talk shit about Nigeria, that use this country or whatever. So his mother was like, oh, wait. His mother now told him like, hey, go play for Germany. That's why I picked Germany over England and Nigeria.
So is he playing for Germany now?
Yeah, you don't know Jimo Musiala?
Okay, I know him,
are you kidding? This guy,
but this is the point, right? He as a player, he has you can still play for Nigeria if he wants to. Your parents at the age of your parents do not choose which country you as.
No, he's a kid. Do you know how old he was in the last World Cup? 18.
Okay, you know, at this age you can still denounce your nationality and play the new FIFA.
No, it's too late. No, it's too late. Once you play the first game for one national team, you can never play for another team again.
No, the new FIFA rules say a player can hold two nationalities and they have the right to denounce it. I mean, it happens to this Brazilian football player.
No.
Let me give you an example. There's this Brazilian football player who plays so many games with Brazil, but went to Portugal. I think he plays. He's a player. He plays for Portugal national team.
What you saying? Wait, hold on. What you saying? He played for the U20 youth team, maybe U23, U19, U stuff.
No, he played for Brazilian national team. I mean, I can give you his name. I forget. Oh, come on, Mike. I'm not mistaken.
Can somebody help me out here? Dorothy or Patoski, can you guys help me?
There's this. What's this guy's name? He's even a
Jude. Unless you just in the rule yesterday that I don't know about.
But I know there's some issues like that. I know there are some issues like that where I think they are trying to fine tune that law.
If a player has a double nationality,
but I don't know whether they have done the final
in that national country.
But you
he
are
can
right.
Switch and choose. Yeah.
Jude, the rules that I know, unless they just change it. The rules, once you have played for your one national team once, you can never switch again.
Yes, on that. Once I play under.
Yeah, no. FIFA has there's another rule that FIFA comes out with. If you have two nationalities, and you have played for your national team, you can still switch and go and change that national team and play for the other. And we have gotten players.
Okay, let me understand you so we are not arguing blindly. Hold on. Are you saying Are you saying not U17, U20, youth team? I'm talking about
national team,
the senior team.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying now they have new rule that once you play for your senior team, right? You already play for the
If
senior
you have
team.
double nationality.
Hold on. If you have double national team and you already play for one of the nationality senior team, right?
Yeah,
You
you
play
can
games.
switch.
You can still
Yeah.
switch. Now, when did they
Yep.
create this rule?
I mean, let me give you players that have done that. But let me check this guy out.
How long ago?
I don't know when yeah, I don't know when they created this rule, but it has happened. Let me see. There's
How
this.
long ago? I'm asking you how long ago.
I don't know how long it was, but
Because
that
as
is
of
the rule
last year,
that
I
has
thought that rule was not in place. Maybe they just changed it this year. I don't know. That's why I don't want to argue blindly. Maybe they changed it this year. But what I know is the rule was that if you have dual nationality or even you have connection to any country, you have right to play for that country, any of those countries. But once you have played one game with your senior team, you can't switch again. Like that, you see that girl you call the white girl that played for Nigerian women. Her grandfather was in Nigeria, so because she has connection with Nigeria, so she chose to play for Nigeria over England, even though she has played on the England youth team, U17, all that stuff.
Yeah,
even this other guy named Ademola Lookman that play for Nigerian national team, and even Alex Iwobi, all those guys they play youth team, they play on the youth level for England, but on the senior, they never play one game for their senior team, but they chose Nigeria. So now they can never play for England again. They are stuck with Nigeria.
Yeah, but we Africans, man, we shouldn't even be valuing these players that were born overseas
Now
and
you are
play for
shifting
you. That's why.
argument. This guy,
No,
let's
that's
get
not.
for other
Let
people,
me
man.
finish. Let me
No.
finish.
Remy
Let me
and
finish.
you guys want to come in. Jude, let's
Mike,
not
let me
make me
finish.
about me and you,
Let me
man. Let's
finish.
let other people talk.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Me being from Cameroon, right? The players that were born in Europe, when they came and played Nations Cup, they done absolutely nothing in Cameroon national team. Cameroon national team has become a failure because we depends on these guys like Mbuemo, the guy that played for Brentford, and all these other guys. And the national team was all mixed. You have these players that will have they have their father is Cameroonian, their mother is this, their mother is a European, and their father is this, and they are absolutely doing nothing. Why should we not focus
Let's hear
on
other
our
people
own
talk, man. Hold
grooming?
on. Let's hear other voices. We don't want
Yeah, but let me
to.
finish. We should focus on grooming our players. You live in United States, you see that most of their players are grooming college, NBA
Yeah, we
basketball
agree with you.
players.
I agree with you. We get
let
your
me
point.
talk.
Jude, we get your point. We get your point. You know, you should groom your players, yeah. But let other people talk, man.
The FIFA rule about that one is simple. You can play for any national in the age group, but once you are capped as the national team player, even once unfriendly, you cannot play for any national team anymore.
And that's what I was telling you.
No, that's not
Jude,
true.
stop arguing, man. If you have another alternative, just post it.
Okay, I just find out the player. Go and Google Diego Costa. Go and Mike. Go and Google Diego Costa. He played for Brazilian national team and had to switch and play for Spain.
Okay, Jude, you win. Let's move on. I can't. I know you. I've known you for a while now. I know you. Your
No,
argument
I'm not
is
saying I
always.
win, but go and Google Diego Costa.
Okay,
Just Google
we'll
it.
Google it.
And
You won.
tell me about it.
Thank you. Your
Okay.
argument is endless. It's okay. Let's not want to talk about it.
Okay, I'm gonna let someone talk. But Diego Costa played for Brazilian national team, despite the fact that he played for the national team, switched and played for Spain national team.
Okay, thank
and he's
you.
a famous
No,
player.
I got you.
I know Diego Costa, but I didn't know that about him. But let's hear from new voices. Yeah, Remy. Remy's trying to boost. Remy. Yeah.
Yeah, so that is the FIFA rules. And I think, generally speaking, our problem starts from lack of organization. Before, we used to build our team locally. But unfortunately now, we have a lot of, we are so many Africans in the diaspora, and their children are playing. The problem most of these children have is that it's very difficult for them to break into the national team. We have a lot of good Nigerians. Look at Tomori that is playing in, is it AC Milan now? He played just, and Abraham, I forget his name, a good striker in England. They all play in the friendly for England. After that, they don't use them anymore. If they are up there for Nigeria, maybe they will still be playing for our team now because they are good players. So some of them opting to play for Africa, they know what they are doing because they know that the competition in that their country is very stiff. That is one. And then two, there's a political angle to the game also. And also a little, it also depends on the coach. even they invite you and they don't play you, then you lose value. But if you are playing for an African team, you still can also retain some kind of value because people can watch you in the AFCON every 2 years. And if your team is lucky, you can also play in the Olympic Games. That increase the value as a player. And so many things. All this, the people that dictate that pace is the European, okay? And the reason why Americans too, they were unable to progress is because they have not bring in a lot of top players. I mean, young, I'm not talking about those who have played for a long time and then they want to retire, now go to America. I'm not talking about that one. Their league in America, they refuse to pump in the money to attract young players to come and play in the American league. You see what the Saudis and the rest are doing. They are pumping in money so that when they pump in money and then their local player are robbing man with people like Ronaldo, it's a kind of influence. And don't be surprised. I'm not saying that they are going to win the World Cup, but it's going to improve their league and also.
Mike, have you pursued Jude?
No, I'm around.
No,
I'm around.
see here.
Me, I wanted to tell you that someone is on the chat. Someone is on the chat agreeing with me that what I said was true.
No, Jude,
so your policy is wrong.
Maybe they are not aware. There is a new FIFA rule since 2021.
Exactly.
2021. You can switch. You can switch your nationality. It's allowed, but you have to apply. You have to apply through FIFA, and it can be granted.
So the new rule is that hold on, Jude, Simba. That's why I was asking Jude to when did this start, because I wasn't aware of it. But so Simba, are you saying that? Hold on. Are you saying like Jimo Musiala, for example, that has option to play for either Germany, England, or Nigeria, is already playing for England? He already played one World Cup game for England. I mean, one World Cup tournament for England. Can he still play for Nigeria?
Exactly.
Well,
let Simba answer now. You already answered.
The only thing I know, I don't know the number of
games you have to play, but maybe
times that you have played. But what if what they used to do before is that
let me ask
Jude, let him talk now.
Wait now.
It's not Jude talking, Mike. I'm not the one talking.
Thomas is the one talking. Is he
Thomas,
going to denounce one? Is he going to denounce one and choose one?
You are not denouncing anything. You are not denouncing. Before, what they said before is that if you play for another country, if you play for a country, but you don't pay in a competitive competition, if you play only in friendly, you can be granted to go and play for another country. But now, even if you have participated in a competition, you can apply through FIBA. Even that country can apply on your behalf also, and you can switch your nationality. But what is not clear to me is the level of competition that you have participated. I'm not so sure whether if you are playing the World Cup for a country, you are now allowed to switch your nationality and play.
Let me also ask you, Simba, are you sure whether it's maybe if you play for the youth, maybe U20 World Cup?
No. Before, it's allowed. If you play only in youth, you can switch your nationality to play for another national team. That one is clear. But now the new rule, even if you are playing in the competition at the senior level,
national level,
at the senior level, you can still switch your nationality. But what is not clear to me is that maybe you play, I'm not so sure the level of competition that is allowed.
I think for a year. I think for a year you can,
So, but it's allowed. It's allowed now.
Simba, some of these guys do not understand. When I talk, they say, "Oh, Jude, talk." But I'm
Jude, I was asking you, when was the rule made?
Yeah, go and check Diego Costa.
2021.
2021.
Oh, maybe. That's nice.
Diego Costa started playing for Spain in around 2016. What are you talking about, Jude?
But the law, the law. I mean, if the law came in past in 2021, then I'm not aware. But I knew that there was a law that was already existing like that. You know, way before
was it not existing before 2021?
That's why I say I don't know about the 2021 issue, but I knew it was already existing.
Mike, you're not understand. I'm not the one that said 2021.
Yeah,
Maybe
because I
the
played
law.
for Spain. He's playing for Spain since our 2015, 2016. He was
But
not a
he played.
Brazilian
He
and everything.
played in Brazil national team in a friendly match in
He never
games.
played. He never played for Brazil national team. He played for
He
the.
played,
He
of
gonna play
course.
for the junior team.
No, no. Come on,
I know
you go
Diego
and read
Costa
about
very
Diego
well.
Costa. Go and read
No, no,
about
no,
Diego
no.
Costa.
Jude, don't argue with Mike. Are you sure you play in a competitive competition for Brazil senior team? Are you sure?
When you say
And
competitive, what is competitive? He played for the
okay, if
national
you
team.
play in a friendly, you understand, it's allowed for you to switch if it's a friendly. But if it is competition like European competition, African Cup of Nations, World Cup, and all those things, they will not allow you to switch
But Mike,
nationality.
Mike wasn't talking about
The
that.
one
Mike
I'm
was
talking
instead getting
about,
confused with under 18, under 17, and under 21 or something. But I mean, if he played as a in a friendly, that's a national team. You know, he was at the national team.
but now what I'm giving you information that if we play in a friendly now and not in a competition, you can still switch. That's what I'm telling you. This is the one that I
Oh
said
wow,
started in
okay.
2021.
So that's a different. Yeah, okay. I mean, if maybe friendly or not, and then you can still. That's good. But I know that if you played, that it means if you played in the national team. So this Nigerian guy has played in Germany. Has he played for a World Cup with Germany?
That one, I don't think is going to be possible. Though. How can you
Well,
can't play for two countries in a World Cup? You now come and say you want to play for Nigeria. What is it going to gain for playing for Nigeria?
another rule is that you can play for World Cup, but if you were on the bench, you can switch. If you have not actually played on the field, you can switch. Maybe he has not played in the national team. Maybe he has not played up to a 90-minute match. You guys have to
But
read the laws on FIFA, man. You guys are getting confused.
I don't know why we are scavenging for all these half Africans to come and be playing for
Exactly
us.
my point. Exactly my point. That was I was saying. I say in America, in
Because
colleges, this is where they
the
scout
issue
players.
here, the issue here is that
Simba, sorry to butt in. Firstly, I disagree with what you say, half Africa. Don't say something like that. Because they have that is derivative. Can you withdraw that statement, please?
Oh, come on, Remy. Come on, Remy.
It's just,
Come on,
it's just
Remy.
a banter now. It's just a banter.
Not a banter. Let you withdraw it.
Remy is already, you know what? Remy is already fighting for his own children, so that later we will not be
Oh, yeah,
talking
yes,
about
I
South
know.
Africans.
I know that. I mean, it's just a banter. It's just a banter. It doesn't mean.
Remy, when they call Black Americans Akata, do you also have that same? Do you also have that same thought? Why should they call them Akata?
Anybody Akata here. But what I know is that you go for all your best leg wherever they have. I don't care whether they are in Jupiter or in Mars. If they are your best leg,
Simba, you have to apologize to Remy.
I owe Remy no apology now. I did not have Africans.
I know he will not apologize now. He's very stubborn. But I know it's banter, but to be frank with you, I think I support the idea of anywhere you can find the best leg for your national, go for it. But at the same time, I also support that we must groom our own made players. That is what make us thrive during the 1990s. When Western,
the issue here is that because our league are not doing well, maybe because of lack of organization, lack of funding. Because if you look at our club side before, you understand? I remember those days, even when Nigeria want to play, what's the name of this club in Cameroon that time? Canon of Yaoundé.
Canon Sportif,
Sport of Yaoundé. You know, even as a child, I still remember most club side in Africa. You understand? You talk about TP Masembe of Zaire. You talk about, you say, you understand?
That clock that come from Guinea, and you hear Konari, Mbanga, Mbanga.
You understand? But now, do you even know? Even our younger ones at home now, it's only Arsenal, Chelsea, Real Madrid that they know.
Manchester United.
So nobody is watching our league again.
You know, Simba, the way Nigeria youth, African youth now just talk about they are that hard, they're ready to give their life for Man U. I'm like, what's the concept, Papa? Is that where your ancestors come from? What's your business with this town called Liverpool, Manchester United? That you want to die for them? I don't understand.
Like, go to any in Nigeria, you have to be careful because they are hard Chelsea.
Mikey, you know, those days, if you don't have opportunity of watching this club side, rarely is on the radio that you listen to commentary, and you can follow radio commentary as if you are there live.
Well, when we was growing up, man, we used to hear shooting stars.
You understand? You will know whether when the ball is at the defense, is at the midfield, about to score. You know when they were about to score, and they will score. And you know those guys that used to run those commentary those days. You understand? And
you remember
you watch the delayed version of those football, and you see the way we have the passion and everything. If Shooting Star want to play Rangers, the whole town will be bubbling. You will see you understand? An FA Cup in Nigeria at that time is like a war. A war.
Do you remember New Nigerian Bank where we have Keshi, Boybe, we have Iguavon, Osaro, Bobaifo, all these players.
Ikeba. Man, Nigeria used to have players, man.
No, those are Ikeba. Those are the younger ones. We are talking about the ones in the late 70s, early 80s. Erin Wosu.
Just come to Wahala. We fight. That will be Wahala that day. Rangers will come.
There is another club in Cameroon, Douala something.
Douala Yao, man, Cameroon Nigerian banter in football used to be crazy, man. Then
in Ghana, we have the Ashanti Kotoko, we have the secondary 11 wives. You know, all those things.
Simba, we are talking today. Do you know that in Africa they are playing? Do you know that in Africa they are playing the CAF?
Azek Mimosa of Cote d'Ivoire.
Oh man, Simba, do you know that they are playing the African Champions League today? We are not even following African Champions League football as we speak.
It's all North Africa that will win it every time. Who is interested in that? It's no more.
It's not Africa, but that's Africa. Come on, Remy, you cannot say that. I mean, look.
The politics of it is too much, okay, and they don't play good football like that.
But it's just that we have not built our own leagues. I was telling Mike one time, I said, look, Nigeria is bigger than United Kingdom. Nigeria have built a bigger film industry that a lot of Africans have looked up to. When you talk of movies, Nigerian actors, we know it back to back in Cameroon, in other African countries. I was telling Mike that if Nigeria built a successful football league, like what is happening with all your major cities, Calabar, this and all. Come on, man. All African countries will start following Nigerian football.
Jude, let me say this. Remy, hold on. You see, Remy, when some people say when Jude come here to yab Nigerians, I give him a chance to yab to do it. It's because me and Jude we've had a conversation like a long time before he started coming to the platform. And I see where Jude is coming from the way you guys see it. Jude is more disappointed with Nigeria because the guy feel like Nigeria, you understand? Like when they come from, they see us as people that have done things, and so that we can build league. You understand? When the guy told me one time, like Dangote, why you won't buy Arsenal when you can put that money to build Nigerian league? The guy, you see Nigeria as a country that we have built the league where the rest of them in Africa can be coming and be playing and things like that. That's why when he told me that a long time ago, I was like, this guy has a point. That's why when the guy feel disappointed. And I also met some Sierra Leoneans, some other African I feel the same way. Like, what Nigeria, you guys should be the one like establishing these things. So, so that's why I tend to be easier on him when it comes to have Nigerians. You know what I'm saying? Because the guy don't show frustration. Like, you guys will be doing better than this.
He is a Nigerian. He is a Nigerian, but indirectly Nigerian. Okay, indirectly Nigerian, because where he come from, they
What's happening in the entertainment sector? Nigeria is building O2 we are building our own O2 arena now. Lagos Arena.
Yes, Lagos.
Look,
that go take one buy Arsenal for $300 million. They can use that money, $300 million, to set it to pump to Nigerian league and make it the African, like Saudi did in Asia. Saudi league right now is almost competing with Premier League and European League. They are shaking. Dangote won't go buy Arsenal $300 million, so you can put that money into Nigerian league and develop it. Come on now. So why would they invest in Jude when you can't have Nigeria? I'm sorry.
Yes. Look at what the guy that's building Lagos Arena. Is he as rich as Dangote? The guy is not as rich as Dangote.
And he's going to finish it next year. In fact, when he finishes, like O2 Arena of Lagos. I've seen the design.
See, O2 Arena is doomed. Go and write it down. O2 Arena is doomed. It's going to be doomed. I'm telling you. The whole of Africa and the world will be coming to Lagos because right now people are already coming to Lagos. I don't understand. People are gravitating towards Lagos now. Now, when that thing now finish, you will see people even bringing their stuff down to Nigeria. African artists, Nigeria will be like their showbiz place.
Every state government in Nigeria should build a world-standard football stadium. That is, put it on them. Build a world-standard 50,000 seater. Clean and encourage people. Man, it's what we employ people, man.
Let others also.
Yes. Whiskey is band. The guitarist, the piano, they are all Ghanaians. And then this guy, Burna Boy, some of his vocalists, they are from Uganda. So we are chopping them all around. And there are more Americans living in Lagos now, controlling the music, helping them about music production.
Remy, don't forget one of the most listened music now in Nigeria is a Cameroonian called Credit Alert by Kosi. It's a Cameroonian guy that that music is topping wave in the whole Nigeria right now as we speak.
Maybe is it the one that you dwell with Mubad or before he died? I don't know.
No, Pato Rankin is the one that he did the music with Pato Rankin. The music just came out,
Ranking. Hey, the point about Nigeria is that once they like your music, they listen to it and they promote it. They don't.
No, exactly. But I was telling Mike, man, Nigeria should be the center point. When I see Nigerians focusing on Arsenal, Manchester, I go on YouTube. Oh, they spend more time. I'm like, man, let's do that in Africa. We want to start seeing things on the continent,
Jude, don't mind them. They'll be talking about some stupid shit. APC, PDP, Igbo, Fulani. I'm like, these people, man, these guys are retarded. They don't know their potential. They don't know what they're talking about. That's why I come here frustrated about them. They be talking about Fulani.
Mike, if you talk of tourism, I saw a place in Okato Ranch in Nigeria. That place is close to Cameroon, but most Africans do not even know about it. These are places where if you create sport, entertainment, people will go there for a visit. You create one, then you focus on England, a small country.
Do you know how many Africans are coming to come and learn Ifa and things like that? Like Congolese. Our Congolese came to me and say, we have this Orisha, this deity in Congo is from Nigeria. Like there's so many things. People look to Nigeria like, but these dumb Nigerians, they will come, they don't even know their potential, they don't know who they are, they don't know they be talking about ridiculous things. PDP, APC, Igbo, Fulani.
The other day I was talking about demarketing Nigeria, and I personally accused Rational Mind that day. They don't know what they are doing. You demarket your country online in the face of everything. Now you wish your country negative things, everything. Now that Nigeria is picking up little by little, although it's not yet there, but we are picking up little by little, they will not come around and then now say, let's promote the country. They still have that negative mind every time, which is not good.
You know what I mean? Do you know who's begging
I am
Nigerians?
here now. I am in this Europe here now. I can tell you that some European countries, especially Eastern European, their economy is not better than the one of Lagos or even Nigeria.
You know what I mean? It's so funny. The people that are begging Nigerians to even stop doing that. Some are Europeans, other Africans, Black Americans, and I think, why are you guys doing this? We're all trying to look to you guys. You guys are like the future. Well, you guys just, when you open your mouth, all we hear from you is stupid shit about yourself.
Why?
Like,
I don't get it. You know that
he started with these Biafran idiots. That's why the reason why I come to attack a lot of these Biafran is not because I'm a bigot or anything. They are the roots of it. They are the roots. They spent, because they lost the stupid civil war in 1966 or whatever the fuck. It's been 40, 50 years. Move on. But they keep on sticking to, we didn't lose. Oh, we want revenge. We want revenge. And they will start doing propaganda, attacking. Hold on, Kuna. They start doing all this propaganda, and then some dumb Yorubas are buying into it, and they join them in doing it. And then some few South, they too join it. They don't even know why they are doing it. They don't even know why the Igbos are brainwashing them to be doing it. I'm like, you guys are so foolish. Then I'm like, okay, if you want to split the country, why don't you just be upfront with it rather than doing all this propaganda and just bashing Nigeria? If you want to go your separate ways, let's have a conversation and go our separate ways. Why do you have to keep bashing something that's way more progressive that people are looking up to be the leader? You understand? Nigeria as an entity. Hold on, Kuna. Let me learn. Nigeria as an entity. Yeah, it's not perfect. But there are people looking to you guys as, come, lead us. Come on, get things going. You're in a position. I'm not saying we are better than other Africans. We are all equally good, but we happen to be in a position to push Africa in a direction, right? And they are waiting for us. They're looking to us like, oh, you guys have everything to get it happening so we can all jump on board. They are open on us, but rather than us doing that, we don't know what we want. Some people say they want succession, and then we say, okay, go. They say, no, I don't want to go. I want, if I go, they are confused. They don't know if they have to go or not. And then they say, we want to split the country. And I said, okay, it's either we have the conversation that we split the country, or we freaking develop what we have, right? And then when you tell them, let's have a conversation about splitting the country, if that's what we have to do, let's do it. They can't even get in that conversation. They will say, oh, it's too sensitive. Oh, no, we really don't want to leave. We just complain because of injustice. They will divert the conversation. I'm like, that's why I come online and insult Nigerians when I get on a panel with them. Because they are so, like, I'm sorry. Boy, all this testimony, I don't know. So
okay,
foolish.
what I want to say is this. I want you to look at Japan today and America. In terms of business, in terms of everything, they are doing business together. Just opposed to 1944s, when they dump a big bomb on them, killing thousands of them, making their environment not good to today. But today, they are good business alike, doing business, and everybody is smile. Look at the whole EU, Europe itself. Germany went ahead, colonized some of them, bombed the hell out of all of them. But today, Germany is number one superpower in Europe, and they are doing business with one another. They don't talk about what has happened in the past. That is past. Past is over.
Exactly.
We should come together
people
and build the country. If, for example, if a man from Anambra can come to Ibadan and build a house and live there and do his business, no wahala. And if a man from Ebonyi can go to Kano and do his business, no wahala. So if a man can go to Kano, so at least a man from Kano can also go to Enugu or go to Abia, go to anywhere. It's a land of opportunity, that country, to be frank with you. If we really see
telling you.
It's a land that every state have resources. It's a plain land with a good weather. Everything is abundant in that country. Ask any Nigerian diaspora. Each time they want to go back to their country, they will be very happy, like 6 months ahead. 6 months ahead.
I'm dying to do.
Why? Because you know that when you go to your country, there's no wahala of today, the weather is -22.
Tomorrow is going to rain. The day after tomorrow is going to be very hot, like heat wave. You don't have it. And the people love you. They welcome you. They will be happy with you. Something like this. Home is home. But you think if you destroy your home and you go to any other country, they will treat you like the way Nigerian will treat you, you are lying to yourself. If we want to tell
Maybe they
ourselves,
have seen in UK. We saw what they are doing. Right? In Canada, everybody. I was telling them when they started that nonsense 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when they started that nonsense, jackpot, I was telling them this thing will come back for all of you, every Africans, not even Nigerians alone, not even Nigerians alone. They
look at
will
what
come
they are
for you.
doing
These guys,
now. Look at
right
what they
now,
are
look at what they are
doing
doing. To all of
in
us.
future now. All Europe, Canada, America, Australia, all of them are poaching our people. Even to the lowest, like carpenter, welder, they are poaching them away. Now
They are poaching them.
Yes, we don't have anybody like that again. So because now they are attracting them. Come, we give you work visa. Work visa will turn to permanent visa, permanent residency, and before you need to get the citizenship.
Now they don't want to even give us again. Maybe they have even say now in Canada now 10,000. They move it to 20,000 credit that you must have in your account as a backup. A lot of orders right now they have absorbed those that they want to absorb
Because
into the system.
once you stay
Now
abroad for a long time, and then you ask yourself some question. If I have 100,000 euros, I can turn it like double, triple, for triple in Nigeria. Can I do that in America?
from where you have to work some things out.
Even for you to, the bills in front of you will not even allow you to take sometimes 2 or 3 days off because the bills continue to line up. You have to pay all these bills. And sometimes, and some Nigerians are so bad that when they reach Canada, maybe after 1 year, they get their mortgage and buy one house or one apartment. They will quickly flaunt it. Look at me, I just arrived in Canada 1 year. I already bought a house. I already bought a car. Tell them it's on loan, no, or you are paying me back.
They don't tell the truth. It's like a court.
They won't tell them the truth. And then Nigeria people say, Canada, just 1 year, you already got a house.
But Remy, let's be realistic. I mean, come on, me and you know that Europe, America look. Let's be realistic. When you live here, it's hard for you to actually go back and live in Africa. Look, the Africa that me and you know has failed us completely. Let me finish. The Africa that me and you know has failed us completely. Things are not working the way we assume it should be working. If you go and create a business let me finish now. For you to create a business in Africa, it can take you probably like a whole year for that business to be established. In certain countries in Europe or in America, it doesn't take you up to a week to create your own business.
Explain why it took you 1 year in Africa. It doesn't take you.
Okay. Let me explain that. I have a friend in that were about to do business in Cameroon. He went back home for he to get a piece of land where that business was gonna be established. He had to meet one of these person, and from there they have to bring this other person. He goes into the delegation or ministry where they have to do sign papers. You have to talk to this person. You have to talk. So there is no
Okay. Wait. Hold on. So wait. You're saying for him to buy land in Africa was more difficult than for him to buy land in America. That's what I understood.
No. I did not say buy land. I'm talking about the location of where he was supposed to set the business. He wanted to buy a piece of land. He wanted to buy a piece of land in that particular area to set that business. But it's not only about that piece of land. It's who he has to talk to.
No. Shift the argument. I asked you a simple question. Explain to me how.
No, the problem is not about the piece of land. He bought the piece of land quite all right. But the thing is setting down.
No. Jude, let's not do what Africans do. Come on. We're trying to understand where people are coming from. And we dig into their mind. They begin to shift it. Because
no, it's not shifting, but you are not understanding me. Setting up the business.
I asked you a simple question. Explain to me what it is.
Buying that piece of land.
Hold on, Jude, calm down. I asked you simple. You say it's so difficult to establish a business in America than it is to establish in Africa. And I asked you, give me an example.
Africa,
and I tell you, explain. Hold on. Calm down. Let's not argue. Let's not shout. And I asked you a simple question. Explain how
Mike, let me
easier.
explain how.
Wait. And then you give me example. You start going to an example, and the example you gave me was the guy wanted to start a business in Africa, and he went to hell to buy a piece of land. And I'm asking
No,
you
no,
that.
he did not. He bought that piece of land quite all right. The problem is setting up the business, and that piece of land was where the issue was.
Okay. Now
That
let's
is
go
the
into that.
problem.
Okay. So what was the problem
Has
of
to
setting up the
take.
business?
They came up with one policy. Oh, you cannot set up this business in this land. Oh, this land was not meant for business. Oh, you have to see this ministry. He went from one person to another. Oh, they have to pay this, you have to pay that. Nothing was outlined.
So what
You
you're
ask
saying
them.
is how to set up business in Africa. So what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it took forever to actually find out who is responsible. Who are you gonna contact to set up this business? It
What
took
kind of
forever.
business are we talking about? You cannot just when we talk business, it's so voluminous, it's so big. If you want to go to Africa and sell your bricks or just open a shop, nobody cares too much about register a company or do this or something like that. You just go ahead. But if you are thinking about what kind of business do you want to do you want to be the factory? At least you cannot build a factory in the residential area. I know there's a lot of irregularities and a lot of not totally, very easy playing field or something like that. It depends on what kind of business you are talking about here. But you are just trying to generalize it. For example, if I have my money,
Many people have done bad in their businesses than what they have done in America. I know a lot of people that
you
have
have to
succeeded
tell us
more.
the business your friend want to do. Then we'll be able to know exactly why they are
He
denying.
went into a business. He want doing coronavirus. He wanted to be importing.
What is the business? If it's import of coronavirus, then you get the certification from your.
He wanted to be okay. I think he was involved in what is it? Bringing all these gloves and manufacturing and doing these gloves, these wheelchairs and all these medical supply company. Remy, calm down now. Come on.
I'm trying to tell you, you cannot bring it that way. You have to follow the right channel. Even in Nigeria,
So what is the right channel? That's why the right channel are not shown in Africa. You don't know who is the right channel.
Calm down. I'll give you an example of Nigeria. If you want to bring in some supplies and some other things, you must get a kind of certification from NAFDAC. You must register your company. NAFDAC must give you a go ahead. You cannot just say, okay, because of coronavirus, there I'm going to ship thousands of gloves from China and just dump it in your country. It's not done that way. That, especially about medical supplies, they are very strict about that because you cannot just bring something that will be harmful to the.
But do you know that most businesses failed in Africa than in America? Do you know that?
That what?
Most businesses failed in Africa than in Western countries, than in Europe and United States. Do you know that?
When you talk about business, I want you to separate them. What kind of business are you talking about? The biggest entrepreneur in the world. I mean, the number of entrepreneurs in the world are in Nigeria. 68% of the population are entrepreneurs.
But most of those businesses are running away from Nigeria. Few months ago, you guys were talking about how companies. But a few months ago, you guys were talking about companies leaving Nigeria. They would,
It's not even Nigeria. They even started on other African countries. They started in Kenya. That's what street line. They've been saying this since last year. They started with Kenya and all of that. So it's not even Nigeria alone. So people just kind of hold things.
But the environment in Africa is not suitable for business. That's what I'm saying. Things are not working.
But let me tell you, it's not as if it's that too bad. Let me tell you, people are doing business. Where I am, I know people that are doing business back home, and they are not
it depends the kind of business. You have hand-to-mouth business, a business for you and your family. You have business that you want to employ 50 people, 10,000 people. That's what you call business. Not a hand-to-mouth business where you can just open a store and you say that's business.
No. Whether you are employed, if you even employ, it starts from what? Don't forget, it's from SMEs. I mean, to what? To multinationals.
Small, medium size. Is that what you mean?
People start from there. Some people run medium scale. So businesses is in scale. If you
But that is
want
of
to
no
do,
use now. The small and medium-sized businesses are useless in an environment where you want to change the settings or in a lifestyle, because that
no,
one does not benefit anybody.
don't
Because you
say
are
they are
not employing, you employ one person. I mean, come on. I mean, that's why
don't
most businesses in America, when you want to employ a lot of people, they look up to you more. Because I mean,
the guys that run the economy of any country, that I mean, the guys that no, we have the big corporations, they play a role. Everybody has his own role. You see, the SMEs, you can, I've seen what's called Trump eulogizing the SMEs in America, that you guys are the fine. They may not, you guys may not, you may just come just look at them with a common eye, but let me tell you, they are the drivers. If anything happens to them, nobody will absorb whatever you are producing at that corporation, that big corporation of yours. Let me tell you, Dangote started his work now. Dangote started his refinery now. Do you know that last week the marketers, they start to what, they have to pick up his stuffs. That's how his company can benefit Nigeria. So if there are no guys that are even one filling station, just one filling station you have, or two you employ four persons or five, let's say 10 in all. That alone added to the local economy. They are the guys that will collect that aviation fuel, they will collect that diesel, they collect that petrol, and it will run through the economy. Then it sells from outside, the exports. So you cannot run down the MSMEs. Go and check your facts very well. Even in America, go and check the amount, the percentage, and the contribution of MSMEs in America to the American economy and to the global economy. Run them down.
I mean, Africa shouldn't encourage a small and medium-sized scale businesses. I mean, you want to encourage large corporation where people can form a union. If this small and medium-sized were forming a
All
union,
right, yeah,
that
Jude,
would have
let's
been
let
great.
other people talk. Let's let Remy come in.
Oh,
Jude,
yeah,
you do too much talking.
This thing is like a division of labor. Anywhere you see all these Johnson and Johnson, pizzas, so many big multinational corporations, how do they get this product in bit by bit to the final consumer? Do they sell to the final consumer? They don't. They have big distributors, which sometimes you call them big wholesaler. The wholesaler will sell in bits to the retailer. The retailer sometimes also can be differentiated, different kind of retailer. It depends on the capital they are using for the business. So the final retailer will sell to you and I in the street. So no manufacturer that manufacture tons and thousands of products every day, we have time to be selling to the final consumer. And Duracha have put it into place to you. It's so easy. Any country in the world, who are even here in Finland, majority of the people that own business here, they are entrepreneurs. They are from family business. Here, I'm talking in Europe. They encourage you to start an entrepreneurship company here. They encourage everybody. They don't even care whether they don't care about big company, because if they want to, and then you can bid. You can bid for any business if you have the machinery or equipment. If your proposal is good, you go to the bank, and if they can borrow you the money, but it's not easy as I'm saying. But at least everybody have an opportunity. Like Nigeria now, it's a country whereby even if you have as little as 100,000 naira, which is not even up to not to $100 now. I'm talking about $70. You can start doing something like immediately without even blinking an eye. Now let's still at it. You have 50 people trading with 100,000 each. Do you know how much would that turn into if their business is growing? You cannot just be saying about big business every time. Like today, the moment they started lifting diesel from Dangote refinery, the price immediately crashed from 1,300 to about 1,200. And it will continue to crash.
1,700 to 1,100
to 1,300. It crashed immediately. And that is what is giving the Naira more power now, because we don't need to import that diesel anymore. And as of from May now, we will not be importing petrol anymore. And unfortunately for West Africa, most of them will be lifting their petroleum product from Dangote, because they want
exactly. They are already there.
It's more than what we can consume in Nigeria. This is a win-win situation for the whole West African and African something. So we should work together as a team. The only problem is that if we and this so-called our leader, can we just form an alliance like EU or just an AU, trade among ourselves first? But we won't do that. We'll be shortchanging ourselves. We'll be fighting unnecessarily. let's assume that Africa are trading among themselves. There's a free movement. You can go to South Africa and set up your own business. South Africa can come here and set up their own business. You are in Uganda, you can go to anywhere and set up your own business. So don't you think that continent will develop very fast? And
that would develop, but we need one currency first. We cannot be trading while we have different currencies. You know?
We don't need that. Judy, let me give you this last point. In the US, 50% of the GDP of US is from MSME. Now, as regards that currency that you're talking about, do you know? Let me tell you, it is not by chance that I don't know. Probably I don't know how it happens. The African Development Bank president is a Nigerian. The Afrexim Bank president is also a Nigerian. Echo Bank leader is also a Nigerian. Now, you know what they did? They have been able to speak to all other African countries as brothers. See, what are we going to do? If you cannot create one currency, every year Africa loses about $5 billion to transactions. When you are living in your US, I'm living where I am, I send money, it goes straight to the US or some other European countries through SWIFT. They charge some amount, $5 billion goes out. Now, right now, they are already test running in West Africa. All the West African, 5 West African countries, especially the Anglophone countries, they are test running right now, whereby you can send money into Ghana from the Gambia to Ghana, from Nigeria to Liberia, to Sierra Leone, without changing into dollars. So we have AFCTA. That is just to promote AFCTA. Then they already have also, I think, one other organization, I think backed by Afrexim and the CBN, the central bank of all these countries I'm mentioning. So now you can send money from Ghana to Sierra Leone without converting it to dollars. That money will not go to SWIFT in Europe before it comes back to you. No. Now they are doing it right, and they are PAPS. They call it Pan-African Settlement, just like SWIFT system. We have Pan-African Payment Settlement Scheme, payment system. PAPS. They call it PAPS. So go and they have a verified handle on Facebook. You can see all the banks.
They have an app. Do they have an app?
Yes, I think they have an app, and you can. They have the banks that have started it. You just open an account with them. Then from there, Zenith is doing Zenith Ghana. Zenith in Ghana is doing it. There are some banks, so they already list Echo banks, and I think they want to use Echo, but they are using West Africa as a pilot, and I think it's working.
But when I talk of one currency, this is the thing, right? Take for instance, you're in Ghana and you have Ghana has a higher currency than Nigeria, and you you go to Nigeria, you want to go and do business, and you reach in Nigeria and realize that maybe 100,000 Ghana cedis in Nigeria is probably like what has dropped to something like 50,000 naira. I mean, it doesn't make no sense for you as a person that want to do business there. I mean, when you have currency fluctuation, it makes no sense. But if we have one currency, you wouldn't have the problem of fluctuation or inflation, or where things just fluctuate from this to the next morning. You have to buy this different. The next day it has gone up. It makes no sense. So at least I think that one currency will help us.
That was then like 2 months ago. But the Naira is stabilizing, and you can plan ahead. But you have to be careful because the CBN policies are coming to fruition, and you can see, even don't be surprised, by the end of this April, the Naira can be up to like maybe 1,100 to $1 or even 1,000 Naira. It's possible.
It will be less than 1,000. The way I'm saying it, it's already 1,100.
So don't be. According to the IMF, the project is going to be like 800 to 900 to $1 at the end of the day. And if our economy continue to strengthen, I say continue to further drop. And I like the way Nigerian CBN does now, that if you are sending money to Nigeria now, before it used to pass through, but now immediately you get your Naira. No more change to dollar, from dollar to Naira, which is also helping our currency.
Exactly.
So if you send this app, you send the money, then they get the Naira equivalent immediately in Nigeria. But before, you can see how America and the rest are smiling to the bank. First, you change it to the dollar, and then from the dollar now to the Naira. But things are changing. So we should also give our people praise sometimes, because it's not easy And when you talk
It's
about
not easy.
single currency for West Africa, the problem we are having is the French-speaking side. The
They
French-speaking
are the
side,
ones who
because they
they are the
control by
ones
France
that
too much, and they don't want to change. They themselves they don't want to change, and they are very cocky and
they
proud,
don't.
and the economy is not so good like that. If they
Me, I might disagree with that, but make your point. Let me. Where did they do wrong? If I ask you that,
actually, they
No,
started
no.
this echo maybe last year or 2022. But they are trying to say that first they have to find a way to talk to France. France should say yes to it. And I don't think France really say yes because France control their foreign reserve, control everything in that French-speaking area, French-speaking
Remy,
countries. So that's what's
Remy,
going on. Okay.
let me ask you a question. How comes the Anglophone countries that are smarter in Africa, how come they have not sit down and created their own currency since they all agree on one term? Because
Jude, I want to tell you something today. Let me be frank with you. It's not easy. I will tell you why it's not easy for all African countries. The
no,
world
I'm talking about the English African countries in West Africa, since you guys say the Francophone countries kick against the ECO. So the Anglophone countries that were on the same page, how come they could not agree? Ghana, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone agreed to use one currency. That is
cannot
the
just
question.
instead, we cannot just say opt out three countries. Before Nigerian can reach Ghana by road, we have to pass through Togo and one other country before Ghana. And before we can reach Gambia, we have to pass through Senegal, which is a French-speaking country. I'm not talking about people that will fly. I'm talking about people that will take goods from Nigeria or maybe from Gambia to Nigeria. So how would they now solve the issue of the currency along the road?
Yeah, but okay, these West African countries, right, especially the Francophone, do you know that they use one currency and most of them don't share border? Ivory Coast does not share border with Senegal, but they use the same currency. So you don't have to
No, no, no.
share border with the person to use the same currency.
Even they don't share border with Senegal, they don't share border with Togo.
They share. You see, they share more borders
No,
than
Ivory
us.
Coast does not share border. Ivory Coast use the same currency with Togo and Benin. Do they have any border in common? No, they don't. You have to go into Ghana before going to Togo, but they use the same currency.
Okay, to the north. Let me tell you, I'm a good geography student. You get it? Now we are coming from Nigeria. Look at it at the uppermost part of West Africa, which is we are on top of Nigeria. We have Niger, right? Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, what's called Mauritania, and what do you call it? And Senegal. All those areas they are using CFAs. You get it? Now, when you move down to the coast, Nigeria, you move to Benin, Togo. They are beside one another. They use CFA. Now, when you move to Ghana, from Ghana you move down to Cote d'Ivoire. After Ghana is Cote d'Ivoire. Now, to the north of Cote d'Ivoire, to the north, you have Mali and also Burkina Faso to the north. So there is a link between more links between what do you call it? Then after them you have Liberia, Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is joining Cote d'Ivoire. To the left you have Guinea-Bissau. After around that Guinea-Bissau you
But
have Liberia.
I understand. The point is you don't have to share border with a country to use one currency. You don't have to share border. I mean, you can still use one currency with Ghana even if you don't share border.
You see, this is it. That was the reason why they agreed to use ECHO. But you know that when that thing was coming to fruition in 2020, trying to set 2021 as a deadline, you know, the French president summoned the Ivorian president down to what? Down to France, to Paris, immediately. Before you know it, they started to, France, France itself, you should understand what is going on. At least you know what is happening in the geopolitical chessboard.
Of course, but I don't align with what you are saying because you are telling me that France is controlling the ECO, is controlling West Africa. Without France, the ECO fall. It makes no sense. So that's like minimizing what Africans can do. So because France call out Ivory Coast, Nigeria cannot progress with the ECO. Is that what you mean? Or other African countries, West African could not do it? Is that what you mean? So it does not mean that the Europeans will control us or what?
they still control their reserves. You see, they control the
So, but
reserves of
how
those guys.
come the English countries did not progress with it, kicked out Ivory Coast, and progress with it when the European Union came up with one currency? Did you think it was the whole European countries that sat down and agreed on coming on forming the euro? It wasn't.
God, no, listen. Senegal is not playing the game. This let me tell you, there are two countries in the French within West Africa region. France and Senegal and Cote d'Ivoire. If they did not agree to anything you want to do there, let me tell you, nothing will work. They are the two largest economies.
Wow.
Now, within the French, let me tell you, there is a clique in the West African region, whether you like it or not. Guinea is the sixth country. Guinea doesn't roll with the French-speaking countries in West Africa. Guinea rolls with the English-speaking countries in West Africa. So they have their own currency. They call it Guinean francs. They don't spend CFA.
Exactly. But my point is, how come you guys could not kick out Senegal and say Ivory Coast and still go ahead with the currency? How comes France that is not on the continent has to call Ivory Coast?
The platform of ECOWAS. It's not as if Nigeria has any. The English-speaking countries have any. Special union. They don't have any special union. It's only bilateral commissions they have in between themselves. So, unlike at ECOWAS level. So it's only at ECOWAS level you can actually do that. That will make it to be much more stronger. That you can actually punch your weight outside of your region.
When the European Union came together to create one currency, not all the countries agreed to create one currency. It was the bigger countries that came together, and the other countries in the Europe aligned to it. They started coming in one by one. I thought Nigeria and other West African countries that have that mindset of independability, breaking away from Europeans, to do that same thing instead of saying that, oh, because France stopped us, we cannot go ahead and do it again because Europeans have stopped us. It doesn't make sense. That's a layman argument. You cannot be using a layman argument to make a point. It makes no sense. Are we dumb that the France is still controlling Ivory Coast and stop the echo, and we could not go ahead and do it because France did so? It makes no sense.
Let me tell you. You see, that time, what also did not allow that thing to materialize was that that COVID-19 issue that time, the aftermath of COVID-19 was also very, very, the effect was very, very weighty on Nigeria as well. So, before you start some of these things, you have to weigh your options very well. As at that time, AFCTA has not even started that time. So, because AFCTA was one of the major things that we are looking at the continental level, that everybody should come under one umbrella, you get it, to promote trade in between ourselves. So, with time, when our trade boosts in between ourselves, which is it has started boosting. I've started seeing some things like that coming on board. Then you will see countries coming. There's a grouping already coming up from the Eastern African side. You can see them; they're already and with time, infrastructure also. You have to put in some infrastructure to be able to make these things work seamlessly, so that the people that you want to get independent from actually will still not come through the back door and take over the space from you. So Nigeria had to even put a stop to some of those things, because at the point the economy was a bit weaker, and you can see you can see right now Nigeria itself is just trying to get itself get its foot on board.
Directly, let me ask you a question. A lot of Nigerians always talk about this. Oh, we are surrounded by francophone countries. So is the fact that Nigeria is surrounded by francophone countries, is that what has impacted the Nigerian economy not to progress? Do you have that same mentality?
No. You see, no. The only issue that Nigerians normally talk about at the regional level is just like, let me tell you, on a good day, if we are the little things that we are getting right now, for the very first time, a Nigerian came on board as the president of the AFDB, and he has been a blessing to Africa, a big blessing to Africa. Between Nigeria and Cameroon right now, we now have a brand new bridge, at the cost of $38 million. built by AFDB, supported by both the Nigerian and the Cameroonian government, which helps to what? To help our economy, both economies. And one of the things that this guy had in mind was that integrating Africa is one of the things, and through infrastructure. That's the only place where people normally talk. Probably Nigerians can also talk. Not that it has any effect on our economy like that. It's
Yeah,
just about
because I was talking on someone, he was telling me that, oh, the Europeans came,
no,
they
no, no,
colonized us, oh, they colonized
no,
the
no.
French African countries and put us close to Nigeria and the English countries. They don't want us to do business together. I said, man, how can you have this mentality? How can the
That's
colonial
a big
language be an impact on you doing business with your own brother that speak the same tribal? It makes no sense. I mean, these are layman's, ideologies. I mean, they have gone. How come we cannot even do the solutions? I mean, come on, we should stop blaming them for what they have done.
Cameroon is doing good business with Nigeria. You know, Earpiece. Earpiece now flies
Yeah, not
Douala.
APs now. Yeah, he decided to launch with Yaoundé. He's be flying to Cameroon as well.
So we are doing business
Yeah.
now. You can see what I was saying.
Even
You see,
Dangote have one of the biggest cement factory in Douala in Cameroon.
that is it. So we are doing a lot of things together right now. It's just like, for example, now we should have a what you know. There are several roads right now that are joining all the African countries together now. West Africa, across Africa right now, and it's being funded by Africa Development Bank to make sure that we link up ourselves. That is what people were complaining about for before. That the guys from the francophone and West Africa, especially, they are not cooperating. They are not cooperating. But right now, I think things are beginning to improve, because right now we should have a train track that will run from Nigeria, even from Cameroon, because Cameroon still relates very much with ECOWAS. So that can run even from Douala, from down to what? Down to the Gambia, down to Senegal, the Gambia, so that easily we can move goods, we can move things. That's what they did in Europe now. Is that not what they did in Europe? The Schengen.
Exactly.
So you know that's what they do.
You see a landlocked country like Austria, Belgium, not Belgium, Austria, and these countries are doing far better off as a landlocked country than us in Africa, man. Yeah, you know, look,
they are linked financially, infrastructure wise. You can take a train in UK, you're already in US. Underground train, you're there.
And that's why I was talking about one currency, because this is where one currency comes in. You see why many people move to South Africa from other African countries, because South African currency is higher. So people will actually move there to make money and send it back home to their own other African countries. But now, if all African countries were using the same currency, there is no way I'm going to be moving to South Africa, because I know that it's expensive. If I go there, I will make money, but it will be expensive for me to live. So I'd rather live in Cameroon, where it's cheaper, or in Nigeria, and still make the same currency. And that's how it is in United States. People don't live in New York because New York is expensive. You move to states that are cheaper, housing is cheaper, and you can save more money. And that is what it is. If we use one currency, we wouldn't have this problem. And I think that's where African Union or African people needs to sit down and start talking about all this border control and all this. We shouldn't be taking visas to go to African countries, man. We are all Africans, you know.
You know that you don't to Nigeria. Many African countries don't need visa.
Yeah, Cameroonian and Nigeria, they do not need visa from both sides. You just cross and go and do your business and cross the border.
Nigeria. Under Buhari, they did it. I think for those that are not in West Africa and Cameroon, I think probably you just need about $200 in your account. That at least you have something in your account that can take
you
you
don't
around.
even need something in your account to cross into Cameroon as a Nigerian or a Cameroonian going to Nigeria, you know.
You don't need. I know that one. You don't need. I'm just talking about for people that are coming from South Africa or East Africa or North. But you are coming in. You are not going to have any visa. I mean, you can just do visa on arrival in Nigeria. And Kenya is also doing it right now. I heard Kenya is also doing it now.
Kenya is also. I wanna also give you another tell you. You see, when they talk about Nigeria economy, it was dropping or the currency was dropping, right? Do you know in China they find pleasure when their currency drops because it creates
Exactly.
businesses. Businesses
Exactly.
sells to different market in the world. Because things are cheap in China, people will come there and buy things. But in Nigeria, I was finding out how people are crying, oh, this and this and that. That will have been a time where the market space will have been producing a lot of items, because I know Cameroonians that were actually going into Nigeria to buy things cheap. And that was
Exactly.
also making Nigeria to actually sell. So it's just that we are poor, man. We actually don't know economy, and everything is just, yeah.
Thinking. You see, that's just it. We have that myopic. See, let me tell you. On Sunday, in my church, I was talking to them. That come, even you. See, let me tell you. In Africa, it will take God to help us. And we that we know to enlighten our people. See, let me tell you, it has gone to a level that for the fact that you see somebody that's a graduate in Africa, do not think that he knows a lot. I'm telling you, I begin to understand some of those things. Me as a person, I've been a person with a global mindset like that. I'm an African. I'm a Pan-Africanist in my view, and I also have this world view that every person should really have an opportunity across the races of the world. But one thing I discovered is that our people always want to play a lot of things, things that are not supposed to be that they are not supposed to downplay. They downplay it. Things that they are supposed to hype, they will not hype it because they do not understand some certain things. Now, that thing that you are talking about was what I was talking on Sunday to someone, that instead of you crying up and down, right? This is the time for Nigeria to start exporting. That is what the Asian tigers did those days. The devaluation of currency is to what? The reason why the IMF normally prescribe it is to what? Is to help production, and also to, in a globalized world like we are, is to able to push your product out. To push your product out.
Exactly.
Now, what is it that you should be able to what? You able to go back to the farm and do more. Do more. The youth are not ready to do a
Exactly.
lot of things. They are looking for money from social media and some other places, some other spaces that are not there. So instead of them to go into real-time production, for agriculture, and that was why I was talking about MSMEs with you the other time. That MSME that you are seeing, I'm telling you, there are machines in China that can liberate Africa. But our eyes is not just opening to it. The only thing is, I want to travel to Europe. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I myself, I'm not in Nigeria, but I'm saying that if you are, I am so conscious about Africa, not only Africa, I mean my country, and also the whole of Africa, because that is the only way by which we can actually earn respect. Respect will never come from us if the only way we think, and I don't want my children to see it as if I don't travel. That's what is paining me actually. That I do not want my own children to see it that way. That if I don't go to America, if I don't go to Europe, if I don't go to so places, I cannot make it. It's a slap on us as a generation. The generation I belong to, we were blaming the ones that are above us, that they are the ones that destroyed the country. When my own parents were in the school, they were being paid salaries every 2 weeks. When my own mother was in school, it is two weeks salary, 100 and then. Now there's nothing like that. So if my own child cannot see the country as a place where he can make money and not actually could just travel abroad for vacation, then that means I've also failed. We have all failed too. Whatever we are living, whatever you can think you have ever had in any country that you are living. That's my own mindset actually. That okay, as we are trying to develop, add value to our country of residence, we are in Europe, we are adding value to them. Are we adding value back home? What really dazed me was the day I was watching what do you call it? This guy, Dangote. This Mario Rubio or something is a US journalist. He was interviewing Dangote, and you know what he asked? He said, Dangote, when will you invest in America? He said, Dangote, when will you come and invest more in America? Imagine a country that is already made. They are looking for investment, and we will be here saying no. We cannot do anything for Africa. We just have to be wherever we are. I think it's just greediness or something. And people don't not understand it that it's the time for Nigerians to start pushing their stuff. China, like you say, is a party for them. When their currency dips, they know that opportunity comes. We can export at a cheaper rate, and they will crash the price in any way.
Yeah, but the problem is
Africa, that's what we are
does
supposed to be
more.
doing on the street.
Yeah, but the fact is Africa is more on importation. That's why living an importation economy does not benefit the masses. That is the thing. You talk more of export, and that's a good thing, because if you are not producing and you are importing more, it makes no sense. Your economies become stagnant. People do not benefit from it. That's one of the major problems.
So that's what we are saying, that if we can tackle our security and electricity problem in that country, even that electricity, if we can have 15 to 18 hours every day, that country will turn around. It will, because
exactly.
we will continue to import something. Because a lot of Nigeria also want to go home with their money, set up a mini factory. What if China is that China is pegging their own currency? They make sure their currency will never appreciate significantly against pounds or dollar. Because they do that, their products will be more expensive. So they little peg it, but Nigeria will float our own currency. And the reason why we float it is because our economy is not as vibrant or strong like that of China. And the world financial institution is really controlled by the West. Because when they want to destabilize your country, and unfortunately for most African mindset, they don't believe in their own country. They believe in whatever they tell them from abroad. That your leaders are stupid, so everybody is stupid in Nigeria. It's just like that. If Trump says your leaders are stupid, everybody else agree they are stupid. So at the end of the day, they are massive one way or the other. So if not, but China are able to. Do you think any African country can copy the example of China? Close your country for 40 years. Can we do that in Nigeria? In fact, they will pieces that president. That president will not last 2 days. That president just today we are closing Nigeria for the next 20 years. Nobody's traveling abroad anymore. We are staying here, putting here. Everybody die here. We have to cultivate the land. That's what they did in that country. And when they came out, they came out strong. And now they are probably number one economy in the world, if not because of press or something like that. They're number one.
No, they are in PPP. They are number one in PPP, but in
they're number one in PPP.
The US is still leading.
When it comes on GDP per capita, how an individual, the lifestyle of an individual, I think they are like 6 on the chart. I think United States has the standard of living in China is worse. I mean, it's not worse, but I mean, it's not bad. But it's different.
The last year, they have moved 800 million people from poverty to middle class. What they have done, they wonder to the world.
They only have 6 subway lines. Lagos, we have 2 subway lines now, red line and blue line. But in Shanghai, they have 6. In spite of 6 years, they have 22 subway lines. We are talking about yellow line, purple line, green line, orange line, violet line, but they don't name it that. They name it line 1, line 2 to line 22. And they even make sure that they connect 2 cities with subway line. I mean, rail line. I'm not talking about a train or subway line. I mean, you can go from your Ibadan to Lagos by light rail under 15 minutes.
The difference between China and Africa is China know how to diversify their economy. They have built.
Apart from that, what helped them is this: one party state, and then
one party state where people can just come in and
dictatorship, the authoritarian rule.
Yeah, but that is what should be happening in Africa.
Abusing your president anyhow, Nigeria. They will pick you up. We are going. That is the end of you. You are the family.
And that's why
if you don't fall in line, you'll be shipped out immediately, killed.
But that's that's why I was telling Mike one time. I said that is the best system Africa need, especially when it's not developed. You cannot be using a system of United States federal government where they have built their country and come up with a federal system where if they want to pass a law, it can take over 1 year or 2 years to pass that law, but
You
things are
cannot
already
say
working.
that you do
But
that.
you cannot have that kind of
Cameroon,
system.
our president has been there for how many years now? Does it turn things around? Your dialogue has been there for memory. What does it done? What has it done? At least the authoritarian
That's what I'm
society.
saying. Though. This guy is a dictator. We don't like him in Cameroon. We have been looking for him for means for military to overthrow him and take over the country. And some people have been pie. But you know, we just say, okay, it is what it is. Let's just sit down and see what is gonna happen. And he has still put his candidature. Election is in this year, I think next year, and he has put in his candidature. 90-something years
That
old,
might
still want to run for
How old is
presidency.
he now? How old is
you
he?
don't expect.
Remy,
It's
since
a
you are so
it's
interested
a
in how old is he, he's 90-something years old. I don't know the exact date, but probably 92.
Please,
You know.
this is too embarrassing.
You're right.
That guy will just die.
Oh my God.
So
What
this
happened
is
to this guy? That will happen to him. Don't worry. That's what is going to happen to him.
what happened to who?
Mugabe.
Oh, Debbie, the president of Chad that was shot in the war. But they came around and say it was his son. It was his son that killed him. Now the son is president of Chad. He has put his candidature. They have elections that is coming in May, and the son has already said he has put his candidature, so he should be the next president. You know, and I think that's one thing that is really affecting. I mean, but we have also seen this kind of stuff happening in Russia with Putin, in China. Look, man, I'm not saying a dictator is good or is not good. But if you are a dictator that is actually doing good for your own people, like what is happening with Kagame in Rwanda, then that is good, you know. But I mean, being a dictator and you are not doing things right.
Benevolent dictator.
Yeah, benevolent dictator, benevolent, they are righteous, they help with the good of the people, they condole with it. And don't forget, in Europe they used to have all these benevolent dictators, these guys that were kings, but they developed that country and they changed the system around, and things are working now for European countries, but most of their kings were benevolent dictators. They make things right. I wish that, man. I wish that things should change in Africa or in Nigeria precisely. Because look, come on, I want to see a league, man, playing it. Come on, instead of me watching Manchester United, I should be watching. Nigeria is the biggest African country, and it's an English African country for that matter. There's no reason why you should be failing.
Yeah, I will tell you something today that will shock you. You think even that so-called UK will leave Nigeria? They will never leave. They won't leave you. They will never leave Ghana. They will never leave Nigeria. They will.
But maybe that is the problem that I have, right? Because these English African countries, they believe that they are independent. They think that only the French is controlling the French African countries, but forgetting that they are also being controlled by the United Kingdom.
No, I'm not talking about full control. I'm talking about
we are all under the same schedule. Every one of us, we are under one. We are just trying to break through. Everybody is just trying to break through. That's just it. There's nobody that is saying, except you don't want to be truthful to yourself. You understand the geopolitical game now.
Exactly, Dorothy. You are the guy on this panel, man. See, Dorothy, you are one of the intelligent guys I've met on this panel. Other guys do not actually know about all these things,
Judy, do you know that the phone that you are using, do you know who helped you to get that phone done? It was the guy that they killed in Libya. It was 300 million US dollars. Every year, $500 million we pay to Europe to allow us to use tap their satellite. It was when I read these things. People don't read in Africa. That's one thing, So it was when this guy said, "Oh, we can do this thing ourselves." They try as much. Okay, Nigeria also put some money, but it was Libya that put the biggest chunk of money, 300 million US dollars, to raise about 450 million to build that satellite that gave us the ability to be able to use these phones that you are seeing that will not require us paying for all these taxes and all that stuff that we only pay $500 million every year out of the continent. So look at where we are today now. SIM is now free in many of the African countries.
Exactly. Remy,
So
let me make this point, right? I live in a state in Utah, and Utah is like a desertic state in America. Like it's dry, but you were talking about electricity. I live close to Nevada. Nevada is also a state where there is no actually river that is flowing in this country. And then you ask, but why does this state have they have electricity 24/7? And you go to African countries and you see they have rivers that are going in between. They have means where they could get light or electricity from coal and from also oil product, all these things. You ask yourself, do we actually have the IQ of doing these things, or we actually don't? I'm like, in a state where it's dry, we have light 24/7, everything, light don't go off. How can you tell me that Nigeria cannot, electricity for the people? You have, what is going on? There's no capacity.
you see, let me tell you, that thing, that light thing. Now, in the United States, you don't really need to generate light. Like that Utah that you're talking about. They might have their own like solar generating or maybe wind.
Exactly, or generator somewhere power.
Now we can also buy power from other places. Nigeria. Nigeria supplies about 3 countries in Africa. We give what's it called, Niger.
You guys cut down the electricity from Niger.
But yeah, because we are the one that dammed the river from that side.
So how come you guys have not still be better off in electricity despite cutting the electricity supply in Niger?
Exactly. We did not actually develop our capacity in terms of transmission. The transmission capacity is still low. In fact, today some of the machines that were ordered from Siemens just got to Nigeria today. So what I'm trying to say is that we can create power in a place and send it to other countries. That's what they are doing in the United States. If you need in a particular area and you're not getting enough, and you look at the economics of scale, the cost, you can buy. That's what other countries are also doing. And that was also why at the Global Financing Pact Summit that they did in Paris, you can see the South African president was saying that, come, enough of this. Do you notice that? Have you ever seen this before? Let me tell you. By 2050 to 2070, Africans will be loved by and force. Right now, the leaders, the corrupt leaders are already speaking up now. They don't have a choice because the younger generation will go for their head. I saw them in that particular. Did you watch that meeting? The Global Finance Pact that Macron hosted in Paris. You saw them attacking, saying it to their face. The president was saying
that if you want, was it a recent? Because that meeting was long time ago, like 4 years ago or 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
But just last year.
Last year. Where those Africans were asking a lot of questions,
Inga Dam in Congo can generate a lot of power that can give different countries in Africa power.
What are you talking about? Morocco wanted to supply electricity to even part of Nigeria with the Sahara Desert because they supply electricity to Spain. Spain actually takes electricity from Morocco, but Africa refused to. I'm confused, man.
Do you know what? Germany has gone to a level that I listened to DW Deutsche Welle radio.
DW from Germany, yeah.
Germany. You know what they were saying? They were planning to come to Saudi Arabia and probably Africa to generate electricity. They will how do I put it, trap solar energy. And then they will
take it over there. Yeah, excess. Yeah,
that's what they are planning. That is what they are planning right now because they are Germany is one of the leading renewable energy countries in
come
the
on.
world.
Germany is the biggest economy in Europe. Yeah.
So they are planning that. They are even planning with Africa now that probably through the African Development Bank president is trying to see how he can bring in those things, whereby they will set up their stuff, but this time around it's going to be on a win-win basis. We have gotten to a level that we are beginning to understand how things work now, and begin to ask for our place in global issues. If you play with Africa, you are doomed. I can tell you that. Because right now, politically, Africa has evolved one way. They may not have nuclear weapons, though, but that soft power. When you need the vote at the United Nations Security Council and also at some places, the General Assembly, that's where you understand. Because it was that power that made WTO president from Nigeria. It was that
But
power,
there's
that
no
soft
African
power.
country. There's no African
Ethiopian.
country in the United Nations Security Council. There's no Africa. I mean, they are there as temporary members, but they cannot make laws and decisions.
They are pushing it seriously. So whether we like it or not, we continue to get much more better, little by little. You see that solar energy, they have started in many countries. I saw one in Ghana, 50 megawatts. Even in Nigeria, there are some undeserved communities right now that the governors they are pushing that solar to that place so that they will not be on the national grid, off grid. They will just be there. They will be doing their thing. They will get their light, and other people also can also do that. Then the country that now you see the problem of Nigeria in the next few years, Nigeria will overcome some of these things, especially in the area of power. More states are now, because before, what problem we have before. You must have heard about all these. We have some internal divisions also within ourselves over there. So, but with time, we are getting ourselves right now. States can generate electricity, and they have started to work on that. So those kind of infrastructure are not something I just do overnight. Is a continuous investment, like for the next 3, 4, 5 years, 10 years, before you now start to see the real effect. So by the time
Alright,
that happens,
that is, you are saying the right thing. Just look at what the Niger State government is doing. In the next 3 or 4 years now, they will have abundance of food in that area.
Food will be surplus in that. I know that is the largest state in Nigeria. That's the largest state in Nigeria in terms of land.
Yes, so look at how many tractors that guy did. He already put on the uniform. They are going on big time farming all over the state. And
they will spoil the whole place with food.
Lagos State is giving a lot of trouble to other states in Nigeria. People have started handling their. How can Lagos State be doing all those things? What are you using the allocation in your own state? What are you using it for? That's what I want to. I want it to happen, and it's already started happening because there are major problems in that country. That stupid state government. Sorry to use the word stupid.
They are the one. They are our problem. They are our problem. They are state governors. They are the problem in the country. People don't know. Many people have said they don't know the reason why Nigeria is having this problem. It is the state government. Their irresponsibility. Yeah. Look at what Lagos is doing. Some countries
irresponsibility. Why they don't have fact check people that are fact checking them? In a country that works, you have to have people that are fact checking, and if things don't go right, you have whistleblowers that call them out, and these people are actually
come from the state itself. The people in that state, I cannot come from Lagos State and be prognosing my nose in what happened in Abia.
No, but you are a citizen of that country. If one state doesn't perform well, it affects the other state. That's why you are actually having problems in Lagos.
Politics is local in Nigeria. Before you even say something, from Abia or you from Kano, go and sit down. If people in that state should take it up for themselves and handle their government.
But this election cycle really put a lot of them on their toes right now. People are calling for their head seriously. You see, in the next few, and I want it to be tough. The next one too. When the next one is also tough, everybody will know that you do not have any opportunity. Look at Tinubu now. He knows that he cannot. If he does not do something that is okay with the people, he will be voted out. And I will even support him. I will not say it's because he's coming from my tribe. No, he will be voted out. No, he knows that he must do well for the country.
Yeah, of course.
Just must do well.
So if I have chance to vote in Nigeria, if he does not perform, why I vote for him? I won't do that. Why?
Eh, Why should I vote you? Why you not perform? Eh? And I normally tell people, one of the things that will make that country to grow is, are we able to domesticate some of the things that we learned outside?
Yes.
Look at the Indians. Look at the Indians. They will go out there, they will invest in their country. Now they are overtaking. That's the most looted country in the world. I don't think there's any country that was looted as much as
Directly.
India.
The Indians are overtaking because there are certain things that the government have put in place. Now, let me tell you, I have an India friend in the United States. He's an IT developer, software developer. He at one point in time he was moving back home. I think he bought back then was 2016. He bought a brand new car during that period, and when he was going home, he was selling that car. He sold it. He sold it to one of my friends. I said, but why not just ship it? This is expensive. Why not ship it to India? When you get there, at least you can be a big boy. He said, no, not in my country. In my country, we don't actually cars like this. I will instead pay twice when it comes to the port. I said, wow. He said, in India, we are being encouraged to drive our own cars. And that's a good thing. You see, people go home. We don't have that stuff in Africa. We deal with importation. We want to send in old cars that are not cars, over there to Africa. In India, they drive their own cars in India. They do all of that. So that's how the businesses are booming, even in China.
Judy, let me shock you. You are living in I have worked with an Indian multinational before in Nigeria. Sure you get. Now, you know what? In fact, I was one of the guys that started that company with them. I mean, as foundational staff. You get. So, these guys, there's a way they make sure that everything that they use in that company comes from India. The India guy spoke to me and my other friend. Then at that time, I just finished my MSc then, master's degree. So he was saying that, come, say, you guys, you don't know what you are doing. Said my country does not really we don't have natural resources like that in India, but we are a nuclear power state. Now he said, you just don't understand that you need to develop your country. He was telling me that he brought some equipment. That equipment, you know how he said that equipment that he brought to Nigeria. He told me how his own father and his uncle collaborated together to set up that company back in India in those days. And they incorporated him also into that business. That was what brought him. The company that I was working for brought him from India to come and work in Nigeria, to come and fix those equipment in Nigeria. Now, to the last thing, the matches that we use in that company is from India. The truck that we use to move our things from one place to another is Tata. At least if I'm talking from experience now. This one is not. I work with the company. It's a company that's worth about at that time I think $6.3 billion US, because they have footprints in Ghana. They have footprint in Ghana. They have footprints in UK. They have footprints in India. I think probably in 2 other countries in Africa. In 2 other countries in Africa, then 2 countries in Europe, then about two also in Asia where they belong. So what am I trying to say? These guys already planned their thing. Every of that things usually come from. They buy things from us. Not that they don't buy things from Nigeria. They buy things. But I'm saying that if I'm buying trucks, about 15 trucks or 20 trucks from India, what does that tell you? If my matches is coming from India, what does that tell you? If the equipment, some of the equipment that I am using are coming from India, what does that tell you? So do you know that the grinder I use where I am is made in India. The grinder that I'm using right now, is made in India, and I'm already seeing their products coming to Africa now. So of course, what I would do as a people, but Nigerians will just sit down somewhere, they'll just be cascading the country. If I even left the country, you know that in India, somebody told me that, like in China too, on the street, All you need to do is just like you are talking about ease of doing business. They make easy business doing business easy, and
There you
you
go.
don't
Now
need
you are coming to that point that I was making, of which you say no. The Mike was like, "Oh, it's easy enough." I'm like, man, come on. We know that. We know the reality.
you are trying to downplay the role of MSME. That time, under Buhari administration, do you know that there was a time in 2018 I was working for somebody, a company, an agent that works for Nigerian NAFDAC, who controls food and drugs in Nigeria. They were working with the Nigerian presidency to make sure that they set up just 2 rooms you need, only 2 rooms you need to start an MSME, just 2 rooms. We call it cottage industries. So, and you can call the vice president directly on his hotline. You can call him directly.
Oh, really?
I was there. Yeah, then that was the former president. I was there to help them as the adjunct production manager. Now, what are they doing? That woman only she normally travels to the UK. She takes her stuff, snacks to UK. But she discovered that she could not access all these Aldi and all those supermarkets in the UK. So the woman was like, okay, if I get enough of the most recognized what's it called, the food administrator in the world. Yes, yeah, people at the global level they respect NAFDAC. I'm telling you. So you're saying that come, I need to get this number. Until I get this number, then I can be able to put my stuff on the shelf in the UK. So the woman was contacting somebody that was helping her, and I was at the company. You see the product, I tell you, you can rival with any product in the world. I'm telling you. And the other guys came there to come and certify whatever she's doing there. So, and based on my own experience too, I mean, the food processing industry, in the food processing sector, and also the food sector, I was able to chip in 1 or 2 things, and it was a success that day. So when we were going on, the guy was telling me that if we are able to use that as a means of projecting ourselves in Africa, that MSME, do something on it, then create a bigger corporation at the top that can actually work with them, and also export your things. Then we will be doing better than what we are today. So anybody, if you're outside, the Indians, they don't forget. They have almost bought all of half of UK. The Indians say they have bought almost half of London. But that is still not say that they should not take their money back home. Right now, look at it. Their economy is more than that of the UK. $3.7 billion, $1 trillion. UK is 3.3. This was the same UK, the same country that UK looted dry. They did not loot us in Africa. They are just playing with us. The kind of looting that they gave to India is out of this world. But they didn't stop at that. Look at them, they fought back. And this was soft power, maneuvering their way, using the diplomacy, and so many other. They send their people out to go and learn, and they come back home. China did the same. That's how to do it. That's how to do it. So
Right now, China is even. I've seen a new technology. They are now, they want to take advantage of all these drones and flying cars. Now China have. I mean, I just watched a YouTube where they are doing mass production of flying cars technology.
imagine.
I'm talking about cars that can actually fly. I mean, the manufacturing companies. I've seen cars that are driving on the street and they to take out I mean, and these are the new technology by years to come, 2030. These are the kind of electric cars that people Africa, we are not taking that. We always want the white man to have produced stuff, then we take it and start doing, I mean, use it. We don't, I mean, these are things that we should even be at the limelight of getting involved in. But there's no company in Africa that does it, man. It's just we are too slow. I mean, we want to be, because it took the Europeans this to get to this point. Let's also go through that part it has to take us this number of years. It makes no sense. It's just
The problem we have is that we need to shake off that our colonial mindset. The Indians, when they went to the UK, when they went to America, the last time they landed. You know what? The last time the Americans landed the rovers, the Mars rover, You don't remember the lady that the lead scientist is an Indian. She's an Indian. She's an Indian.
Oh wow.
Now, you look at it right now. Look at what India is trying to do. India also has sent a rover to the what? Yeah, the
Oh
Chinese
yeah.
sent the rover to the Mars. Indians have gone to the moon, and
Yep.
just last week they did the reusable rocket. So whether we like it or not, these guys are trying to what? Their diaspora. We are not our diasporas are not. We are not taking the bull by the horn. We are not taking the bull by the horn. So and until we begin to be the kind of think in that line, we are not going to get things right because the diasporas in Africa has a role to play. Somebody was saying the person that spoke to me while I was driving, Kule Shorinyo, you know, he said it. He said, "Come, if Africa is going to be developing, is going to be the diaspora. They have a role to play. The mindset of the people back home have to change. Not necessarily that you have to westernize them, no, but you need to just talk to them and let them see how things can blossom when you are able to think in a particular direction, channel your energy very into productive things. Do you know that in Nigeria, they've done spaghetti spaghetti and what do you call it? And noodles
Indomie.
from cassava. From cassava. We
Oh
have
wow. Really?
companies doing it in Nigeria. See, you see that country, not only in Nigeria alone, in Africa generally, we have that, we have that our own indigenous technology. So
Yep.
those are the things that we have developed also, but we dropped them. We dropped them long time ago, and we followed the Western type. And even the Western type the Western people that we follow, we didn't also absorb their technology because the Indians, they didn't allow them to take their culture from them, even though they killed a lot of them then. But they took technology to some extent. They still find a way to hold on to technology and import some of those technologies. If we also done that, we would have been almost at least be able to operate at their level. India right now, India is a nuclear power state. Before you fight India, you have to think twice as well. They are
Oh
already
yeah.
partnering with they are partnering with Russia. That's why Russia. They are partnering with Russia. They are partnering with US. They are partnering with China. They have a partner, a kind of there's a particular word they call it in diplomatic circle where you can do multilateralism and you do your thing with different countries. You have different things that we are gaining from you. So we need to
Exactly.
understand. And when we are outside of the country, I have learned new things. I learned a lot of things on this platform. I learned from people that have been here, that have done well for themselves, on the platform. I learned new things. Are we able to domesticate it at home? Domesticating things at home, finding a way to want to do it at home is what we actually help us because I kept on saying it. If people say, oh, until you japa, at a point, the people that you want to go and japa to, they will also close the door, and they have been doing it now. We have seen it. They have seen them doing it. So if we don't ask them to do some of these things, we will just be like, we are not moving at all. In fact, we are not going to be moving at all. That's just it. So God will help us, but we have to help ourselves. So that's just it. The mindset has to change. We have to have a tech. There must be a seismic shift in our mindset, in the way we view things, view the global world, the global space, and also view ourselves. I see a lot of Africans not not so competent. I mean, not too confident in themselves, and they believe anybody can come around and run them over. I work with the Maya company, so I want to tell people there's nobody that can overrun me. I'm not playing here. I've worked with people.
Oh yeah.
I have that. You see, I have that kind of mindset that come. The fact is just that if you do well in your academic that area of specialization, whether you went to school or skills that you know how to do you know how to do it well. You will be able to prove prove your mettle when the time comes. But if you don't know it very well, then you'll be having problem, and you are not also open to learning new things. Yeah. So that's where our problem stems from. We just believe that it must be, and everything that they achieve in other countries of the world, the great countries of the world, they started from somewhere. Yeah, so we start from somewhere and we begin to grow little by little.
Yeah, because nowadays now the world is full of copy and paste. You have to copy it and paste it in your own country and do it better off than what they did. So that's what it is. You're not just gonna
Nobody's
sit down and say, "Oh, I want this."
nobody's gonna give you a blank check. They will come and give you one technology. Even the whole of China itself, you can see what China is doing. America has alleged them several times that they stole some of their technology. So, but you can see what BYD is doing with them. BYD and Tesla. Eh? But
Yeah,
Tesla has to move the plant down to China if he wants to be profitable, more profitable. They have to move down. They have to move down. And BYD is also doing his own thing. So, and you see, let me tell you, something is going to change. I'm gonna write it down in the next few years. We started seeing it. The African president was saying
You
that
mean in Africa or in Europe and
we started
America?
in Africa. You see, when we start to thrive, we need to understand that when we start to do some of our things little by little, that's where we begin to begin to shift the focus of the world on ourselves. Before, everybody normally think Africa is for poverty. Right now, go and see YouTube. Go and see YouTube and the whole of social media spaces. Africans are now selling themselves too. They are now selling themselves. African Bank president was saying the other time that come, if other countries of the world, the rich countries of the world, will not give us money in Africa, eh, to what? To use our coal to develop ourselves. We will we will find a way out to develop ourselves, to develop how we can finance some of those things and use it to develop ourselves. And right now, they are already doing it. They are already doing it. It is from those money that we now have some of this mining sector development, the oil prospecting and licenses and exploration projects going on in Africa right now. You know, you cannot even get enough money to explore your oil in Africa. Do you know that? At the international level, they will not get they're likely not to grant you any loan that will
Yeah,
make you
because
to
they because most of the oil that we have in Africa has been given over to the Europeans as collateral resources. We have borrowed money from World Bank and a lot
yeah,
of money. So in return, they control all of these natural resources. So I
but
mean,
opening new ones, opening new ones. They will not want. They will say climate change. Now, Afrexim Bank is doing that. Afrexim Bank. Look at what Dangote is doing. Dangote is not the first refinery in Nigeria. Probably people don't know. We have Watersmith. We have NDPC. Nigeria Delta Refinery. We have some small ones that have started work before Dangote came on board. But look at what is happening now. Dangote coming on board alone. We were told here by Reuters that 15 European refineries will be going down for it. 15 will be going down for it. So that is what it means. Yeah. Anytime when we get things right, I normally tell Africans, if you like, travel to anywhere and be saying nonsense about your country, wherever you come from. I'm not only talking about Nigeria, I mean Africans generally. Your own, what have you done for yourself? Earpiece, these guys that we normally talk about, all these big guys that we normally talk about, Dangote. It was when they started something that we were able to say, oh, we're going to benefit from it. Eh? Now, Nigeria even put $2 billion in that Dangote refinery. $2 billion Nigeria put inside Nigerian government. So, Nigerian government owns 20% stake in that refinery. Now, if other countries are also doing some of those things, you know, with time, we will win ourselves of this importation lifestyle that is killing us and that is not making wealth to circulate in our countries. So that we can distribute wealth. Where distribution mechanism is very bad in Africa. That's why the people, the weaker ones are getting poorer, while the strong ones, the rich ones are getting richer. So and that's the reason why everybody wants to jackpot to Europe now. Where at least everybody has some level playground. So we have a lot of work to do, work for us to do in Africa. Because I normally tell people, if you will say that you will not do the work, the people that are in Africa will come and meet you there. They will come and make life unbearable for you wherever you are. People that are in UK now, they know what they are doing. They know what's happening to them now. With this K visa, all this, the thing is coming back because wherever we might think we are, if Africa is not doing well also to some extent, people will go out of it and they will come to other countries too. They will come and spoil show for everybody. Before, people will say that, oh, this is like this. Before, we normally come to Europe, get asylum easily, and then they get integrated into the European society, European system. But now, asylum now, hey, what they grant you asylum, they will, well, first of all, frustrate
Which
you.
which country you dey?
I'm still in Africa. I'm in Gambia. I'm still in Africa.
Oh, you live
I'm in
in
Africa.
Gambia.
Yeah.
Are you serious? I thought you were in the UK, man. Are you in Banjul?
You said?
You say what country are you in? You say you are in Africa?
Yes, I'm in the Gambia. I live in the Gambia.
Oh wow! I thought you were talking about citizen. But have you lived in Europe before?
No.
Omo, what's are you in Banjul?
Yeah.
Omo, no be Gambia you dey now. Omo, I live in United States. Oh, no be Gambia you dey now.
That's it. It is what it is. The thing is, yeah, when you have a global, you have a global mindset. It does not have to do with wherever you live. That's just it. So,
I mean, because
I told you.
I have friends in the Gambia. Yeah, I have one of these guy that got a YouTube. He's my personal friend. Like, yeah, from Gambia. He was just there. He lives in Seattle. He was just in Gambia a few months ago. And there's also this other guy that is also doing a big project. They call him Mr. Angier. He has a whole big apartment. I think he also did a good job in Port Harcourt, River State as well. So yeah,
That guy has not stepped. He has not stepped his leg out of Africa. And
yep, yeah.
because he normally say now that it's made in Africa. So that's just it. Those are the people that you look at. So you look at what that guy is doing. He's the best reactor in Africa. I hope you know that. I think he got that. He got that award last time. He was even. I think he was awarded in Nigeria as the realtor of the year. You can
So
see
are
what
you
he's
in
doing. He's
Banjul or
doing.
yeah, he's doing a lot of projects. Are you in Banjul or you are like in a different city?
Yeah, not necessarily in Banjul, but very close to Banjul. What they call it? They have other areas, the Combos, the West Coast region. So it's just very close, not too far from Banjul too. But I normally go to Banjul, it's not too far from one another. So that's just it. So that's it.
I mean, that's
So
nice,
that's it.
man. I mean,
So we have a lot of Nigerians in different parts of the world doing their thing. So everything is just about you having that being open minded and understanding
right.
what the system, how things work everywhere. So that's the major thing. And we were talking about it just now. The richest in Nigeria actually they were guys that they didn't live in the West. But today, try and talk about the high and mighty in the country. You have to count them. So, but it's good that sometimes we just go out, sometimes like that. You learn and you come back home. You also see explore that part of the world. So,
Yeah.
but one thing I just know is that Africa just need to be serious with itself. That's just, we are not serious with ourselves, we will not get anything. They just still be, but I think it's changing. Things are beginning to change. We are beginning to partner. We need to do a lot of things together. That's how to win. That is how the Caucasians, the Europeans, that's how they do their thing. Look at how at every point in time they rally one another. You know, no division, little division. They are where they are today. So, so all this pettiness, I normally tell other African brothers. So Canada will never rub shoulders with America. You see them wherever they are going together. They swim together. So if we also have that mindset that you just have to what, you just have to win together, we get there. We get there. People begin to at least people you can see people are coming back to Africa.
Yeah, a lot of African Americans are coming to Gambia. A lot of construction companies are there. It seems like the businesses are kicking up in the Gambia. I mean, yeah, it's a good thing. You know.
Invest in a lot of things.